All the disciples of Dali Academy were gathered together, having shown up for the sparring session. There were many disciples on both sides of the area, but they were behaving in an orderly manner, casually chatting and occasionally casting glances off into the distance. All the disciples of Dali Academy were gathered together, having shown up for the sparring session. There were many disciples on both sides of the area, but they were behaving in an orderly manner, casually chatting and occasionally casting glances off into the distance. There were many seats on the steps in front of the sparring session platform that had been prepared for many of the elders that had come here today. There were already many more elders of Dali Academy waiting here than usual, and they were all looking off into the distance as well. The great disciple of Dali Academy, Yan Yuan, was already there. Li Yao and his entourage approached from the distance, coming in front of the building. They bowed slightly to Yan Yuan and the many saints of Dali Academy and called, "Greetings, sirs." Yan Yuan was usually responsible for events held at Dali Academy, and thus he was seated in the highest position. "Please have a seat, Your Highness," said Yan Yuan with a slight smile. Li Yao and the others nodded, and 3 of them stepped forward and were seated. Afterward, more and more people arrived, many of whom were of the imperial family. There were many people of Emperor Li's bloodline in the city, other than the few kings who had been given their titles by His Majesty himself. Many others had been born into the imperial household. At that moment, many people were clustering around a single person. He was wearing a golden robe, and Li Xian stood by his side. Li Su was Li Xian's elder brother and the Prince Regent's grandson, and had the highest status of the royal grandsons. Many people thought that he would one day inherit the Prince Regent's mantle. The Prince Regent's position in the imperial family was extremely high. After all, he was the emperor's uncle, and so he was highly respected. King Tiandao was extremely powerful, but he was His Majesty's brother. In some sense, King Tiandao and the emperor were the closest, being of such close blood. He did not bother to get closer to other members of the imperial family, and since he was in the west, the Prince Regent had gradually become the leader of the imperial family. As for King Li, although he was a king, not many people cared about him. His status was not very high. King Li was the weakest of the 4 kings, and so he had the lowest position. Although relationships between members of the imperial family were slightly delicate, Emperor Li did not care. This was the world of cultivators after all. If they didn't gang up and form cliques, how could they have any power? As long as the members of the imperial household did not do anything too improper and stayed within the rules, Emperor Li would not bother with their affairs. Emperor Li would not even ask questions about the conflict between King Tiandao and the imperial advisor. A little benign competition was not a bad thing for Emperor Li, and King Tiandao and the imperial advisor both had a sense of propriety. "Li Xian, I heard that several days ago someone put a sword up to your throat. If Yan Yuan had not shown up, perhaps you would have been slain?" said a voice. Everyone looked up to where it had come from. The speaker was a young man next to Li Yao, who was wearing bright and beautiful robes. He looked a lot like Li Yao and was clearly someone extraordinary, and his aura was mighty. He was clearly at a very high level. This naturally another prince, Li Sun. He was Li Yao's brother and a saint-level figure. There was a bit of mockery in his words. Li Xian was of the same generation as these princes, but they were not very close. Li Xian naturally did not dare to be as arrogant as he usually was in the face of this opponent. He looked a bit embarrassed. He bowed slightly to Li Sun and said, "Your Highness, it was because I was too generous." "I think it was because you were too arrogant," said Li Sun with a smile. "He had come to Dali Academy to seek the path, and you tried to kill him. What a temper you have! But in the end he got you. How does that feel?" Li Xian nodded. This matter had indeed been very shameful. "You'll have to cultivate more in the future and spend less time stirring up trouble," said Li Sun. He then looked at Li Su beside him. "Li Su, make sure to teach this guy well from now on. He's outrageous." "All right." Li Su nodded and bowed to Yan Yuan. I apologize for disturbing you with this matter, sir. It's no problem, answered Yan Yuan indifferently. He looked at Li Xian and saw him bowing his head. He was clearly uncomfortable right now. Dong Chun is here, came a call. A group of figures appeared off in the distance, and suddenly everyone was making way for them. Dong Chen and his people were coming over. Birds of a feather flocked together. The people beside Dong Chen were all outstanding cultivators from Dali Academy. Brother, Your Majesty, said Dong Chen to Yan Yuan and Li Sun. Li Yao and the others all bowed. Daily Mountain is coming here on this day to seek the path. Make sure to prepare well, said Yan Yuan. Yes, sir. Dong Chen took a polite step backward. Someone said, I heard that Hao Di of Daily Mountain will one day be named King of the West. King Tiandao has adopted him, so he must be a stunning figure. It will truly be amazing when he gets here to seek the path. Brother Dong Chen is full of learning. At the year-end sparring session last year, he took first place. I am very excited about the battle between him and the future King of the West. The disciples of Dali Academy were naturally full of confidence in Dong Chen. Dali Academy would definitely win this battle. I'm excited too, came a voice from outside. Everyone saw a black-robed figure walking in, with many people following him. When this person entered, there was an invisible aura all around. Everyone felt bursts of pressure. How can an elder of the Chao clan have time to come here today? Asked Li Sun with a smile. The one who had come was a cultivator of the Chao clan's demonic clan. He was an unblemished saint of the Chao clan. His name was Chao Zhan, and he was extremely powerful. This is a battle of the greatest figures below the saint level in the Dali dynasty, so naturally I brought some of my juniors along to open up their eyes, said Chao Zhan. It seems that several members of the imperial family are here as well. Your juniors must be eager to get involved. Do they want to step onto the platform? Asked Li Sun with a smile. There are a few youngsters in the Chao clan who aren't bad, said Chao Zhan heartily, but they're nothing compared to Dong Chen and Di Hao. It seems that you have a clear understanding of your weaknesses, said Yan Yuan. Chao Zhan looked at Yan Yuan and said, I'm not looking to fight with you here at this sparring session for the youngsters. Please sit, said Yan Yuan. Chao Zhan stepped forward and took his seat. As for his juniors, they could only stand below him. Sword Mountain has come to greet Dali Academy, came a voice from outside. Soon, a group of swordsmen entered. The shadow-bearing sword saint was leading them, but the disciples of Dali Academy were paying attention to the young swordsman behind him. He was clothed in black and standing there calmly with no aura coming off of him. It was as if he did not exist, but he still gave people a strong sense of threat. He was one of the juniors of Sword Mountain, at the extreme of what was possible below the saint level. He was someone who was often mentioned in the same breath as Dong Chen, Jian Wu. Sword Mountain had been invited to Dali Academy, but Jian Wu had received a personal invitation to take part in the sparring session. The foremost figure of the Dali lower worlds, seventh swordsman, had also been brought here by the imperial advisor's disciple, Lu Chuan. It seems that the top figures of the Dali dynasty are all here today, said Li Sun with a smile. Beside him, Yan Yuan pointed out a seat and said, Please be seated. The shadow-bearing sword saint and the other elders of Sword Mountain took their seats, and their juniors stood beside them as they continued to wait. The important faction today was Daily Mountain, and they had not arrived yet. When Yi Futian arrived, he was much more low-key than the Chao clan and Sword Mountain. He had come with Li Yang and Li Yu. King Li had been garrisoned in the lower worlds for a long time, and his power was unmatched down there, but his influence in the upper worlds was relatively weak. After Yi Futian had arrived, the shadow-bearing sword saint's gaze fell upon him. Yuan Gang, who had once lost to Yi Futian, was also there. He said something quietly into the dark, clothed man's ear. Jian Wu's gaze turned to Yi Futian, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. but in a flash he turned his gaze away. However, Futian still felt it, but he did not look over at him. He just followed Liu into the crowd. "Your Highness, sir." Liang and Liu bowed slightly to Li Xian and Yan Yuan. Liu, said Li Sun with a smile. "You are becoming more and more beautiful, Liu. It seems like I will have to talk to your father when I have a chance and see if we can find a suitable family for a match." Even though they were of the same generation when it came to cultivating, there was a significant gap in their ages. Li Sun, Liao, Li Xian, Liu, and many others were all of the same generation, but Li Sun was older than them all. He was their elder brother and kind of their elder. Moreover, he was prince, but by the way he spoke, he seemed very familiar with them. "You must be joking, your highness." "I'm serious," said Li Sun with a smile. He looked at Futian beside her and said, "This must be seventh swordsman." "Seventh swordsman of the lower worlds greets you, your highness," said Futian with a bow. He naturally had seen that Liao was there, but he did not look at him as if he was a stranger. Right now, he was seventh swordsman, not Futian who had come for vengeance. If he wanted revenge, he would have to be patient. He had created the identity of seventh swordsman from the lower worlds with great difficulty, so he could not so quickly reveal himself. "I heard that you defeated all the geniuses of the 9 commanderies of Great Li. That is very good. Before, you came to Dali Academy seeking the path, and now there is a battle of top talents here. You should observe it closely," said Li Sun. Futian nodded. "All right." Li Sun said nothing else. Liu and the others stepped back, but at that moment Li Xian said coldly, Liu, it seems that you have ignored what I said last time." Liu turned and looked back at Li Xian. "Seventh swordsman is my friend." "Your friend," said Li Xian coldly. "You must have forgotten that I am your brother." "Li Xian, it seems that you learned nothing from last time," yelled Li Sun. Li Xian suddenly bowed his head. "Do not forget yourself again," said Li Sun. Li Xian nodded. "Yes, sir. The disciple of Daily Mountain has come to seek the path." A voice came, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly looked up into the distance. The sound of footsteps seemed to come from far away, but a few moments later, everyone saw a group of figures coming towards them. These people had supernatural auras. They walked in good order, all in uniform, and all of them were light and carefree. Their manner showed how extraordinary they were. Dong Qin and his entourage walked out of the crowd and looked towards the figures that were coming. Their opponents had arrived. Many people had come from Daily Mountain, and the one at their head had a powerful aura. He was a saint who had cultivated to be very powerful. They walked to the front of the platform, then stopped and swept their gazes over the seats. They bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, your highness." Many people had come from Daily Mountain, and the one at their head had a powerful aura. He was a saint who had cultivated to be very powerful. They walked to the front of the platform, then stopped and swept their gazes over the seats. They bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, your highness. Today, you have come here to take part in the sparring session. We are just here to watch, so there is no need to be so polite." "Don't worry about us," said Li Sun with a smile. Dali Academy and Daily Mountain were the 2 strongest holy lands in the Dali dynasty. He was also looking forward to the battle between these 2 vast holy lands. It would undoubtedly be marvelous. At that moment, Lu Sun's gaze fell upon a young man who was standing among the crowd. He was standing up straight and tall and was looking forward calmly. No emotion could be seen in his bright and clear eyes. They were as calm and still as water. However, even so, the people in the crowd took notice of him as soon as they saw him. Some people had this kind of quality that even when they were in a crowd, everyone would look at them. Hao of Daily Mountain was said to be the strongest person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level, and he had cultivated himself to be infinitesimally close to the saint plane. "The cultivators of Daily Mountain greet our brothers on the path from Dali Academy. The cultivators from Dali Academy may have come seeking the path, but they still expressed themselves very politely. Not a trace of arrogance or taunting could be seen from them. It was as if they had just come to pay a visit. "You are all so polite. Please sit." Yuan pointed out the seats for the cultivators from Daily Mountain. The elders of Daily Mountain took their seats, while Di Hao and the other youths remained standing. They had come to seek the path, not a banquet. The disciples of Dali Academy were also standing. They would not sit either. "The imperial advisor is coming," said Li Sun. From far away, they could see another group of figures coming. In the crowd, Futian also looked up. Among the group of people who were coming were Lu Chuan, who he had seen before. But this time, Lu Chuan was standing behind someone else. He was a middle-aged man wearing sky-blue robes. His face was square and even, and there was no strong sense of majesty coming off him, making him seem like an elegant and refined person. But even though there was no aura bursting from him, one could still feel that he had a strong spirit within him. Everyone sitting in their seats rose, even the princes Li Yao and Li Sun and the great figures from the top forces. All of them bowed to him. The disciples of Dali Academy and Daily Mountain naturally did the same, and they respectfully called out to the one who was coming, "Greetings, Imperial Advisor." No matter if you liked him or not, no matter if you sympathized with him or not, as soon as you saw this middle-aged man, you could do nothing but bow respectfully and call out his name. He had not been born into the imperial family, but he stood at the peak of the Dali dynasty and was said only to be subject to one person. Moreover, even if you didn't like him, you had to admit that he had worked his heart out for the Dali dynasty. He had bent his mind and skill towards training people. He was even basically responsible for carrying out the Battle of Empty Realm. This middle-aged man was indeed the top figure in Emperor Li's realm. Dali Academy alone had trained countless top cultivators. Before he had come to the Dali dynasty, Futian had heard a lot of rumors about him in the Battle of Empty Realm. Many in Emperor Xia's realm even said that he was a strange and evil man who practiced dark magic. But since coming to Dali, all he had seen and heard was the absolute admiration that people in both the upper and lower worlds had for him. Even the princes of Dali Imperial City bowed to him when they saw him. King Tiandao's household was not at peace with the imperial advisor, but the people of Daily Mountain still had to show respect when they saw him. This was what he had seen of the imperial advisor in the Dali dynasty. He had wondered what kind of person this man, who stood at the peak of the Dali dynasty, was. Perhaps only those who stood beside him could truly know anything about him. The imperial advisor walked to his seat and bowed slightly to Li Sun and the others, saying, "May I be seated, Your Highness?" "Please," said Li Sun politely. The imperial advisor was not a stickler about where he sat, and so Li Sun and the others always left him several possible places of honor at the center. After he sat, the imperial advisor looked at the vast sparring field before him. With only a glance, he gave everyone their strange feeling. It was as if he were looking directly at them. Everyone had the same feeling, and Futian was no exception. There are many holy lands for cultivating in Dali dynasty, but few of them are in contact with each other. Today, Daily Mountain has come seeking the path, and this is a good thing. Thus, I have invited many people from Dali Imperial City and Sword Mountain to come and witness the sparring session, said the Imperial Advisor. For the vast majority of people, there are boundaries to cultivation, and once you have reached a certain level, it is difficult to move forward. You can only wait for your juniors to overtake you. I hope that the juniors of the Dali dynasty can continue to surpass their elders. As a member of the Dali dynasty, seeing so many outstanding juniors gathered here for this sparring session soothes my heart. If you all can keep coming to seek the path in the future, that would be a beautiful thing. When you spar with each other, you can see your weaknesses, scrutinize yourself, and then keep moving forward. Today I will choose a disciple from among those sparring here. Of course, if he is not willing, I will not force him. I now give you all time to yourselves." And on saying this, he said no more. In reality, all the disciples of both Dali Academy and Daily Mountain were outstanding people, and all of them were at the sage level. There were many things that their elders didn't need to do. Here, all they had to do was observe. These disciples would do very well on their own. At that moment, a figure walked out of the group of disciples of Daily Mountain. There was a fierce expression on his face. He wanted to look even more dangerous than Di Hao. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and he gave off a pressing aura. But this aura was not too strong. When he released his rule power, everyone could feel that he had only cultivated up to the lower sage level. But he was undoubtedly at the peak of that plane. "I am Kuang Shao of Daily Mountain. I have no name of my own, as found on the battlefield and brought back by the army. The king gave me my name, as my father probably died in battle." The youth looked at the disciples of Dali Academy. "In this life, most of my time has been spent either cultivating or in battle. I have killed many enemies and have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat many times. The disciples of Dali Academy cultivate here in the city, reading books. Yet they receive the respect of the masses and enjoy many cultivation resources, even though they have rarely experienced the threat of death. This is because no one dares to do anything against them. Thus, I wish to test if my cultivation methods are better, or if those of Dali Academy are better." Kuang Zhao's dashing spirit was carried in his voice, and he did not hide his talent. Even the bit of aura that he was projecting was extremely wild. Unlike Daily Mountain, Dali Academy was located in a city. Thus, the environment that the disciples of Dali Academy lived in was indeed much more peaceful, and each disciple of the academy was relatively famous, with everyone knowing about them. In contrast, the cultivators of Daily Mountain, which was located in the west, often faced death on the battlefield, and yet few in the Dali dynasty knew their names. Only Di Hao attracted anyone's attention. This diatribe that Kuang Shao had launched against the disciples of Dali Academy was calling Dali Academy itself into question, as well as the imperial advisor's ideas. In some sense, Daily Mountain's attitude was king of the West Tiandao's attitude. Li Xin looked at Kuang Shao. His kingly uncle seemed to want to prove something by the sparring session. The cultivators of Dali Academy talked among themselves quietly, and then a mighty and powerful figure walked out from their midst. "That is Qian Shan, who has been called the most talented student of rhythmic sorcery in Dali Academy," Liu told Yi Futian. Dali Academy naturally did not only have top-level sages. It had cultivators of all levels, and Qian Shan was an extremely powerful lower-level sage. After he had stepped forward, Qian Shan bowed to the crowd, then looked towards Kuang Shao and said, "The great path is long. There is no weakest person on it, just those who are better suited and those who are less suited. Reading leads to cultivation, as does killing enemies on the field of battle. There is no distinction about which is better. Moreover, we do not receive cultivation resources and the respect of the masses just because we are disciples of Dali Academy. Any time the Dali dynasty needs us, we can go to war. In last year's Battle of Empty Realm, Brother Yuan Jin died on the field of battle." Everyone nodded slightly. Qian Shan's argument was outstanding. "You may say there is no distinction about which is better, but there is," said Kuang Shao. His wild aura swept out from him. Qian Shan nodded. "Please." He knelt on the vast sparring field, and a guqin spirit appeared. He began to pluck the guqin, and the notes resonated. The melody was warm and calm, seemingly able to calm the anger of a human heart. Kuang Zhao's life spirit blossomed, and the figure, an impossibly giant beast, appeared behind him, full of ferocity and anger. It was the vicious beast Tao. A suffocating pressure swept across the sparring field, and Kuang Shao suddenly stepped forward. The ground trembled continuously. He seemed to be one with Tao, having transformed into a beast of war as he charged at Qian Shan. Qian Shan continued plucking the guqin strings, and the notes resonated with heaven and earth. Suddenly, an invisible force pierced through everything, as the musical sorcery turned into invisible power and shot towards Kuang Shao and Tao, slowing them down considerably. Hearing the music, Yi Futian felt that the worldly rules had been infected by it. It seemed that, in that area, everything would only move according to the music. Even those watching on the sidelines had an illusion that their perception and movements had been slowed. Kuang Shao will probably lose, thought Yi Futian. Although he was very wild and his combat ability was very high, Qian Shan's music could control him. Moreover, as a disciple of Dali Academy, Qian Shan's rule spells would certainly not be weak. Sure enough, a snowstorm seemed to appear along with the trembling notes. The temperature plummeted, and waves began to crash towards his opponent. The whole area seemed to have turned into a sea world, and the watery prison affected Kuang Zhao's movements. As soon as Kuang Shao had stepped forward, the disciples of Dali Academy must have guessed that he was good at close combat. Kuang Zhao's attack was extremely brutal. Even if it was being sealed by frost and bound by the water prison, it continued its wild attack toward the other. With his body as the center, many giant Tao appeared, rushing forward and tearing away at the frosty seal. At this moment, his body seemed to be fused with the Tao, and this incredibly violent war beast stood in front of Qian Shan. Its sharp claws clamped down, trying to destroy and vanquish this space. Kuang Zhao's attack was extremely brutal. Even if it was being sealed by frost and bound by the water prison, it continued its wild attack toward the other. With his body as the center, many giant Tao appeared, rushing forward and tearing away at the frosty seal. At this moment, his body seemed to be fused with the Tao, and this incredibly violent war beast stood in front of Qian Shan. Its sharp claws clamped down, trying to destroy and vanquish this space. Qian Shan sat quietly. In this space of illusion, he seemed to be at the bottom of the ocean. He did not look up, only stroking the strings, and the musical notes turned into ripples of sound waves, rushing into the ears of Kuang Shao. The closer he got to Qian Shan, the stronger the power that oscillated, rocking his entire will so that everything in front of him seemed somewhat blurred. But even so, it was impossible to stop him from continuing his attacks. The water waves roared upon Qian Shan, and a water dragon encircled around his body, moving upward, and then rushed to the war beast and entangled the body of the other, which blocked Kuang Zhao's attack. Along with a violent shock, their two bodies were simultaneously slammed backward. Kuang Shao is on the verge of defeat, many exclaimed inside their hearts. The technique of Qian Shan's music was able to weaken Kuang Zhao's combat ability continuously. At the beginning of the battle was when Kuang Shao had the most chance to win. Still, as that attack did not overcome his opponent, the likelihood of another opportunity later in the fight was slight. As expected by everyone, the battle lasted quite a long time. Qian Shan's musical spell defended Kuang Zhao's violent attacks until Kuang Shao was weakened to his eventual defeat by Qian Shan. Much obliged. Qian Shan collected the Guqing spirit, got up and bowed to the cultivators of Daily Mountain, then returned among the disciples of the Dali Academy. Kuang Zhao's face was icy, and there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. He also returned to the people of Daily Mountain. Did you understand? Among the crowd of Daily Mountain, next to Di Hao, a young man looked at Kuang Shao and asked. Kuang Shao bowed his head. On the battlefield, if defeated, it often meant death. He was the first one of the Daily Mountain to battle. Therefore, the defeat was particularly shameful. On the battlefield, you were brave enough to face thousands, rushing into the army without hesitation. But from the very beginning, Qian Shan of Dali Academy restricted your ability. His musical talent was superb, and his spells extraordinary. Even though you possessed immensely strong offensive powers, it was still difficult for you to fully exert your power. After you return to Daily Mount, you should self-reflect. Empty courage ultimately will achieve nothing. In addition to the trials of life and death, more studying is needed. The young man continued to lecture. Many people looked with surprise at the young man. From what he had said, it seemed that the battle was just a trial for the disciples of Daily Mountain, not a real battle to seek the way. He had used this battle to teach Kuang Shao, a disciple of Daily Mountain. Yes, senior brother. Kuang Shao bowed his head. He seemed to be extremely respectful to the young man. The young man stepped forward, and suddenly, the eyes of all the disciples of the Dali Academy fell on him. The affectation of the young man was even more extraordinary than Kuang Shao, and he was about half a head taller. He was clad in all black, and his eyes, though calm, were extremely deep. This person stood next to Di Hao among the disciples of the Daily Mountain, and from this alone, one could detect his status. Presumably, he was mighty. 7 sins of Daily Mountain, swordsman of the peak of Sage Plain, half step into Saint Plain, pleased to meet you. The moment his voice fell, an invisible sword will instantly envelop the entire platform, cold and sharp. Although he was still standing there calmly, there was an extreme sense of danger coming out of him. The faces of the disciples of Dali Academy were darkened. Clearly, this person was very powerful. Moreover, when he introduced himself, he bluntly declared that he was a swordsman, half step into Saint Plain. This was a kind of self-confidence. He informed everyone of his level of cultivation. He released the atmosphere so the other party could perceive it, allowing Dali Academy to choose the next person to answer the battle call. Even the eyes of those from Sword Mountain were focused on this person who walked out. Many of the swordsmen in training wore a grave look on their faces. From the sword that was released from the other, they had felt an authoritative pressure of swordway. 7 sins, swordsmen in training. This was a cultivator who did not enjoy any fame in Dali Imperial City. Before now, almost no one had heard of his existence. Never mind him. Even Di Hao was only known because of his adopted father, King Tiandao. The people of Dali focused on Dali Academy way more than they did Daily Mountain, especially inside this imperial city. Dali Academy had countless cultivators, which was a conglomeration of all the elites of Dali. Naturally, some were half-step into the Saint Plain. If Di Hao did not answer the call of battle, clearly Dongchen would not either. Otherwise, who could battle Di Hao? At this time, a disciple from Dali Academy stepped out. He was wearing a golden shirt and seemed very thin. When he stepped onto the platform, the sword released from 7 sins could be felt, yet his footsteps were steady. A ray of golden light permeated from him, and there seemed to be a strange rhythm that rocked the invisible space, which gradually turned into a strong pressure, sweeping towards 7 sins. Zuozong! Many were not surprised to see the appearance of this person. In Dali Academy, Dong Chen and Zuozong were the closest to Saint Plain. At the most recent battle forum at Dali Academy, Dong Chen was first and Zuozong was second. Zuozong, a disciple of the Dali Academy, pleased to meet you, Zuozong said. As his voice fell, the golden robe fluttered without wind, and a suffocating pressure shrouded the forum platform. At this instant, although the two had not yet made any exchanges, they were already competing with their aura, and the airflow on the platform became extremely agitated. Even the cultivators around them could feel that suffocating pressure. The sword was madly condensing, and everyone could see violent currents of sword wave gathering in front of 7 sins, making sharp and harsh sounds. It was followed by a sword, suspended in front of him, humming. This sword looked to be greedily devouring of the currents of sword wave that rose between heaven and earth. The sword itself was extremely thin, but there was a terrible texture carved upon it, puffing out shocking radiance. Many people of Sword Mountain showed a sharpness in their eyes. Their expression now mirrored that of a sharp sword. Even the shadow-bearing sword saint was moved slightly. "Sword of Kasayapa," shadow-bearing sword saint said. Suddenly, many of the powerful principles people were stunned. The name of the sword of Kasayapa originated from a Kasayapa sword saint many years ago, whose sword way was unparalleled. He was known as the first person of the Dali sword way. Later, the Kasayapa sword saint had gone missing, and the sword of Kasayapa never surfaced again. Now, could the sword in the hand of 7 sins be the sword of Kasayapa? The sword was thin as a leaf, and indeed the shape of a leaf could be faintly detected. Although it was extremely thin, its sword will was astounding. "First sword," 7 sins spat, and the sword shot out like a light. It disappeared in a flash. Zuozong apparently also perceived the strength of the other. He released his life spirit, and suddenly a golden brilliance flowed upon his torso, a huge golden shadow covering him, just like an ancient golden god. Dong! A loud bang rocked the void and let out a roar, and a terrible storm swept out and turned into countless golden spears. However, the sword penetrated directly and split one of the golden spears down the middle, but did not touch the other spears. It continued the forward momentum toward Zuozong as fast as light. The huge golden palm of Zuozong lifted up and slammed toward the sword. It was like the waves of a storm, and even the void trembled. However, that sword was far too thin. As if there was nowhere to exert the force, it directly pierced into the golden palm print and penetrated it bit by bit. It came out from the back of the palm, continuing to stab toward Zuozong. On the golden body of Zuozong, brilliant golden lines also appeared, and a clear sound was heard. Terrible shockwaves swept out, but in the face of this terrible storm, the sword still stabbed toward that golden torso, penetrating bit by bit. Halfway, it was finally blocked. The disciples of the Dali Academy looked grave. Zuozong's offensive and defensive skills were considered unparalleled below the Saint Plane, but the sword of his opponent actually penetrated him halfway. Zuozong wanted to grab onto the sword with his left hand, but saw that the sword instantly exited, like a golden streaming light. It then wrapped around and twirled above Zuozong's body. Many people look at 7 sins again. He was controlling the sword. Not only that, but a second sword appeared in front of him. Second sword. As his voice fell, the sword struck again. It once again went towards Zuozong. At the same time, the first sword also started to move back. The 2 swords simultaneously cutting the body of the ancient god that was summoned by Zuozong, tearing it apart little by little. Dong! A loud noise seemed to rock heaven and earth. Zuozong stepped out, allowing the swords to cut at him while he continued walking towards 7 sins. A golden arm smashed towards 7 sins. When his foot stepped down, there was a pressure of the way that covered this space and oppressed the void. 7 sins stood indifferently. He looked up and glanced at the arm that was slamming toward him. Sword will surrounded his body, tearing the void. In an instant, 7 sins broken through the sky, as if ignoring the pressure, and his body disappeared. Then the body of the 7 sins appeared above Zuozong. The way of the space. The sword of Kasayapa could only be cultivated by those who specialized in the way of the space. The third sword. In front of 7 sins, the third sword of Kasayapa stabbed forward. Upon the immense body of Zuozong, suddenly there appeared many golden arms, grabbing toward the void at the same time. The figure of 7 sins disappeared once more, like a golden afterimage, shuttling upon the platform. His spiritual power was released to the extreme. While dodging, he still controlled the swords that cut at the body of Zuozong without ceasing. The disciples of the Dali Academy looked serious. If this continued, Zuozong would be defeated. As they expected, when the sword of Kasayapa manifested the 13th time, a terrible storm of the sword of Kasayapa started around Zuozong. His huge golden battle form was now being slashed and shattered, slowly being destroyed. Soon, even the incomparably sturdy body of the ancient god could no longer be sustained, and its body collapsed and shattered. The 13 swords surrounded Zhuozong's body. The sword was covering the sky, the body of 7 sins suspended in the sky, still looking indifferent. Zhuozong of the Dali Academy had been defeated. Many looked up at 7 sins, who was in the void. It was unexpected that besides Di Hao, there still existed such a strong person. So just how strong was Di Hao? Even if Yi Futian's eyes, while looking at 7 sins, changed somewhat, the one who stood at the peak of Dali was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect the sword of Cassiopeia, which had been lost for a long time, to appear here today. It was certainly worth the trip, Shadow-bearing Sword Saint said. Could he compete with Jian Wu? Asked Li Sun. He certainly could. Shadow-bearing Sword Saint nodded, and everyone looked at 7 sins. Jian Wu was praised as the first swordsman of Dali under the Saint Plane, the first disciple of Sword Mountain. 7 sins could compete with him. This demonstrated the formidable strength of 7 sins. Today's forum battle has gotten even more interesting. I didn't know if we would be seeing the sword battle of the younger generation of Dali, to see the sword of Sword Mountain compete with the sword of Cassiopeia. The shadow-bearing sword Saint looked at Jian Wu and then looked at Yi Futian. The Sword Mountain had come to Emperor Li's city to fulfill a contract to allow Jian Wu to descend the mountain and to defeat the 7 swordsmen, so he could cultivate at Sword Mountain. Now there was also a peak swordsman in Daily Mountain and the appearance of the long, lost sword of Cassiopeia. Li Sun noticed the gaze of the shadow-bearing sword saint and suddenly looked at Yi Futian, saying, I almost forgot that this trip of the Sword Mountain was to come for the 7th swordsman. 7th swordsman is the first swordsman from the lower worlds. What is your opinion of the sword of 7 sins? Many people looked at Yi Futian. At this moment, it was the first time that many top figures of Dali had truly noticed Yi Futian. Among them, there was the advisor of Dali and the royal prince of Dali. Many people looked at Yi Futian. At this moment, it was the first time that many top figures of Dali had truly noticed Yi Futian. Among them, there was the advisor of Dali and the royal prince of Dali. Yi Futian's eyes fell on Li Sun, and he saw that Liao, who was next to Li Sun, was also looking at him. However, Liao would not know who he was or for whom he came for. Once upon a time in the 9 states, Liao caused Jiu's death and also caused the death of many in the 9 states. In the empty realm, Liao forced him to react after he was defeated. Yaya and senior brother were both seriously injured. Both of them and Wuchen almost died in the battle. If it weren't for the sword from the sword master of Lihin that allowed Yi Wuchen to block the attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, he came to Dali. There were some things that he needed to do. If it was merely relying on cultivation to kill Liao, and judging from Liao's status, when would that be? But even though his heart was full of hatred, his eyes were calm and without disturbance. He did not cast so much as a sideways glance at Liao. He merely focused on Li Sun and said, the way of the sword was outstanding and its power was truly amazing. When many heard what Yi Futian had to say, they secretly agreed. 7 sins was indeed outstanding. This man himself had once come to the Dali Academy, also seeking instruction. He was now known as the first person of the Dali lower realm. He must have been quite extraordinary himself. However, this time, Jian Wu of the Sword Mountain and 7 sins were both present. There were also Dong Chen and Di Hao, 2 peak characters, so there wouldn't be much required of him. However, it was still an opportunity to observe and learn. Li Sun nodded with a smile and said, Today is a rare opportunity. Sword Mountain came because of you. There are also 2 great young swordsmen in training at their peak, a great way to sharpen your swordway. You can ask them for instruction later. I do not agree with your highness, Yi Futian said. Why? Asked Li Sun. Your highness said that Jian Wu and 7 sins are the great young swordsmen of Dali. Though the first sword of Sword Mountain and the sword of Seven Sins are strong, they may not necessarily be at the peak. The sword of Seven Sins had fatal flaws. If your Highness wanted to talk about the peak sword way below the Saint Plain, then I ought to be included, Yi Futian said. Oh! Hearing his words, Li Sun showed a look of surprise. All witnessed the force of Seven Sins' sword. He had realized the way of the space and integrated it into the sword. The power of the sword of Kasayapa was unparalleled. But the seventh swordsman claimed that the sword of Seven Sins had fatal flaws. Many who knew the name of the seventh swordsman had heard that his entire mind was bent on seeking the way of the sword. His behavior was quite arrogant, and he thought that his sword way was the one and only. It seemed that this was indeed the case. He had come alone to seek the way from Dali Academy. He had just witnessed the sword of Seven Sins in action, but he was now saying that there were imperfections in the sword of Seven Sins. The seventh swordsman felt that he ought to be the person at the peak of the sword way. However, in the eyes of most people present today, the seventh swordsman, though outstanding in his own right, he was bound to be at some distance from the few who were at the peak of the Dali upper realm. Li Sun did not deny Yi Futian's claim, but said, "If so, let me witness your sword. How about it?" Yi Futian looked toward Li Sun. The status of Li Sun, as the royal prince of the Saint Plain, was no lesser than Li Yao. "Since your Highness wishes to see, I will oblige," Yi Futian responded. He stepped forward and looked at Seven Sins in the crowd of Daily Mountain. He called out, "The seventh swordsman in training, ask for instruction in the way of the sword." Seven Sins cast a glance at Yi Futian. He did not recognize who he was. He came here today for Dali Academy, and this person just critiqued his sword as having fatal flaws. He naturally relegated it as nonsense. Seven Sins looked at Yi Futian. He did not speak and did not step out. Many eyes were looking toward the direction of Daily Mountain, falling on Seven Sins. For a time, this space was rather silent. Seven Sins did not respond to the call of battle, not because he dared not to. His eyes were casual and calm, and he moved his sight away. It was as if he had not heard anything Yi Futian said. The cultivators of the Daily Mountain, likewise, glanced at Yi Futian. No one spoke. The silent space was like a silent jeer. Yi Futian dared to criticize that the sword of Seven Sins, so it was understandable that the people of Daily Mountain would eschew all etiquette on that account. The silence at the moment was a statement. Not just anyone could ask Seven Sins of Daily Mountain for a fight. Seven Sins did not care to move his little finger. Many people felt uncomfortable in this slightly embarrassing atmosphere. This first swordsman from the lower worlds was obviously not quite up to par. Even if he had personally asked for Seven Sins to instruct the way of the sword, he was ignored by Seven Sins. Those in power felt the embarrassing atmosphere of the forum, but they did not speak, just watching Yi Futian. How would this swordsman in training handle the situation? Li Sun looked at Yi Futian. His face changed slightly. This embarrassing situation would make Yi Futian feel he was losing face. Shadow-bearing sword saint was thinking whether or not to ask Jen Wu to step out instead to resolve the impasse. This seventh swordsman was dedicated to seeking the way of the sword, and his speech was quite arrogant. The unparalleled in the lower worlds also had the right to be arrogant. It was only that in the upper worlds, among the top figures here, it was inevitable that this attitude would suffer some disadvantage. However, with the right challenges and trials, great achievement was a definite outcome. Of course, Yi Futian knew that he was being ignored, but he did not feel anything out of the ordinary when he saw the reaction of the people of Daily Mountain. Being ignored was, in itself, quite within expectation. After all, this was one of the two strongest holy lands to cultivate in Dali Imperial City, and Seven Sins was someone who stood at the top. Seventh swordsman in training asks Daily Mountain for instruction of the way. Yi Futian continued, and this time he was not asking for 7 sins only. Instead, he was asking Daily Mountain. In other words, anyone from Daily Mountain would suffice. The people of Daily Mountain glanced at him and saw Yi Futian standing there. His body stood tall. It seemed as if he had not felt any shame whatsoever. After being ignored the first time, he was still insisting. In the direction of Daily Mountain, a burly figure walked out. It was a cultivator of the sage plain of Daily Mountain. Today, it was Daily Mountain asking Dali Academy for instruction, not an occasion for Yi Futian to cause trouble. However, since he had affected them, they had to clean it up. Dong! The cultivator who came out did not announce himself, but merely stepped right out and released a terrible force. "Are you ready?" asked Yi Futian. "Get it on," the other responded coldly. Yi Futian's palm stretched out, and suddenly Sword started whistling. It surrounded him and gathered into a massive sword in front of him. This heavy sword rotated in front of Yi Futian, whistling and humming, and its breath was getting stronger and stronger with terrible power. The force that came out of it contained a strong sense of annihilation. A few cultivators of Daily Mountain expressed a stern look. This person did not seem to be weak. Raising his palm, Yi Futian reached out and clasped the end of the sword, and then pushed the sword forward with breakneck speed. Loud noises whistled. The Daily Mountain cultivator suddenly lunged forward with both palms extended forward, and a golden pattern appeared in front of him immediately. Yi Futian came with the sword, and his palm pressed toward the front. As the sword arrived, the loud, roaring noise came out, and instantly the golden pattern exploded and was pulverized. The heavy sword continued its movement forward. The cultivator let out an angry roar. His face changed slightly, and he stepped out once again. His life spirit was released, and a huge golden behemoth appeared. The strength of both palms, like a hurricane, blasted out fiercely. Yi Futian ignored the attempt of the other, and his palm continued to push the heavy sword. Everything shattered and exploded, and the body of the other continued to backpedal. He let out sounds of frustrated exertion, and it was still useless. His feet ground against the floor, and the clothing on his arms were shredded. Blue veins on his arms were bulging. The sounds of friction could be heard as if his bones were about to be crushed. Yi Futian did not deal a fatality. He had folded one hand behind him, using only his right hand pushing forward, oppressing the other with the ease of a stroll. Enough! A voice was heard, and Yi Futian stopped to turn his head, looking toward the direction of Daily Mountain. Over there, 7 Sins walked out and looked at Yi Futian. His expression was as sharp as a sword. Clearly, this battle made him feel that Yi Futian possessed incredible strength. Yi Futian let go of the opponent, and the sword disappeared. He went to 7 Sins, and the two stood face to face. "My sword, what's wrong with it?" asked 7 Sins. "Are you ready?" Yi Futian asked the same as he had before. 7 Sins frowned and replied, "Yes." He needed no preparation. Around him, the sword was shot to the sky, and the sword of Kasaipa was condensing. But as he was concentrating on forming the sword, Yi Futian's body turned into a stream of light, and 7 Sins felt that he was locked down by spiritual power. Yi Futian had a sword in his hand, a common-looking sword. But when the sword struck, a horrible storm that came between heaven and earth appeared. It was as if everywhere it passed, everything would be crushed. So fast! Everyone blinked, and then they saw the sword will of 7 Sins coursing out. His body seemed to disappear. It was like a light that moved in and out of thin air. However, in the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted. They saw that Yi Futian had also disappeared. In the void, Yi Futian's sword was still swinging. This sword seemed to have accompanied him traversing the void and was aimed directly at 7 Sins. The sword will around 7 Sins was extremely powerful, and it madly screamed toward Yi Futian for the kill. But Yi Futian was also surrounded by an equally terrible sword storm. Buzz! 7 Sins once again disappeared from where he was standing. Almost at the same time, everyone saw that Yi Futian had also disappeared. The pupils of everyone contracted and stared at the battlefield. They saw a sword. This sword seemed to be a sword from another dimension, appearing through the void so that there seemed to be a sword light crossing the space of the void. From that sword light, it seemed that the position of the two could be deciphered. All of this, in fact, happened in an instant, and there only seemed to be a sword that crossed heaven and earth. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Yi Futian stood in the void, but 7 Sins appeared on the forum platform. The sword in his hand was broken. 7 Sins looked somewhat bewildered at the sword that had not yet formed, and his face was slightly pale. Not only him, but many people around him trembled and watched the scene in front of them with shock. 1 sword strike. That beautiful scene in the void was just 1 sword strike. 7 Sins, the swordsman who stood at the peak of Dali, whose sword was cut in half by another. Those from Daly Mountain looked extremely concerned, and they looked up at Yi Futian. I said your flaw was too fatal, Yi Futian said. The sword of Cassiopeia was mighty and would get stronger as the battle went on. However, the sword of Cassiopeia needed the condensation of sword wool. Obviously, he would not give 7 Sin the time to do so. In the first sword strike, he had immediately resolved the battle. But was it true that 7 Sin's sword contained fatal flaws? The answer was no. No cultivator in this world was perfect and without fault. No matter the ability of cultivation, there would always be weaknesses. Perhaps the only weakness of 7 Sins was that for the sword of Cassiopeia to be released, it required a significant amount of sword will to turn it into an invincible sword. The sword of Cassiopeia would get stronger and stronger. Before, when all 13 swords were deployed, even someone as strong as Zuozong of the Dali Academy was unable to resist. Moreover, he could be stronger still. But it did require some time for the sword will to condense, and did that matter? With the sword will that flowed upon 7 Sins, even if there was no sword of Cassiopeia, his offense and defense were still solid. Not to mention, he had incorporated spatial will and integrated it into the sword will so that it could tear the void in its progression. Previously, even Zuozong's Might of the Great Path was unable to trap him. So, how could this be considered a fatal flaw? But at the moment, the 7th swordsman did not allow 7 Sins to strike with the sword. And before the sword of Cassiopeia could be unleashed, he had cut the formation of the sword short. Because the sword of the 7th swordsman was not any weaker than the sword of Cassiopeia, and he was also an expert in spatial will, by locking onto the body of 7 Sins, the sword broke through the void, hence the brilliant sword strike that everyone witnessed. If 7 Sin had time to gather multiple swords of Cassiopeia, it would be difficult to know who was strong and who was weak. But since the 7th swordsman could deter him from launching his sword, that itself proved that the way of the sword of the 7th swordsman was more convincing than that of 7 Sins. Excellent, Li Sun praised. Though there was only 1 strike fro the sword, it was a superb one. Not only Li Sun. Everyone around looked at Yi Futian with a slightly changed attitude. This first swordsman from the lower worlds, with just 1 sword strike, convinced all the top figures who were present to recognize his strength. Before, many had thought that this battle was to Yi Futian to seek the way, to learn of the sword, and to observe the swords of Jian Wu and 7 Sins. But obviously, the 7th swordsman was proving that his sword was not inferior to anyone, even if it was someone as strong as 7 Sins. As he said before to Li Sun, he ought to be included among those at the peak of swordsmanship below Saint Plain. Li Yu also looked at Yi Futian with some shock. Even though she knew that he was strong, she did not expect that he was this strong. 7 Sins was someone who had defeated Zuozong of the Dali Academy. When Yi Futian stepped out, he was ignored by the people of Daly Mountain. But then, when the two significant cultivators of Daily Mountain faced him, each was only able to release one single sword strike. Even at this moment, all the top figures of Dali who were present focused their attention on him. Jian Wu. At this moment, the shadow-bearing sword saint spoke. Your turn. In the direction of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu's sight directed toward Yi Futian from a distance. He stepped forward. Shadow-bearing sword saint had asked him to fight some swordsmen from the lower worlds, and it was not something he was willing to do. However, the shadow-bearing sword saint was his elder, so he still obeyed. When he saw the sword of 7 sins today, he thought that his opponent would be 7 sins. But Yi Futian proved his worth with his sword, that he deserved an exchange. Jian Wu walked out, and each of his steps contained a terrifying sword will, the swordsmanship clouding the sky and causing a sword storm of sword qi. Jian Wu, the first disciple of Sword Mountain, the first sword below saint in the Dali Imperial City. 7th swordsman, the first person below Saint Plain in the lower worlds. Both of them used sword in their name. Jian Wu's body levitated and appeared upon the void, standing opposite Yi Futian, with the sword will wrapped around him, and real, physical swords bloomed between heaven and earth. This storm headed directly toward Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was also protected by the same force, so the two storms of swordsmanship collided, and a truly suffocating might now filled this space. Some cultivators below the Saint Plain felt that if they came between the two, they may not be able to withstand the sword will and might be torn into pieces. At this time, Jian Wu extended his palms, and suddenly, in front of his palms, the sword will gathered, turning into swords, and transparent swords surrounded his body. Water of autumn, Jian Wu said, and the sword broke through the sky and moved toward Yi Futian. On top of Yi Futian, burning flames hung high above the sky as a sun. His hand reached out, and suddenly a sword gathered in his hand, a sword of burning flame. The sword unleashed, and fire dragons roared and burned through the void. Blazing sun, Yi Futian also commanded, and the two sword wills circled and colliding. Jian Wu seemed not to have noticed, and the sword will once again condensed and gave rise to a sky full of swords. Between heaven and earth, there appeared a starry sky. Meteor. Jian Wu pointed forward, and suddenly another sword broke through the sky, descending with meteor sword will. Yi Futian looked up at his surroundings, and there was another will of frost materializing around him. Hail! A voice commanded, and the sword of ice went toward the sword of meteor. Heaven and the earth seemed to be frozen, which blocked the meteor from falling. Jian Wu's body floated in a forward movement. Both of his hands stretched out. Above the sky, a great and stunning sword will manifested everywhere. The moment, cued by the command, swords came out to attack, and the affectation of the moment was everywhere. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward, and the sword whistled in the sky, and a storm of destruction raged. Storm. With the strike of the sword, the horrible storm of horror seemed to flood this space. Qijue, swordsmanship of Sword Mountain. All the cultivators of Dali gazed upon the battlefield. Qijue swordsmanship used 7 kinds of sword wills to manifest and depended on each swordsman's cultivation. The results were not all the same, but Qijue swordsmanship gradually increased in layers. Its power was shocking, and every time the sword struck, it was to gather sword force so that the sword strikes towards the end were more terrifying. Qijue sword realm contained all the swordsmanship. At the moment, above the sky, there was an infinite number of sharp swords falling. In its succeeding gloom, this space had completely turned into a world of the swords. Jian Wu's Qijue sword realm. All in all, Jian Wu's eyes were extremely sharp, and from those eyes came a terrible light. Of the 7, for had already been dispersed. When the sword struck out, it turned into all and contained all. It was everywhere, omnipotent, and could destroy all. Above Yi Futian, a terrible thunderstorm exploded, sweeping the entire space, shattering all things. He stepped out again, and this time went toward Jianwu. In the battle between swordsmen, the only way was forward, and there was no retreat. Thunder. Another sword emerged, and heaven and earth seemed to be destroyed by way of the sword. Thunder, sword strikes, smashed the void, and cleaved open the great path. Densify. Jianwu's eyes turned into sword eyes, and inside his pupils, the space of the sword realm was reflected. Yi Futian only felt that this sword realm was unreal, just like a hell made of swordway. Heavy, swords condensed and came into being, immense and incomparable. Each step he took shook the void. The heavy sword broke through the air and blasted into all 8 directions of the land, suppressing the sword realm. The end of day. Jianwu unleashed the 6th sword, and the Qijue sword realm turned into real doomsday. The infinite sword will intended to pierce the sword realm and madly moved to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved both hands, his feet upon the void, and sharp swords surrounded him. Infinity. Rolls of sword veil swung out, seemingly infinite, annihilating all swordsmanship. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at the scene of horror in the void, and many people trembled in their hearts. Was this the battle of the peak swordsmanship below the Saint Plain? Whether it was Jianwu or the 7th swordsman, they were both fearfully strong. But at this moment, the 7th swordsman was shrouded by Qijue's sword realm and was significantly restricted by it. Even so, he was still able to block the 6th sword with his sword of incomparable aggression. However, the space seemed to be shattered and destroyed. How sharp would the next sword be? Just then, Jianwu closed his eyes and seemed to have integrated into the sword realm, and his body was spinning. Suddenly, the infinite sword will between heaven and earth gathered together and merged into the sword realm. This entire sword realm seemed to be turning and crushed everything within. Funeral of the gods. A sharp voice came from inside the sword realm, and the sword will of destruction suddenly shattered the void. The funeral of the gods was precisely that even the gods would be buried in the Qijue sword realm. Yi Futian stared at this devastating storm. The sword realm buried all things and shattered all things. Even the clothes on his body were shredded. His swordsmanship seemed unable to defend this force. At the moment, the aura upon his body had already reached its peak, and the sword force of heaven and earth seemed to gather together. In this storm, he held a sword, and with every step that was taken, the sword force was still climbing higher and strengthened further. There was a sword mark between heaven and earth, tearing up the void. Wherever Yi Futian passed, everything seemed to be pulverized. The storm became stronger, rushing toward him. Finally, Yi Futian's sword was unleashed. This sword would end all things. When the sword struck, a storm broke out, and his body moved with the sword, using the sword to tear apart the funerary storm. Sizzling sounds were heard, and the sword will madly teared and destroyed. The sword realm seemed to have been opened, and then tore apart bit by bit until the sword realm was fully opened. All saw that sword rocket upward like a sacred sword, a true sword strike that could cleft the sky in two. The sword light crossed the heaven and the earth, and a sword opened up the sky. With a loud boom, the storm of destruction raged between the sky and the earth, and the Qijue sword realm was broken. In the sword realm, there came a groan. Jianwu flew out backward, and at the corner of his mouth, there was a streak of blood. The first person in the younger generation of Sword Mountain, the sharpest sword below saint in the Dali dynasty, Jianwu was defeated. Of course, he was no longer the strongest sword below saint in Dali Imperial City. The 7th swordsman had replaced him. At this time, the aura on Yi Futian's body was slightly shallow. Jianwu was already incredibly strong. But the final sword of end all appeared as one strike, but gathered the momentum of all the sword attacks before it. With his terrible power integrated within, along with the space-shredding rules, he had turned the end-all power of the halberd of time and space into the swordsmanship that would end all things. Therefore, there was that beautiful sword strike opening the sword realm of the other. The shadow-bearing sword, Saint, looked at Yi Futian, speechless. For this arrogant but pure-hearted swordsman of the lower worlds, he had asked Jian Wu to come down from the mountain to defeat him. But now, even Jian Wu of Sword Mountain was defeated in battle. Just as the seventh swordsman had said, would this confirm that he learned from all things of the world to comprehend the swordsmanship of all things, which was more suitable than the swordsman of the Sword Mountain? Then, why go to Sword Mountain at all? Could it be that this seeker's destiny was not with Sword Mountain after all? No one would have thought that the seventh swordsman from the lower worlds would triumph over the two mighty swordsmen, Seven Sins and Jian Wu. The young man who had come to the Dali Academy to seek instruction once upon a time now used these two battles to prove to the world that he was the first sword under the Dali dynasty. After this battle, below the Saint Plain, there is nothing more to ask regarding the swordsmanship. The road ahead can only be the divine path, Yi Futian said. Although the words sounded proud, they were the truth. He had reached the apex of the sword way below the Saint Plain in Dali. From now on, what lied in front of him could only be the divine path. Li Xin looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Our Dali dynasty is full of talent. Even the people of the lower worlds are standing at the peak below the Saint Plain. I am looking forward to the future of Dali dynasty. Li Xin looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Our Dali dynasty is full of talent. Even the people of the lower worlds are standing at the peak below the Saint Plain. I am looking forward to the future of Dali dynasty. Next to Li Xin, the imperial advisor of Dali also looked at Yi Futian. The fortune of Dali was changing, and there could be turmoil in the future. However, he could not yet see the cause of the change in fortune. Dali dynasty was prosperous. It had many strong cultivators in its command. Even though he had had words with the two kings of Dali, he would still avoid the conflict with the two kings at all costs. Their ideology slightly conflicted, but they were all acting in the best interest of Dali, and no one dared to trespass. Otherwise, even the two kings would not be able to afford the anger of the Emperor of Dali. This seeker was a wild card and came from the lower worlds. Would he be the one? Seventh swordsman, the imperial advisor, called out. Suddenly Yi Futian looked toward the imperial advisor of Dali. This was the first time he looked at the imperial advisor. Because the other had called out to him, he could look back at the imperial advisor with good reason. I heard Lu Chuan saying that you cultivated in the lower worlds and were enlightened. You comprehended the swordsmanship in 30 years, with nature and heaven and earth as your teacher? Asked the imperial advisor. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. His battle techniques had integrated the way of all things in the world into his swordsmanship and turned it into sword arts that was without weakness. The sun, the ice, the storm, the thunder and lightning, even the way of space, contained all things of the universe. Although it seemed that his talent was rather particular, among the many cultivators of the Dali dynasty, having such one genius was not surprising. Your life spirit, let me take a look, the advisor of Dali said. He hadn't seen Yi Futian's life spirit. What kind of life spirit could comprehend the way of all things in heaven and earth? Yi Futian's heart trembled slightly. At this moment he was a little nervous. He was unambiguous that possessing such talent would naturally cause the curiosity of those in power in Dali. To cultivators, the life spirit was vital. The request from the imperial advisor of Dali to see his life spirit was not because he doubted his identity. No one would see a genius and immediately suspect that this person was a fraud. This was not a rational thought process. Perhaps the imperial advisor of Dali wanted to know how this swordsman from the lower worlds was so outstanding. He also knew what came next would be the key, and he had already thought about it. Very well. Many thoughts that flooded his mind, but Yi Futian did not hesitate to agree. In the Life Palace, a sword shuttled around the ancient tree of the world. A rustling came from the ancient tree. Curious aura blended into the sword will and surrounded the sword. Subsequently, the sword whistled and rushed out of the Life Palace. Outside, a brilliant sword rocketed upward, and this sword was incredibly radiant. The instant he appeared, the worldly spiritual chi could not resist but gathered together. It was as if this sword had an affinity with all the other spiritual chi of the universe. The sword crossed in the void and was gone in a flash. Then it buried itself into Yi Futian and returned to his Life Palace. The attention of the imperial advisor of Dali landed on Yi Futian. In this instant, although Yi Futian stood there quietly, he was very nervous inside. He did not know whether or not the will of the ancient tree of the world that he had integrated into the sword will had any flaws. He had tested it before. In his opinion, there were no issues. The cultivators of the world were endless, and it was the same with life spirits. Many people's particular life spirits carried with them various attributes. No matter what power of attributes his life spirit was carrying, it was also entirely reasonable. The sword spirit in harmony with nature and heaven and earth is a considered full attribute. You are indeed suitable to be taught by all things in the universe and refine the all-method swordsmanship. If you could render harmony between them, there would be no sword you could not master. The imperial advisor of Dali nodded slightly and was not surprised. It was as if the full attribute sword spirit was completely expected. Otherwise, how could all things of the universe be its master? Moreover, Yi Futian's sword spirit not only had an affinity toward the full attribute, but he also perceived an incredibly fantastic force. It was as if he was born to fit into the way of the world. His perception was not incorrect, but what he sensed belonged to the life spirit of the ancient tree of the world, which caused him to misjudge. Imperial advisor, it seems that Lu Chuan brought us an amazing genius of the swordsmanship from the lower worlds. He smiled and said, 7 swordsmen, are your parents still in the lower worlds? I don't know who my parents were. Yi Futian's tone was a bit cold, and it seemed to reflect a faint sadness, but it was the truth. It was true that until now he still did not know who his biological parents were. That old guy, Yi Baichuan, did not tell him anything, and now he was missing. And his godfather had never mentioned it either. It was as if he was an orphan. Li Sun nodded lightly and did not say anything more. You may go, the imperial advisor said. Yi Futian nodded, and then returned to his seat on the side of Li Yu in a flash. When Li Yu looked toward him, there was a strange color in her beautiful eyes. She said with a smile, It seems that I underestimated you, the first swordsman below Saint Plain in Dali. The road of cultivation is without end, but the first sword below Saint Plain in Dali is nothing to be boastful of, Yi Futian said calmly. Ah, Li Yu blinked her eyes, and this dignified and noble princess revealed her side as a lady. You are a sword idiot. Li Yu laughed softly, and her beautiful eyes stared straight ahead. Zuozong, 7 Sins, Jianwu, and Yi Futian had made exchanges. For the forum battle of the Dali Academy, who else would now dare to step out? The few people before were already peak figures beside Di Hao and Dongqin. Even if they stepped onto the forum platform, they would not exceed anyone's expectations. This space was silent for some moments, and many eyes looked at the 2 figures. One stood in front of the crowd of the Dali Academy, while the other in front of Daly Mountain. Next would be these 2 battling for glory. Today, Daly Mountain came to visit and seek instruction. These people came to Dali Academy to serve as witnesses of this moment. At this moment, Dihao stepped out. He did not reveal any expression from beginning to end. Even though Yi Futian defeated 7 Sins in one sword strike, he still looked as if nothing had happened. He came today with only one goal: to defeat the best disciple of the Dali Academy, Dongqin. Di Hao walked onto the forum platform and looked in the direction of the Dali Academy and said, "Di Hao of Daily Mountain, asking for your instruction." The clothes upon his body moved without wind. A solemn atmosphere shrouded this space. Soon after, everyone saw that Dongqin had stepped out and stood opposite Di Hao. There was no breath released from either one of them, but there was an invisible wind blowing, which was caused by both of their auras. Dali Dynasty below the Saint Plain, 2 figures at the peak. At this time, an invisible storm swept out and beat on Dongqin's body. He felt that this force oppressed his soul and was extremely suffocating. Di Hao was still standing there, but it seemed that he was everywhere. At this time, Di Hao stepped forward and walked out. Dong! A bell ring sounded across the land, causing a devastating spiritual storm between heaven and earth. When it swept through, Dongqin closed his eyes slightly and felt that his spiritual will was shaking. He felt a very strong sound wave blast out, intending to erase his spiritual will. God-burying bell. Many elders from the Dali Academy had seen and known many things, and in just a moment they had identified the kind of magical power of this sound wave attack. This was a kind of sound magic. It could disregard defensive forces and shatter the spiritual power of others through the air, destroying others' minds. It was incomparably aggressive. Although the others' understanding of Di Hao was limited, they did not doubt that his power was great. Otherwise, no one would have named him the first person below Saint Plain in Dali. Now, when they heard this God-burying bell, many knew that Dongqin was in big trouble. The God-burying bell was an aggressive mental attack, capable of greatly damaging the spiritual power of Dongqin, thus weakening his combat effectiveness. It was not probable for this to be the only kind of ability that Di Hao was an expert in. There must be other extremely strong methods he had at his disposal. Dongqin closed his eyes, and there was a mighty storm of spiritual power that appeared upon his body, which blended with the heavens and the earth. It echoed with the great path. Suddenly he was covered with dazzling brilliance. Dong! Another bell ring rocked the world, sweeping toward them. In front of Dongqin, the invisible spiritual attack materialized and turned into half-shadows of the ancient bell. It blasted toward him. This was a compelling and mystical method of the Dali Academy, which could make the spirit will power materialize. Dali Academy was built by Emperor of Dali, according to the specifications of the Imperial Advisor, and contained many mysterious and compelling methods. Dongqin was the first person of the younger generations of Dali Academy, so he cultivated many great and powerful abilities. Di Hao continued moving forward, and the bell kept ringing. The invisible storm turned into bell rings that continued to attack Dongqin. At this moment, Dongqin's fingers stretched out, and above the 5 fingers of his right hand, radiant and mysterious brilliance encircled them. At the moment the half-shadows of the ancient bell attacked, his fingers pressed down toward the front, and there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of fingers of catastrophe that reached out, blasting upon the ancient bell and destroyed it into smithereens. But at this point, Di Hao's aura had already elevated to an extremely dominant level. Both of his hands stretched out, and suddenly there was a large sacred tripod, hundreds of meters high, that appeared behind him. The sacred tripod rotated, and there was a crushing atmosphere appearing above the firmament. On the area above the forum platform, many tripods appeared at the same time, suspended in midair. It was as if they were all controlled by Di Hao. The tripod spun at the same time, gathering a terrifying storm of suppression. From those tripods, images of the dragon and elephant could be faintly detected. Its might suffocated the sky, and everything was on the verge of being flattened and overruled. Tripod of dragon and elephant. The cultivators of Dali Academy looked up. It was yet another aggressive attack. The tripod in itself was a symbol of suppression. Most Cultivators who cultivated in the method of tripods were experts at suppression rules power. And the tripod of dragon and elephant was the most excellent method among them. The tripod integrated the power of the dragon and elephant and could even suppress the great path. Many of the disciples of the Dali Academy and Daily Mountain felt that their feet were floating. Those whose cultivation was weaker felt their legs slightly trembling. Even if they were not located below, they still felt oppressed and had difficulty breathing. Many of the disciples of the Dali Academy had a look of unease on their faces. Dihao's strength was simply beyond imagination. Was this the might of the way that someone in the sage plane could release? It was just like the might of the divine path. Dongchen was just underneath the might, and the pressure he felt was naturally the strongest. Dongchen was just underneath the might, and the pressure he felt was naturally the strongest. The radiance on his body was still brilliant, and the thousands of fingers of catastrophe pointed to attack the invisible ancient bell of the great path. But at this moment the bell and the tripod both hummed. The bell shattered the souls of men, annihilating the divine spirit. The tripod crushed everything, oppressed the physical body. The tripod of dragon and elephant suppressed the great path. Both of Dongchen's hands made the mudra, and suddenly there was a crisp, clinking sound from his body. There was a terrible radiance shining upon him, and suddenly the battle form of Vajra appeared, which grew larger and larger, reaching as high as hundreds of meters, just like the battle form of the great path. Moreover, the battle form of Vajra gave birth to many arms, and the will of the great path flowed, and all the arms simultaneously struck. The immense palms contained horrific mudra method. The elders of the Dali Academy nodded slightly. Dongchen was the premier disciple below Saint Plain in the Dali Academy. Now he combined the battle form of will and two other magical means to create a perfect blend of power, exploding, amazing power. Dongchen, whose comprehension of the cultivation had always been strong, so he could understand the true meaning within. The tripod of dragon and elephant dropped down and wiped out everything. The great palm of Vajra blasted upon it and caused a violent hurricane. The clothes of those who were around watching the battle had fluttered uncontrollably, and the might of the path blasting toward them. Those sages whose realm were lower were blasted backward, and it was difficult for them to remain standing. Dong! Dihao was still moving forward, and the bell rings shook the sky. The tripod of dragon and elephant, like a divine tripod with golden rays, came out of it, just like the light of the great path, directed toward Dongchen. At this moment, everyone seemed to be able to perceive just how strong the oppressive force that Dongchen was enduring, that immense and incomparable Vajra battle form, seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Dong! A loud bang and numerous lines of light appeared on Dongchen's battle form, extending along the battle form toward the arms. Above the sky, numerous arms blasted out at the same time, creating an extremely brilliant golden pattern from which endless brilliance exuded, and collided with the light from the divine tripod. The two forces were jousting with one another. Dihao stretched out both of his hands, his robe fluttered, and a mighty aura bloomed from him, which then turned extremely sharp. With his body as the center, there was a sudden storm of sword will, and behind him a glorious golden sword appeared. He is also good at swordsmanship? Everyone looked on with shock. Dihao had already released 3 major life spirits. All of them were martial spirits. Bell tripod sword. At the moment, he stood on the forum platform like the king of the divine soldiers. When the sword will was whistling, the infinite sword will once again gathered in front of him, under the gaze of everyone. The sword of Kasaipa that was previously used by 7 sins was once again manifesting. Sword of Kasaipa, Dihao knows it too. Many disciples of the younger generation were trembling in their hearts and extremely shocked. Moreover, the sword of Kasaipa from Dihao was even stronger than that of the 7 sins. Many people showed a look of curiosity. Everyone had thought the battle of the swordsmanship had ended. But no one expected Di Hao was also good at the sword. However, the sword spirit was only one of Di Hao's life spirits, of which he had 3 major ones, and each one of them was extremely aggressive. If Yi Futian claimed that his previous fight with 7 sins, there were flaws with 7 sins, then Di Hao was undoubtedly perfect without any faults. The bell rings suppressed the spiritual willpower. The tripod of dragon and elephant suppressed all things. And now, with the rebirth of the swordsmanship, how tyrannical was this strength? The people of Daily Mountain appeared calm without any look of surprise. Naturally, they knew how strong Di Hao was. Even 7 Sins was observing the battle calmly. His own strength was already incredibly strong. There were few rivals below the Saint Plain who could be his equal, and in the entire Dali Imperial City there were hardly anyone who could counter him. This was why he could defeat number 2 of the Dali Academy, Zhuozong, with overwhelming advantage. However, Di Hao was someone that he admired greatly, and was also someone that he felt he could never surpass. With Di Hao around, everyone else could only fight for the second spot. Although he was very strong, if he had fought with Di Hao, he would be defeated very badly. Whether it was from the beginning or allowing him to release the Sword of the Peak, he would be crushed either way. There was no need to stop him from gathering the Sword of Cassiopeia, as the 7th swordsman had done. Imperial advisor Dongqin seemed to be under great pressure. Li Sun said to the man next to him, "I had no idea that uncle had adopted such a powerful godson." The imperial advisor of Dali looked at the battlefield quietly. The strength of Di Hao was indeed at the apex below Saint Plain. Such ability was nearly invincible. Swords of Cassiopeia now gathered and manifested. Unlike 7 Sins, Di Hao could gather multiple swords of Cassiopeia, and in an instant the swords whistled in the sky. The bell was still ringing, and the tripod of dragon and elephant was still in a deadlock with Dongqin, and with such terrifying swordsmanship suppressing, it could only be imagined just how much pressure Dongqin was facing. Dong! A loud bang, and the many arms of Dongqin were unleashed at the same time, and the currents upon his body were extremely aggressive. He then went in the direction of Di Hao. Not only did he not retreat, but instead he headed toward the other. Go! Di Hao's fingers pointed toward the front, and the sword of Cassiopeia penetrated the void, reaching the limit of speed. Buzz! At this moment, there were many afterimages appeared in front, and they were all images of Dongqin, and these images seemed to be as real as could be. The swords of Cassiopeia whizzed by, and all the afterimages were shattered, and yet other images were constantly condensing and appear and seemed to be increasing. Not only that, but above these condensing illusions, there was also an extremely powerful spiritual will. Di Hao actually felt threatened. Suddenly, the tripod of dragon and elephant flew back and appeared in the area above him. The vastness of the might descended. He continued to move forward, and the bell and the tripod sounded at the same time. His palms pushed out, and the swords of Cassiopeia that were whistling suddenly ran through the void and madly slaughtered in the space, wanting to smash and pulverize the space and destroy all the images of Dongqin. Above the sword of Cassiopeia, there was a great murderous intent hidden within. This was the powerful murderous will that Di Hao had refined from his experience on the battlefield. Dong! The Vajra battle form exploded from an afterimage, blocking the sword while that was madly attacking. At the same moment, the battle form rushed forward and directly oppressing Di Hao's true location. Di Hao showed no fear. The tripod of dragon and elephant descended from the sky, destroyed everything, and blasted toward the battle form. The many arms of the battle form raised up to support the tripod of dragon and elephant. Dongqin's body carried the radiant glory with him as he moved forward. He was surrounded by a sacred light, as if it was not below the Saint Plain any longer, but had already entered the presence of the divine path. Di Hao's hands closed together, and the swordsmanship surrounding him hummed together. The sword of Kasayapa broke through from the sky. With the body of Dongchen as the center, it was attacking instantly, fast as can be. Many disciples of the Dali Academy clenched their fists tightly and revealed a look of worry on their faces. At this moment, the sword of Kasayapa and millions of sword came together, shattering the void, and was completely indefensible. But Dongchen did not pay any attention to it and just continued moving forward. When the sword came for the attack, it passed through his body. Just as the sword about to descend on Dongchen, it stopped abruptly. The glory on Dongchen shrouded the space within it. The sword screamed wildly, and Dihao stepped forward again, his fingers extended, continued the command for the sword to attack. A loud sound was heard, and in this moment, Dongchen's body split once again, producing bodies outside of bodies, colliding directly with the swords of Kasayapa, and was crushed by the swords. Buzz! The might of Great Path descended in front of Dihao, and a phantom image penetrated the attack of swordsmanship and came in front of Dihao. Dongchen's body seemed to be unreal. His fingers pressed down toward Dihao, who was in front. In an instant, heaven and earth were suffocated. Everything seemed to be at a standstill, with only this one finger existing. When this one finger went down, the Great Path descended, and Dihao only felt that his soul was going to be broken. He knew that Dongchen's strongest attacking technique was the God Destroyer. The powerful spiritual will that he released was shattered. The invisible force enveloped his body and seemed to take apart his soul. Dong! A glorious ancient bell surrounded his body, as if it was one with his body, and like Dongchen, one of his fingers also pointed forward. With this finger, the heaven and earth resonated. The Great Path connected, sharper than sword, and contained supreme way of suppression. The fingers of the two men collided together, and suddenly formed an atmosphere of total destruction. The flesh and the spiritual will seem to be crushed. Bell, tripod, and the sword all hummed, intending to shatter the Great Path. Boom! A loud bang. The light of destruction swept out, and the people only saw the two bodies were shocked backward at the same time. Dihao retreated unsteadily and let out a groan. Dongchen's body flew backwards. It seemed that there was a murderous sword that penetrated the body, and inside the body there came a roaring sound. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pale. Dongchen defeated. The hearts of the people trembled. Dongchen, the first person below the Saint Plane from Dali Academy, was defeated. Dihao of Daily Mountain, godson of King Tiandao, the first person below Saint Plane in Dali Dynasty. Much obliged. Dihao put his hands together and bowed. His clothes fluttered as he said to Dongchen, although he had won, but he still respected Dongchen's strength. Dongchen also saluted, then retired without saying anything more. Defeat was defeat. In this battle, he had shouldered great responsibility, but he still lost. Daily Mountain came to seek the way and triumphed over the first holy land of cultivation in Dali Dynasty, the Dali Academy. After the shock, many people looked at the imperial advisor, only to see him sitting there, looking casual, and no one had any idea what he was thinking. This battle can be said to be the battle of the peaks below Saint Plane in Dali Imperial City. Dihao took a few steps forward, looking at the imperial advisor of Dali, and bowed gently, saying, I heard that the imperial advisor wanted to take on apprentices, so I came from Daily Mountain, asked to be instructed by the Dali Academy. I would like to be accepted under the imperial advisor as an apprentice. When Dihao finished speaking, everyone was stupefied in a moment. Dongchen came to the Dali Imperial City when the imperial advisor had wanted to accept disciples, and everyone thought that Dongchen would become a disciple of the imperial advisor. In the eyes of many, Dihao's arrival was undoubtedly to provoke trouble. But at this moment, Dihao claimed that he had come to Dali Dynasty to seek the way, and that he wanted to be the apprentice of the imperial advisor to continue to cultivate. How could the people not be shocked? Dong Chen was even more pale, but he sighed. He was defeated and had no qualification whatsoever to apprentice under the imperial advisor. Once again, everyone looked to the imperial advisor. As the first person below Saint Plain, Di Hao had requested to be his apprentice. Would the imperial advisor agree? The imperial advisor of Dai was also surprised by Di Hao's request, but he soon recovered. Obviously, this was also not unexpected. There were many cultivators in Dali Academy, but at that moment they were all quiet and most of them were looking at the imperial advisor and Di Hao. No one had expected this to happen. The disciples of Dali Academy were all in extremely low spirits. After all, they had lost terribly as Daily Mountain came to seek the path. There were many cultivators in Dali Academy, but at that moment they were all quiet and most of them were looking at the imperial advisor and Di Hao. No one had expected this to happen. The disciples of Dali Academy were all in extremely low spirits. After all, they had lost terribly as Daily Mountain came to seek the path. Although they had won the first battle of lower-level sages, after the 7 sins had come forward, it had seemed that that battle had only happened for the purpose of educating Kuang Shao. He had used the sword of Kasayapa to defeat Zuozong. Next, Di Hao had defeated Dong Qin and had asked to be taken as the disciple of the headmaster of Dali Academy, the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. This was naturally hard to bear for the disciples of Dali Academy. However, Di Hao had wanted to be taken as a disciple and had let everybody know it. Even though Dali Academy, which he founded, had been defeated, he was still second only to Emperor Li. Why else would King Tiandao have sent his adopted son to be trained by him? No matter what their goal was, this was a recognition of the imperial advisor's power and position. The imperial advisor looked up at Di Hao and asked him, "If you want to become my disciple, you must tell me, why do you seek the path?" Di Hao stared at him. His adopted father, King Tiandao, had once told him that he looked at the imperial advisor as an opponent, but at the same time he still respected him greatly. That was because people of talent appreciated each other. Thus, he had sent him to become the imperial advisor's disciple, learning from him and seeking the path with him. That was why he had come here for today's battle. "I seek the path to be able to sweep over the battlefield and plan victory from 1,000 miles away, to be able to protect the Dali dynasty from within, and sweep away all external threats, and make the Dali dynasty prosperous," said Di Hao. All the people of Daily Mountain had trained in the army, and so his thoughts were naturally those of a soldier. He wanted to conquer the world, sweep away all threats, and seize resources of the great path. "Oh." The imperial advisor nodded slightly, then looked away. Di Hao felt himself relax quite a bit. Before, when the imperial advisor had been looking at him, he had felt like he was under a lot of pressure. Under that pressure, if he had spoken insincerely, the imperial advisor would have perceived it. As for whether or not the imperial advisor was satisfied with what he had said, he did not know. The imperial advisor had cultivated himself so highly that he could see right through him, but he could not see through to the imperial advisor's thoughts. "Dong Qin," called the imperial advisor. Dong Qin suddenly stepped forward. "Headmaster," he said. The imperial advisor was also the headmaster of Dali Academy, and so there was nothing improper about calling him headmaster there. "Lift your head," said the imperial advisor. Dong Chen lifted his head, and in that instant felt the same thing that Di Hao had, an invisible pressure. Those deep and wise eyes seemed to pierce right through him, looking into his very soul. Even if he was not purposely putting pressure on him, the force that Dong Chen felt was still great. When one had cultivated to the peak of the saint level, if he willed it, his every move would be like the authority of heaven. "And you? Why do you seek the path?" asked the imperial advisor. When they heard what the imperial advisor said, the disciples of Dali Academy had hope once again. When choosing a disciple, he would not just rely on talent and power. Perhaps Dongqin still had hope. I seek the path to seek knowledge. I want to see great things and be like you, teaching the path to the people of the Dali dynasty, to increase their levels of cultivation, said Dongqin with a bow. The imperial advisor was an idol to the students of Dali Academy, and they worshipped him. Even Dongqin, the #1 junior at the academy, was the same. His respect and worship for the imperial advisor were no less than anyone else's. Thus, Dongqin's goal was everything that the imperial advisor had now. He wanted to become like the imperial advisor, and so he took him as a model. Oh, the imperial advisor nodded again, just like with Dihao. No one could see if he was pleased or displeased, or which one of them he favored. Everyone felt a bit uneasy as they saw the imperial advisor turn his gaze and look into the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell upon Yi Futian. He said, "Seventh swordsman, Lu Chuan has praised you highly, and Sword Mountain has come for you. Why is it that you seek the path of swordsmanship?" A shocked look came over everyone's faces as they heard this. The imperial advisor was questioning seventh swordsman. Could it be that he was considering him as well? Yi Futian looked up at the imperial advisor and then stepped forward. The imperial advisor looked at him, and suddenly he had the same feeling that Dongqin and Dihao had had. "I seek the path of swordsmanship to reach the highest level of swordsmanship, master," answered Yi Futian. He avoided the imperial advisor's gaze, keeping his head down. The imperial advisor kept looking at him, then said calmly, "Look up at me. You seek the path only to improve your swordsmanship?" It seemed that he knew Yi Futian had not spoken the truth. Yi Futian could only look up into the imperial advisor's eyes. He had a feeling that if he spoke falsely, the imperial advisor would see through him. At that moment, Yi Futian thought of his cultivation, not just his swordsmanship. Why did he seek the path? The incident at Donghai, the unstable situation at Nandu, the chaos at East Baron College, the disaster of the Baron State. As he thought of this, Yi Futian's heart was like still water. He looked at the imperial advisor and said, "When I was young, I was often bullied, and thus I put my whole heart towards cultivating. You ask me why I seek the path. I do so that one day I can be carefree and happy. And on that day, even if I don't cultivate, I will still have the right to choose freely." Everyone looked at Yi Futian. It seemed that seventh swordsman also had this side to him. Of course, this also appeared to be the wish of the vast majority of common cultivators. The people of this world all face a difficult choice. Having the right to choose freely is not easy at all. And if you don't cultivate, then even if you don't try to get involved in the affairs of the world, you might still be affected, said the imperial advisor. Your requirements are a bit high. Yi Futian nodded. That is indeed the way it is, and that is why the only option is to seek the path. He did not speak of the path of swordsmanship. He just talked about the path, openly and honestly. Dihao and Dongqin both care about the cultivation of all the people in the world, but when you seek the path, you do it only for yourself, said the imperial advisor. Man first loves himself, then may he love others. He first establishes himself, then he may talk about doing good for humanity, answered Yi Futian. Is this the boundary that you are cultivating towards? The imperial advisor seemed a bit interested as he continued to ask Yi Futian questions. Yi Futian thought of Mr. Du's wishes and thought of his path of cultivation so far. He looked at the imperial advisor and said, "The great path knows no boundaries." The imperial advisor nodded and said nothing. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said, "What you have said is quite interesting, seventh swordsman. The poor think only of themselves, while the distinguished work for the good of the whole world. No? And as for the great path having no boundaries, the whole world is bounded. How can there be no boundaries?" "What you have said is so, your majesty. I was speaking foolishly." Yi Futian would naturally not contradict him. He was an imperial prince. They were on entirely different levels. To each their own. What you said was not foolish. In fact, I think it was very interesting, said Li Sun with a smile. Who will you choose as your disciple, imperial advisor? Today, the imperial advisor of Dali dynasty would choose a disciple to teach personally. He was very curious, would it be Di Hao, or would he still select Qin Dong? Dong Qin was the one that most people had expected him to choose, and his ideals were well suited to everything that the imperial advisor had done up till now. Of course, Di Hao had defeated Dong Qin and had actively asked to be accepted as a disciple. His goals for cultivation took different roads to the same place with Dong Qin's. There was not a huge difference in their characters. As for Yi Futian, people generally thought that he was best suited for Sword Mountain. Pursuing the path of swordsmanship comfortably and naturally was their way. I will announce my choice in 3 days, said the imperial advisor. Everyone looked surprised. He had originally intended to choose his disciple today, and yet he had pushed the time back 3 days. Could it be that he was hesitating? But no one dared to question the imperial advisor's decision. Excellent. Your disciple will one day be at the top of the Dali dynasty. You should indeed take your time to choose, said Li Sun with a nod. Thank you for coming here today, everyone. If you wish to stay here at Dali Academy as a guest, you may do so as you please, said the imperial advisor with a bow. Then he walked over to Li Sun and the others and said, Your Highness. Let's leave it here for today, said Li Sun with a bow. They said their farewells and dispersed. The people from Dali Mountain also gradually left, and the shadow-bearing sword saint walked over to Yi Futian. Elder, said Yi Futian, bowing. You won't go with me to Sword Mountain? Asked the shadow-bearing sword saint. You said that if I won, I wouldn't have to go, said Yi Futian. If he was cultivating at Sword Mountain, how could he kill Liao? It would be difficult to find a chance. He had to stay in Dali Imperial City, and given his performance today, someone would undoubtedly come to find him. Fine, said the shadow-bearing sword saint with a nod. It will be good for you to stay in the city and cultivate. You will certainly have a good future. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, said Yi Futian with a bow. The cultivators from Sword Mountain left. Jian Wu gave him a final look. You're going to refuse him? Li Yu asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, Let's go. And on saying so, they left. The people who had attended the sparring session at Dali Academy quickly scattered throughout the city. Di Hao's fame was like the sun at noon. He had defeated Dong Qin and had earned the reputation of being the best cultivator under the saint level, and he had asked to be the imperial advisor's disciple. At the same time, Seventh Swordsman's name was also resonating throughout the city. He had defeated Jian Wu of Sword Mountain. If it hadn't been for Di Hao, Seventh Swordsman probably would have become the most shocking figure of the day. Many people were speculating about who the imperial advisor would choose as a disciple, Di Hao or Dong Qin. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, as many people kept speculating. On that day, Yi Futian was cultivating as usual. It was just like he had said. All that was left before him was the divine path. Is Master Seventh Swordsman here? Came a voice from outside his residence. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said, Who is it? The household of Marquis Qingyi has come to pay a visit, came the voice. It seemed to be someone whom the Dali dynasty had made a marquis. Please come in, said Yi Futian. A group of people walked in. They walked up towards him, and an old man at the front smiled and bowed to him. I am always hearing the name Seventh Swordsman. Your swordsmanship is unmatched. You are truly a dragon among men. He was extremely familiar and friendly. A maid came up behind him, holding a brocade box. It seemed that they had brought a gift. You are too kind, but to what do I owe the pleasure? Said Yi Futian with a bow. There was another extremely beautiful woman beside the old man. She was slim and graceful, fair and lovely. My daughter loves swordsmanship, and when she heard of you, She wanted to come see you. I'm sorry that we had to bother you, so we brought some gifts to congratulate you on your victory, said the old man with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the woman beside him and saw that the shy look in her eyes made her even more delicate and charming. Yi Futian was stunned. With this kind of expression, how could Yi Futian not understand what his visitor meant? With this kind of expression, how could Yi Futian not understand what his visitor meant? It was just that he did not know why a marquise show him such goodwill. Where did his appreciation for him come from? The Shui family of Dali Imperial City has come to visit. Is Master Seventh Swordsman here? Came another voice from outside. Yi Futian was stunned, then said, Please come in. He then watched as another group of people walked into his residence. They came up to him and said, Congratulations, Master Seventh Swordsman. The household of Marquis Yang has come to greet you. The Lin family has come to greet you. Voice after voice came from outside. Yi Futian invited them all in one after the other, and in the blink of an eye his residence was full of people. And everyone who had come were people of status. Among them, many of the families had brought their family beauties along with them. All of them were lovely and elegant women, so beautiful as to make fish sink and birds alight. They were a feast for the eyes, and Yi Futian's eyes feasted on them, but it was all a little awkward. Could it be Master Seventh Swordsman? At that moment, another beautiful figure flashed over. Li Yu and Li Yang had come directly to him. They were familiar with each other, so they did not need to be announced. Greetings, my prince, princess. Everyone bowed when they saw them. Although King Li was the absolute master of the lower worlds, his influence was quite weak in the upper worlds. But he was after all one of the four kings. Yi Futian looked up at the two of them and saw that both of them looked rather excited. They descended before him, and Li took a step forward, coming right up to him. Master, Seventh Swordsman, she said, there is news from the Imperial Advisor's household. He has chosen you. In her excitement, Li Yu was leaning very close to Yi Futian. He suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance she was wearing. Seeming to see the strange look on Yi Futian's face, Li Yu suddenly realized how close the two of them were. She blushed and took a step back, but there was still excitement in her beautiful eyes. Everyone had thought that the person that the Imperial Advisor chose would be either Di Hao or Dong Qin, but new information had come from the Imperial Advisor's household. The Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty would take Seventh Swordsman as his disciple. Everyone had been waiting for news from the Imperial Advisor for the past few days, and once it came out they were instantly in motion. That was why they had all come here so fast, and why everything that had taken place here at his residence had happened. The greatest swordsman of his generation had been recognized by the Imperial Advisor and chosen to be his disciple. His future path was hard to predict, but at the very least they could come to get to know him and congratulate him. There was nothing wrong with maintaining friendly relations with him, and if Yi Futian noticed the beautiful women in their families, that was even better. Seventh Swordsman was still young and extremely talented. His swordsmanship was unmatched, and he was also very handsome. This kind of man was extremely rare. The disciple of the Imperial Advisor could even seek to marry a princess, and Emperor Li would not refuse him. Given what had happened in his residence, Li Yu's news was not unexpected, nor did it surprise him too much. In reality, he did not want to become the Imperial Advisor's disciple. When the Imperial Advisor had questioned him on that day, he had felt a strong sense of pressure and alertness, and Xia Qingyuan had once reminded him that at the Imperial Advisor's side he would be under even greater threat. Of course, his status would also be very high, and he could come into direct contact with Li Yao. What does that expression mean? Li Yu saw Yi Futian's aloof and unconcerned look and could not help but purse her lips. The Imperial Advisor had chosen him as his personal disciple, and he did not even look a little bit excited. Previously, The shadow-bearing Sword Saint had invited him to come to Sword Mountain to cultivate, but that was only Sword Mountain, and the master of Sword Mountain had not promised to take Yi Futian as a disciple. However, now the imperial advisor did want to take him as a disciple. The two things could not even be mentioned in the same sentence. And moreover, even the master of Sword Mountain was of lower status than the imperial advisor. He was lower only than Emperor Li himself. "What expression should I have?" asked Yi Futian. Li Yu said nothing to him. Her excitement seemed to have been ruined by his cold blood, and she just stared at him. At that moment, there was another voice from the sky as another mighty group of figures came. They descended into his residence, and at their head was the imperial advisor's disciple, Lu Chuan. Some of those who had come with him were members of the imperial family. For example, the prince of the Dali dynasty, Liao, was there as well. Seventh swordsman called Lu Chuan as he walked towards Yi Futian. "My master is willing to take you as his disciple and would like to ask your opinion on the matter. Are you willing?" Lu Chuan spoke directly and frankly. Yi Futian looked at everyone around him. With the imperial advisor's position within the Dali dynasty, he had even been able to send Liao as part of the group inviting Yi Futian. Under this situation, if he refused, he would have no chance to get close to the Dali dynasty. Liao would also get farther away. "I am willing to enter the imperial advisor's household," said Yi Futian. Perhaps the threat was greater, but entering the imperial advisor's household to cultivate would bring him closer to Liao, and thus his chance of killing Liao would become greater. Li Yu let out a big breath when she heard Yi Futian's answer, as if she had finally relaxed. She had truly feared that Yi Futian might refuse. In the Dali dynasty, no one refused to enter the imperial advisor's household. Even Di Hao had requested to join him after defeating Dongqin. But Li Yu could not get a handle on Yi Futian. The guy was a mystery. But now he had finally accepted. "From now on you may call me brother," said Lu Chuan with a smile. "Brother Lu Chuan," Yi Futian called out with a smile. He had stepped into his role quickly. Everyone in his residence bowed. "Congratulations, seventh swordsman. From this day forward, there would be another hero in the Dali dynasty." Seventh swordsman. At that moment, Liao walked forward as well and said, "Congratulations." "Greetings, your highness," said Yi Futian with a slight bow. "No need to be so polite. I am also a disciple of the imperial advisor. I may not be personally taught by him, but from now on I will still call you brother. You can call me Liao or brother." Liao seemed very polite. "Your highness, I wouldn't dare be so improper," said Yi Futian, taking a step away from him. "Don't worry about it. You'll soon get used to it," said Liao with a smile. He seemed very easy to get along with. Seeing Liao's attitude, Yi Futian relaxed a little. This way, he would not have to fear not getting his chance. The danger was greater, but it seemed that it was worth it. If he entered the imperial advisor's household, he would have a chance to kill Liao in the future. Of course, at this point he could not reveal even a little bit of his hostility. "Let us all go to the imperial advisor's residence together," said Lu Chuan. Yi Futian nodded, and the group of them left together. As they were leaving his residence, he saw several people appear there. In the distance, there were people watching him, which made everyone stop. "What are you doing, Li Xian?" said Liao. Li Xian bowed to Liao, then said, "Your Highness, I only came to ask Mr. Lu Chuan, why did the imperial advisor choose seventh swordsman?" "Does my master need to explain his choice of disciple to you?" asked Lu Chuan. "How can I dare question his choice of disciple? It's just that several days ago this man held a sword to my throat, and now the imperial advisor has taken him as a disciple. I'm a little hurt by that," said Li Xian. "So," said Lu Chuan. "It's nothing. I'm just a little hurt by it," said Li Xian with a smile. Then he stepped back. "Don't try to stir up trouble," said Li Yao to Li Xian. They all ignored Li Xian then and looked ahead of them. Up there, a group of figures were standing proudly with powerful auras. These were the cultivators of Daily Mountain, and the youth standing at their head was Di Hao. At that moment, countless people were already gathered in the area. After the news had come out from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the people had flowed here like water. The whole city had been shaken. The Imperial Advisor had not chosen Dongchen of Dali Academy, nor had he chosen Di Hao, the most powerful figure under the Saint level. Instead, he had chosen Seventh Swordsman. No one knew what the Imperial Advisor was thinking, and they were all curious. They did not why the Imperial Advisor had done this, and at the same time they wanted to see what kind of person Seventh Swordsman was. Now they saw that he was incredibly handsome and extremely heroic-looking. But now Di Hao, who had defeated Dongchen and claimed the title of the most powerful person below the Saint level, was there, standing in front of Yi Futian. The Imperial Advisor did not choose the defeated Dongchen, but he also did not choose Brother Di Hao. Was it because he comes from Daily Mountain? Is that why he chose him? The seven sins stood beside Di Hao with sharp eyes as they stared at Yi Futian. My master had his own reasons for making his choice. Does he have to explain them to you? Lu Chuan frowned. This was the second time he had been questioned, and so his tone was a bit colder. No matter if they were from the Prince Regent's household or Daily Mountain, they had no right to question the Imperial Advisor's decisions, especially not who he chose as a disciple. Do not be so rash, seven sins, said Di Hao. The seven sins' eyes were sharp, and sword were wrapped around them as they stared forward. Di Hao took a few steps forward and said, Since the Imperial Advisor has made his choice, there is nothing that I can say. Today I am returning to Daily Mountain to cultivate. Before that, I would like to teach the Imperial Advisor's chosen disciple lesson. Sword will swirled around him, and his majestic aura swept out. He stared straight ahead at Yi Futian and said, I am Di Hao of Daily Mountain. Show me what you've got. As he said this, the hubbub around them subsided and all was silent. Di Hao was arrogant without question. He had no right to question the Imperial Advisor's decision. But before he left the city, he would stand before the one the Imperial Advisor had chosen to be his disciple. At least he would leave something behind before he left. Countless gazes fell upon Yi Futian. Did he dare to accept the challenge? 3 days ago, Di Hao had defeated Dongchen. Everyone thought that Daily Mountain meant to shame the Imperial Advisor, but afterwards Di Hao had asked to become the Imperial Advisor's disciple. But now it was different. The Imperial Advisor had chosen Seventh Swordsman. If Di Hao defeated him, or even crushed him absolutely, that would probably be quite embarrassing for the Imperial Advisor. This Di Hao had some anger in his heart. That was why he had come here to stand before Yi Futian. Di Hao was the only one who was angry. All of the people from Daily Mountain were. If the Imperial Advisor had chosen Dongchen as his disciple, even though Di Hao had defeated him, they could still accept this. After all, Dongchen was the Imperial Advisor's man. Di Hao would have left quietly. But the Imperial Advisor had chosen Seventh Swordsman. Yi Futian looked at Di Hao and was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward and said, I am Seventh Swordsman. Show me what you've got. Yi Futian's body had sword while circling him as soon as he finished talking. He turned his eyes at Di Hao, looking calm and without a hint of irritation. Yi Futian's body had sword while circling him as soon as he finished talking. He turned his eyes at Di Hao, looking calm and without a hint of irritation. So the students of Daily Mountain are unable to sit well with the Imperial Advisor taking me in as a student. Eh? Futian thought. Well then, we'll have to fight it out. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Yi Futian shot to the sky like a sword. It was not Dali Academy, and there was no battle platform. As such, there was no need for restraints, and one could have fought in the sky to their heart's content. There was not even any need to suppress one's power. Di Hao looked up slightly after seeing what Yi Futian was doing. He stepped out and took to the air as well. The sound of the bell resounded with a big dong, shaking the eardrums of those below. Yi Futian felt his brain being shaken. A formless sound wave swept past and invaded his spiritual will right away. It was an overpowering move that caused his mind to be rattled. It was a sound wave attack of the great path, one which had no form. Yi Futian did not stop but continued flying upwards instead, shooting into the clouds. Di Hao pursued him, and both of them were flying at blitzing speeds. All three of Di Hao's life spirits, the sword, the cauldron, and the bell appeared. Super powerful will of the great path swept through the air. He stepped into midair, and the sound of the bell resounded throughout the sky, covering all of their surroundings. Formless ancient bells appeared around Yi Futian and bombarded him with the undying sound of the bell. Yi Futian's pupils turned extremely demonic. It was as if his eyes were able to see through everything. The formless bells were unable to escape his eyes. A sword appeared in his hand, and lightning storms rained down from above, which were fused with his sword like the calamity of the world. Attack! Yi Futian lashed out with his sword. Dong! The sound of the bells rang throughout the air as the bells exploded and crumbled one after another. Boom! The cauldron behind Di Hao grew in a frenzy to hundreds of meters tall, raining down, suppressing the will of the great path. Their surroundings resonated with his power as one cauldron after another came into being, sealing the space that Yi Futian occupied right away. Extremely dazzling light was seen coursing all over Yi Futian's body. Sword aura howled and circled about him. One heavy sword after another appeared, and every single one of them emanated terrifying power. The sword spirit appeared before him dazzlingly. He held it with both hands, and boundless sword will float about, fusing into the sword spirit and transforming it into a 100-meter-tall sword that weighed thousands of pounds. Down, Di Hao said coldly. The cauldrons dived and pressed onto Yi Futian like the might of the heavens. Yi Futian burst with sword will, and the heavy swords shot up to the sky, clashing with the cauldrons. Loud rumbling noises that shook the heavens were heard. Di Hao stepped out, and the bells rang in unison. That cauldron shot up and came right above Yi Futian. Boundless light of the great path rained down on Yi Futian. Countless shadows of the cauldron came down as well, making the space stifling. Yi Futian swung his hand about, and the heavy swords hovered in midair, letting out high-pitched, ringing sounds. He shot out with his hand and clapped on the heavy sword. One shadow of the heavy sword after another shot up, clashing with the cauldrons that were raining down. At the same time, Yi Futian pushed the heavy sword while he streaked forward, mowing down everything that was standing in his way. The 100-meter-tall, gigantic sword pressed forward with immense might, bombarding the cauldron spirit. It burst with extremely dazzling glimmer, as devastating might of the great path washed all over the sky. Di Hao looked at the one who attacked his cauldron spirit with a sword and continued to move forward. Sword will held behind him, and the swords of Cassiopeia coalesced, pulsing with light out to tear everything apart. The swords rang loudly as they were being pointed at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped out, and the air trembled. His aura was towering as he clapped the gigantic sword before him. Power from within his body burst, and the cauldron spirit was thrown far away with a loud boom. Go! Di Hao uttered a single word. The swords of Cassiopeia shot through the skies as they spun, tearing through the space at great speed, arriving right before his opponent. Yi Futian stepped into the air at almost the same moment, throwing out his sword right before him. A terrifying screen appeared in front of that heavy sword in an instant, ramming straight at the sword of Cassiopeia, but unable to penetrate it. The light of stars dazzled on the screen, protecting Yi Futian behind it. Di Hao's expression was cold. He stepped once again, pointing with his finger, coalescing even more swords forward. The cauldron in the air was dropped yet again. Yi Futian did not bother with that falling cauldron. He stepped forward once again, wrapping up the swords of Cassiopeia as he pressed on, his power of the swords becoming even more frightening as he streaked through the air. Boundless light of the sword from Yi Futian flowed into that gigantic sword before him. He eventually slapped with both of his hands, and with a loud boom, the gigantic sword shattered the swords of Cassiopeia, ramming ahead straight at Di Hao. Di Hao shot up and evaded the attack in an instant, but Yi Futian did not bother with it. He stepped forward and held the sword with both hands, flipping his entire body behind. He gathered overwhelming strength and swung the sword out with massive force. He melded extremely overbearing power from his whole being into that chop within that very instant. The enormous golden cauldron spirit came at him again as the heavy sword was swung. Clang! A terrifying rumble was heard, and the cauldron spirit rattled violently. Di Hao grunted midair. He extended his hand and summoned the cauldron back to the air. Yi Futian stepped forward and spun, throwing out another chop with the heavy sword. Clang! Yet another rumble was heard as the cauldron spirit was pinned down. Its sound resounded throughout the space as it kept rattling. Di Hao's face was rather ashen. That was his life spirit. Furthermore, the power of the sword around Yi Futian was still growing. Sword will continue to course about Di Hao's body. The sword of Cassiopeia was circling around him before shooting down through the air, heading straight for Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped around in the air and brought his sword down again. So long Di Hao refused to come down, Yi Futian would make do with pummeling his life spirits. Di Hao descended. Endless killing swords shot through the air, intending to kill Yi Futian. However, when Yi Futian brought his heavy sword down, the entire space seemed to have been placed in a lockdown. That sword is not sharp at all, but it brought with it boundless heft. Boom! Despite his formidable powers, Di Hao was thrown off by the attack. The swords of raging storms manifested around Yi Futian and flew straight at Di Hao, who looked troubled as he pointed forward, sword spirit in hand, intending to mow everything down. At that moment, Yi Futian streaked through the air and brought the heavy sword down from above. Di Hao disappeared from where he stood, turning into a beam of dazzling light. However, Yi Futian disappeared alongside him after having him targeted. That sword attack moved along the space with Yi Futian, heading straight for Di Hao, just like that attack that he swung at 7 Sins 3 days ago, ignoring the movements in space altogether. Di Hao was brought down by the attack from above. His body dropped to the ground in a straight line. Yi Futian did not stop right there. He took one step and dove down. However, the heavy sword in his hand transformed in a heartbeat, dispersing into a sword filled with the will of the great path of space. It followed Yi Futian down. He launched yet another attack at Di Hao, tearing through the space as he went. Countless people from below looked up. They were only able to see countless beams of the sword flashing where Yi Futian was, shooting in different directions. It seemed as if there were nothing but the aura of the sword in that space. A beam of the sword flashed as it dived, making it seem as if the space was being bisected. It was as if the place was being cut down by the heavens. At the very next moment, a beam of light shot down, and with a loud boom, 2 silhouettes were found on the ground, bursting with sword aura. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. Sword will filled that space and rang. When the sword aura was dispersed, 2 silhouettes were seen. Di Hao and Yi Futian appeared clearly. In that instant, the place was dead silent without a hint of sound, other than the reverberation from wind and swordwell howling. The hearts of many seemed to have stopped, and the mighty ones were ashen as they stared at the scene before them. How is this possible? The tip of Yi Futian's sword was pointed at Di Hao's throat. Di Hao's clothing was in a mess after being torn apart by the sword aura. Seventh Swordsman. The faces of the spectators were filled with fright and awe. He had defeated Di Hao with his swords. The seventh swordsman had defeated Jian Wu of the Sword Mountain 3 days ago, making his name known throughout Emperor Li's city. However, Di Hao had defeated Dongqin and became known as the most powerful person below St. Plain in all of Dali. Yet the imperial advisor chose the seventh swordsman to become his student instead. As such, Di Hao came there. No one expected Di Hao, who had defeated Dongqin and was known to be at the pinnacle below St. Plain in all of Dali, was defeated by the seventh swordsman. Everything looked surreal. That is something. Li Yao, Lu Chuan, and the others were rather impressed. When the seventh swordsman had defeated Jian Wu and became known as the number 1 swordsman below St. Plain, he did not make any other moves after that. No one would have expected that he was more powerful than Di Hao. As for Li Yu, she was already gasping. Her eyes were locked onto seventh swordsman, and she was utterly speechless. That swordsman from the lower worlds remained peerless even in the upper worlds. None below St. Plain in all of Dali Dynasty was able to win against his swords. You have a problem? Yi Futian asked, his eyes locked onto Di Hao. The imperial advisor decided to take Yi Futian as his student, and Di Hao showed up to provoke Yi Futian. What do you mean by this? He thought. You think I don't deserve that? How about now? Do you have a problem? Di Hao was speechless. Losers had no right to speak. He had defeated the most powerful student of the Dali Academy, Dongqin. He did not pay the seventh swordsman any heed even when Yi Futian defeated the 7 sins that day, as his target was Dongqin alone. No one would have expected that after defeating Dongqin, he, who was lauded as invincible below St. Plain, would have ended up being defeated by the 7 swordsmen. The 7th swordsman did not belong to any force before. Even he was chosen by the imperial advisor. So the imperial advisor's eyes were really that sharp then. Number 1 below St. Plain in all of Dali Dynasty, huh? You should take my swords into consideration before claiming to be that, Yi Futian said and sheathed his sword. He let go of Di Hao and stepped back before saying to Lu Chuan and the others, "Let's go." Lu Chuan nodded and walked with Yi Futian, passing by Di Hao. Di Hao remained standing where he was, as did those from Daily Mountain. All of them were speechless. Countless watched Yi Futian and his party leave. Their hearts were still racing from the stunning scenes they witnessed. No one would have expected that the title of number 1 below St. Plain in all of Dali Dynasty had shifted to someone else so quickly. The 7th swordsman would come to be renowned throughout the world as the personal student of the imperial advisor and the number 1 below St. Plain in all of Dali Dynasty. His future became something foreseeable. No one would dare doubt how the imperial advisor chose his students. Many were impressed and came to wonder if the imperial advisor had long known that the 7th swordsman was capable of beating Di Hao. Yi Futian initially thought that the imperial advisor's residence would have been extremely magnificent and grand, due to its status as the residence of all who stood at such high positions in the Dali Dynasty. Yi Futian initially thought that the imperial advisor's residence would have been extremely magnificent and grand, due to its status as the residence of all who stood at such high positions in the Dali Dynasty. However, when he arrived outside the place, what he saw was but a rather common manor, which was in no way magnificent nor grand. Seeing Yi Futian stopping, Lu Chuan asked, surprised. "Rather surprising indeed," Yi Futian said. "The value of a mountain is judged not by its height," Lu Chuan said nonchalantly. The title of imperial advisor's residence was more than enough. Yi Futian nodded and followed Lu Chuan into the place. Everyone else who were there to send them on the trip, including Li Yao and Li Yu, have left. The imperial advisor's residence was a private residence of the imperial advisor with several personal students of his living within. While the place was not huge, but it was quaint and elegant nonetheless. The towers were placed in an artful manner. When Futian saw the imperial advisor again, he found the elder standing before a tower. That place felt clean and simple to Futian. "Teacher," Lu Chuan called as he bowed. "Yeah." The imperial advisor nodded and turned his eyes at Futian. Futian bowed and said, "The seventh swordsman hereby greets you, teacher. I don't have much of any rules around here. There is no need to be bound by mundane propriety. Do you find it surprising that I have chosen you to be my student this time?" The imperial advisor asked Futian. "I'm rather surprised indeed." The seventh swordsman nodded. "The people of Dali all thought that you would have either picked Di Hao or Dongqin. Why did not pick me instead?" He had indeed wanted to know why the imperial advisor picked him. The Dali Academy holds a forum every year to either discuss battle or the way of cultivation. After the battle between Di Hao and Dongqin, I have asked all three of you about why did you seek the way the imperial advisor spoke. Futian nodded. He looked rather nervous back then. At that moment, after entering the imperial advisor's residence, he actually became more relaxed. He reminded himself to be conscious of his current identity, the seventh swordsman, and forget about being Futian. He did not bring his enmity and vengeance with him, as it would have exposed him instead. He was already mentally prepared to play his character well when he was on the way to the imperial advisor's residence. Dongqin and Di Hao answered in a similar manner. Both of them claimed to do so for Dali, but you sought the way more for yourself. People learn to love themselves before they learn to love others. I find that very agreeable. Faith is not something as simple as people often put it to be. When a person becomes cornered and forced to choose, faith would crumble all the same. The imperial advisor elaborated. "But that shouldn't have sufficed to have you pick me as your student," Futian added. "Of course." The imperial advisor nodded and continued. "What truly cemented my decision was the line behind. The great path knows no boundaries. People learn to love themselves before they could love others. People learn to be independent before they could be of aid to others. All of that coupled with the line, 'The great path knows no boundaries,' would have sufficed," the imperial advisor said. Futian looked at the middle-aged man. He never once thought that what cemented the imperial advisor's decision would have been his words back in the Dali Academy. "You spoke of selfishness with the lines before and altruism with the lines after. As such, I came to believe that if you were to become able to be independent, you would then be able to put the way that you believe in into action. The great path knows no boundaries." Futian was very startled to find that the imperial advisor actually came to admire that line. When the imperial advisor pinned him down with great pressure, he was unable to lie, and he did not want to. He never considered becoming a student of the imperial advisor in the first place, so he answered according to what he desired instead. However, the notion of the great path knows no boundaries was apparently different from what Emperor Li's realm adhered to. The crown prince, Li Sun, said immediately after that, claiming that the world was filled with boundaries. Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xiao's realm, and whatnot, all of those were boundaries, and he questioned how could the great path be of no boundaries. The Battle of Empty Realm was an excellent example, as it was a culmination of the conflict between the three imperial realms. His impression of the imperial advisor of Dali had been that of a great pillar who devoted his being to make Dali dynasty strong, whose pressure overwhelmed all. He was unable to understand why someone like that would have agreed to that notion. He was indeed puzzled. "How about you? I have heard that you have refused the offer to join the Sword Mountain. What changed your mind about taking up my offer?" The imperial advisor asked. "You are one who stands at the pinnacle of Emperor Li's realm. and you are known as the number one below His Majesty, teacher. How could I have refused? Yi Futian continued. Furthermore, if I were to refuse, would there be a place in Dali dynasty then? Would Li Xian come to be up to no good with me instead? If he were to refuse, none of those top-notch figures would have dared to get close to him. If the imperial advisor had not extended his invitation, there would not have been any problems, as he could have simply took other paths. You are indeed practical. So, that is to say that you don't actually want all that much to study under me, then? You would have straight up challenged Di, how otherwise? It was apparent that the imperial advisor knew that he had defeated Di Hao. Di Hao was powerful, comprehensively speaking, but his way of the sword might not have been more powerful than Jian Wu. I have already defeated Jian Wu, so I saw no reason to fight any further. And furthermore, it was like you put it, I haven't thought of studying under you before. To me, training could be carried out anywhere. Yi Futian was honest with his words. None of what he said right there had been lies. You are indeed prideful. The imperial advisor smiled and said, You are now a student of mine. What do you wish to learn from me then? Yi Futian looked up with pondering eyes. He was already half a saint at that moment and was indeed one step away from becoming a saint. What he lacked was comprehension of the world and the right state of mind. Powerful figures would have been of little help in teaching him more. The only way forward with his training rested on him and him alone. I'd like to read the literary collections of the Sword of Dali, Yi Futian said. All right. The imperial advisor did not hesitate, nodding in agreement to his request, and said, You shall head to the library of Dali Academy together with your elder brother. There are countless books on cultivation in all of Dali, so there is naturally no lack of books on swords. Browse to your heart's contents. Furthermore, since you're versed in multiple types of will of the Great Path, you could learn from the different types of methods stored there and incorporate them in your way of the sword. I understand. Yi Futian stood and bowed. There should have been many top-notch training methods found within the library of Dali Academy. Pay a visit to your elder brothers while you're on your way to the Dali Academy, the imperial advisor said again. Will do. Yi Futian nodded again. The imperial advisor was the chief of Dali Academy, so it was only natural for his students to all be studying in Dali Academy. Furthermore, all of them had been from Dali Academy to begin with only Yi Futian being the exception. That was probably why everyone in Dali thought the imperial advisor would have taken Dongqin as a student instead. You're dismissed. Lu Chuan would take you to your quarters. The imperial advisor said nothing else. Yes, teacher. Lu Chuan and Yi Futian left together. Lu Chuan arranged for a place for Yi Futian to stay in the imperial advisor's residence, which was in a quiet tower. Brother. Lu Chuan took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Futian. What is this? Yi Futian asked. Some fragments of the ways of the sword, covering all attributes. While they might not be much, but you'd be able to train for quite some time with them to further your sword training. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I can't take this, Yi Futian said. This is a gift from teacher, Lu Chuan said. Yi Futian only stopped refusing and took it over. Rest earlier today. We'd head to Dali Academy tomorrow. Despite being a student of the teacher here in Imperial Advisor's residence, there is no need for you to attend to anything special. So you could just train here in peace and try to break into St. Plain as soon as possible, Lu Chuan said with a smile. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and said, Thank you, senior. This is nothing. Lu Chuan then added, A younger brother used to live here and there are some things of his still around. No need to mind them. Why would you let me stay here then? Yi Futian able to somehow speculate something was going on, so he asked. He died in battle. Lu Chuan sighed. Yi Futian was able to feel Lu Chuan's dejection and said, I'm sorry. He had not joined us for long and should have had a bright future ahead of him. Lu Chuan shook his head and left. We'll get the score settled at a later date. He left after he was done talking. Yi Futian did not know what to think. Yuan Jin died by his hands after all. At that moment, he was arranged to stay in a place that Yuan Jin used to stay in. The imperial advisor and Lu Chuan. Yi Futian mumbled to himself. The imperial advisor agreed to the notion of the great path knowing no boundaries. He was still unable to fathom why, but he deemed that he would have understood given time. He sat cross-legged before the tower and closed his eyes to train, finding his mind in turmoil. He had used extremely little time to get to the heart of Dali and even get in contact with Liao directly. If he were to have no sense of preservation, he could have killed Liao right there and then. With his current identity, it became convenient for him to get in contact with Liao directly. Killing him became very easy. The problem, however, was how to escape in one piece after he was done. Yi Futian spent the day thinking, finding himself unable to quiet down. Dali Imperial City was just as restless as he was. The case with the imperial advisor taking in a student and the battle between the 7th Swordsman and Di Hao became the talk of the town. There was simply no one who had not heard of the 7th Swordsman by then. Lu Chuan returned to the imperial advisor, and he was seen sitting on the floor, training. The imperial advisor asked after seeing Lu Chuan show up, "What is the problem, Lu Chuan?" "Teacher, the battle between little brother and Di Hao was a showcase of his immense combat capacity. Even I had gotten surprised," Lu Chuan said. "What are you getting at?" The imperial advisor asked. "Is there a need to check things out in the lower worlds, teacher?" Lu Chuan asked. "There is no need for that." The imperial advisor then said, "Remember Lu Chuan. When I chose to make him a student of mine, he then became your little brother in training. Be it his past or future, there is no need to be bothered about it." "I understand." Lu Chuan bowed and left, putting the matter aside. Even if he were to venture down to the lower worlds, he would not have been able to find out anything. There was simply no way to investigate a person that just appeared out of nowhere, as there were no leads to trace. The imperial advisor looked up at the sky after Lu Chuan left. The stars were all over the night sky. His eyes were incredibly deep, as if he was able to pierce through the void above and see how the stars move. In Emperor Xiao's palace, after Xia Qingyuan knew that Yi Futian was taken into the imperial advisor's residence to study under the imperial advisor, the sacred beat gave the black wind condor another round of beating. The black wind condor was in tears, swearing that it would not be called a qualified bird if it were to not get back to the one who gave it a good beating. Yi Futian had been away from Emperor Xiao's realm for quite a while. A lot had happened since, but Yi Futian was without a doubt nowhere to be seen. Yi Futian had been away from Emperor Xiao's realm for quite a while. A lot had happened since, but Yi Futian was without a doubt nowhere to be seen. In a compound found within the Shao clan's manor in Emperor Xiao's realm, Shao Sheng was coming to meet his father, Shao Qinhe. Shao Sheng had been forbidden from stepping foot into Emperor Xiao's palace since the end of the Battle of Empty Realm. This essentially meant that he was completely cut off from the center of power of Emperor Xiao's realm for good. His status with the Shao clan had plunged since then, as he was no longer nurtured to be the next leader of the clan. Shao Sheng experienced every bit of that difference in how his clansmen treated him, but he dedicated his efforts even more into his training to try to break through the obstacles posed by the plains. He would finally break into Saint Plain to prove his worth to those of the Shao clan. He planned to venture out on a pilgrimage as soon as he stepped into Saint Plain. However, despite having become half a saint by then, he was still unable to communicate with the great path of the world and become a saint. He came to Shao Qinhe, his father's place, on that day. "Father!" Shao Sheng bowed and called out. Shao Qinhe looked up at Shao Sheng and sighed deep down. Xiaoxing was the most gifted among his children. Why haven't you gone to train in isolation? Xiao Qinhe asked. I heard that the people of the divine Cloud Valley are here. Are they here for the matter with Gong Sun and I? Xiaoxing asked. Xiao Qinhe took a look at him and nodded. The incident you kicked up was the talk of the town, and given how you've been mesmerized by a woman into doing what you were doing, the people of Divine Cloud Valley considered it best to avoid the matter between you and Gongsun and I. Xiaoxing said nothing. He did not show any signs of hatred or anger on his face. He had long expected that things would have ended up as such. Both parties had thoughts about a marriage alliance, and they had discussed it before. But how things were at the moment, there was simply no way the divine Cloud Valley would allow Gongsun and I to marry him. A lot has been going on in Emperor Xia's realm as of late, but Yi Futian is nowhere to be found. It's been said that even when the divine Cloud Valley was crafting implements for the people of the 9 states, Yi Futian still didn't show up. Many claimed that he was training in isolation to break into Saint Plain. I wonder if Yi Futian has been training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in the royal palace, all this while, Xiaoxing said. Yi Futian was allowed free access to Emperor Xiao's palace to train. He was even permitted to enter the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and that had been a compromise Xiaoxing's aunt, Queen Xiao, made for his sake. Xiaoxing, on the other hand, was practically in a ditch at the moment. The difference between the two men was very apparent. Maybe, Xiao Kaine answered. Why would the princess summon Yi Futian's demonic beast into the royal palace then? I have heard that the beast never left the royal palace since then. Is the beast training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, just like Yi Futian? Xiaoxing asked. Xiao Qinhe turned to look at his son as Xiaoxing spoke. It seemed that even while he was training, Xiaoxing paid close attention to Yi Futian's whereabouts, so much so that he had also paid attention to his demonic beast. Some enmity you have there, indeed, Xiao Qinhe thought. What are you getting at? Xiao Qinhe asked. Yi Futian demonstrated his ability to enthrall demonic beasts in the Battle of Empty Realm. He was even able to control them remotely and did not need to be by their side. That black-winged condor steed of his was even able to receive his commands from far away. Father, I'm wondering if that beast is training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, or if it simply is still in the princess residence, Xiaoxing said. Seems you've come to your conclusions. But even if the bird is indeed at the princess place, what do you think that means? That Yi Futian is there as well. Xiao Qinhe then continued. Even if Xia Qingyuan has indeed let him stay at her place, it's still none of your business, given how even His Majesty is not bothered. His voice turned slightly serious. Despite feeling displeased with what had taken place, the incident was a lesson. Some matters were better left alone, regardless of how annoyed he was about them. Despite being her uncle, it was not Xiao Qinhe's place to butt into the princess business. No, Xiaoxing shook his head. You should know well about the princess personality, father. He might not be at her place. If the princess kept the bird at her place, it would naturally be for communication. That leads to the speculation if Yi Futian is even in the royal palace. Hell, for we all know he might not even be in Emperor Xia's realm at the moment. Xiao Qinhe stared at Xiaoxing. There was no doubt that vengeance would have served as good motivation at times. Due to harboring intense enmity towards Yi Futian, Xiaoxing had been paying close attention to Yi Futian's whereabouts, and he came to an extremely accurate conclusion. What are you saying, then? Xiao Kaine asked while looking at his son. Even if Yi Futian is absent, there is still no need for the princess to keep his demonic beast. There is one other reason to be concerned. Xiaoxing's expression became sharp. Yi Futian is now somewhere very dangerous, and that is why the princess needs to monitor him at all times. Father, where do you think he ended up? You'd better keep the lesson from what happened last time, Xiao Kaine warned him. He felt that his son was about to do something perilous. "Rest assured, father. I've naturally learned my lesson." Xiao Xing nodded and said, "I'll head back, father." He excused himself and left. Xiao Qianhe stared at his back as he went. The old man was thinking, "Where is Yi Futian?" Xiao Sheng's expression looked unusually cold when he turned around. Some speculations could have been easily verified. Despite being gone for quite a while, there were still quite a number of the people from the 9 states staying around. Xiao Xing wanted to know if Yi Futian was still in Emperor Xiao's realm. If he was not, then when would he return? Yi Futian came to Dali Academy once again, with Lu Chuan by his side. Many surrounded them when he stepped into the Dali Academy. The battle between the 7th Swordsman and Di Hao proved that he was the number 1 below Saint Plain in all of Dali Dynasty, and that he was stronger than Dongchen. That, coupled with the fact that he became a student of the Imperial Advisor, naturally earned him a lot of attention. Many whispered among themselves when he walked inside the Dali Academy. Yi Futian paid no heed to those voices and followed Lu Chuan to a place of training. There were already several people waiting for them. It was evident that they knew Yi Futian was coming. The oldest student of the Imperial Advisor, Yan Yuan, was there. Other than Yan Yuan, 3 others emanated extraordinary bearing. "Greetings, elder brothers," Yi Futian called. He knew that those men were the students of the Imperial Advisor. "I suppose you know our eldest brother here. The one at the side is our second brother, Nanjai. Third brother, Mu Chunyang. Fourth brother, Wang Zhong." Lu Chuan introduced them one by one to Yi Futian. Lu Chuan was the 5th, and Yuan Jin was the youngest, but at that moment it was Yi Futian. "Our little brother here is indeed handsome. I'm sure girls will like you very much." Nanjai, their second brother, smiled and said. What Yi Futian found peculiar was that Nanjai was different from the other students of the Imperial Advisor. He was of very advanced age and sported silver hair and a beard, looking even older than the Imperial Advisor himself. His eyes were not large, and they turned to slits when he smiled, looking very amicable. In comparison, their third brother, Mu Chunyang, emanated a far sharper aura. He had shoulder-length black hair and wore black clothing. He wore a curved blade on his back, making it apparent that he was a blade wielder. Their fourth brother, Wang Zhong, looked extremely sharp in the eyes, which shimmered with golden light. He seemed very young, almost the same age as Yi Futian, but his real age was not so. Wang Zhong was a saint of true self at the 2nd level of Saint Plain. In truth, Lu Chuan had introduced him to them before they came. All 5 personal students of the Imperial Advisor were very powerful. Their eldest brother, Yan Yuan, and their third brother, Mu Chunyang, were both unblemished saints at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. Nanjai, who was the second brother, was inferior to the 3rd in terms of plane level, as he was only a saint of true self. However, since he became the student of the Imperial Advisor at an earlier date, he became the 2nd. Wang Zhong and Nanjai were of the same plane, that of saint of true self. Lu Chuan was at the 1st level of Saint Plain, that of the Doctrine Saint. He was already at the pinnacle and would break into true self at any given moment. With Yuan Jin dead, the Imperial Advisor came only to have 5 students left. Even Lu Chuan, who was the weakest among them, had been someone whose name was the talk of Dali Dynasty 10 years ago. One could have only imagined how prestigious being students of the Imperial Advisor were. It was due to such prestige that Di Hao wanted to study under the Imperial Advisor. After the Imperial Advisor chose Yi Futian instead, all of Dali Imperial City was shaken. "Brothers, I seek only the way of the sword and have little interest in affairs with girls," Yi Futian replied. It was rumored that Nanjai was of average talent, but he had a good state of mind. Despite being surpassed by Mu Chunyang, who had joined at a far later date than he, the incident became the talk of many. He remained unfettered and did not take it to heart. He was then 1 plane below his younger brother, Mu Chunyang. It is good that you devote yourself to your seeking of the path, unlike your senior here, who gets distracted all the time and is now even surpassed by your third brother. Both you and Lu Chuan better not get too far with your training just yet. Remember to wait until your second brother here makes a breakthrough." Nanjai smiled and said. Yi Futian felt somewhat speechless at his words. Was this how a big brother should behave? Don't listen to his crap. If you run into any problem with your training in the future, seek out our teacher. If that doesn't prove possible, you could ask second brother here, Mu Chunying said. It would seem like the third brother still has a lot of trust in me still, Nanjai nodded and quipped. You may not have much talent when it comes to training, but you are still an expert on empty talk after all, Mu Chunying replied. Cough, cough! Nanjai blushed and glared at Mu Chunying. Leave some face for your elder brother, will you? I should go. Wang Zhong excused himself and left on his own. Yi Futian took one look at him, and Nanjai said, That's fourth brother for you. Don't mind him. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He had always felt saints to be on pedestals when he was still at lower planes, as if they were unreachable beings. However, when his plane level had gotten close, he quickly found out that other than being of different states of mind due to being on higher planes, there was not that much of a difference when it came to daily interactions. Saints and sages were but plane levels. They were still people. Seventh Swordsman, Yan Yuan said, If you run into any problems in training and you need answers, come to second brother. If you'd like to temper your body with the power of the saint, come to the third brother. Should you have any problems with mundane matters, feel free to look for Lu Chuan. If none of them can help solve your problem, come to me. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Regardless of how exceptional and legendary Lu Chuan was, he was still the youngest among his fellow students. It reminded Yi Futian of the cottage. Regardless of how exceptionally talented he was the youngest brother. While his elder brothers and sisters cared for him a lot, they still liked to tease him when nothing was going on nonetheless. He had never expected to find a sense of familiarity in Dali. He did not know what to think of it. Thank you, brother, for helping me get out of the mess outside of the Dali Academy that day, Yi Futian said. He was naturally referring to the matter with Li Xian. Yan Yuan seemed neutral back then, but he was actually leaning against Li Xian to have him make compromises when Yan Yuan offered to help. Li Xian had ulterior motives, and I wasn't doing that for you. If he continues to harass you in the future, there will be no need for you to go easy on him. Just be mindful not to kill him, Yan Yuan said plainly. Understood. Yi Futian nodded and left, heading towards the library of the Dali Academy. The library of Dali Academy was one of the wealthiest places in all of Dali Dynasty in terms of the variety of books available. One could even say that if there was something more precious other than the palace of Dali Imperial City, it was the books stored in the library of Dali Academy. The library of Dali Academy was one of the wealthiest places in all of Dali Dynasty in terms of the variety of books available. One could even say that if there was something more precious other than the palace of Dali Imperial City, it was the books stored in the library of Dali Academy. Dali Dynasty was a royal force, and many of the most powerful books and records regarding the most powerful cultivation methods available were all found within the palace. Dali Academy earned the support of Emperor Li back then when the place was established all those years ago. As such, many of the books found within the library were copied from the ones in Emperor Li's palace. As the place had gotten increasingly established, the library of the Dali Academy had become something like a holy land among holy lands. Powerful books on cultivation were available in untold numbers to the students of Dali Academy for furthering their training. But then again, all students of Dali Academy couldn't have access to all of the books found within the library. Every single cultivator found in Dali Academy had a different level of clearance, and the forum event held every year at Dali Academy held the key to such clearance. However, Yi Futian skipped all of that and gained the highest level of clearance due to being a personal student of the imperial advisor. This allowed him access to any cultivation method found within the library. If the imperial advisor was to be said to be the supreme figure under Emperor Li in Emperor Li's city, then the statuses of the imperial advisor's personal students were about just below that of the princes and princesses. Even the descendants of the fourth prince dared not claim they had higher prestige than the students of the imperial advisor unless there were some exceptional figures on par with the students. Li Xian was a descendant of the prince regent, one of those from the third generation of the prince regent's residence. If he were to be compared with Lu Chuan or any of the imperial advisor students, no one would have taken Li Xian's status to be on par with that of Lu Chuan and the others. Many were descended from the princes, yet there were only 6 students who studied directly under the imperial advisor. Due to the need for separating the level of clearance between the students, the library of the Dali Academy was divided into 18 floors, and the building looked magnificent. When Yi Futian came to the library, there were many students of the Dali Academy found there who were either found browsing the books on the racks or flipping through them on the benches. 7th Swordsman. Someone quickly took notice of Yi Futian. More and more people lifted their heads to look at him with sparkling eyes. The 7th Swordsman was then the number 1 below Saint Plain in Dali Imperial City. 7th Swordsman, how powerful was Di Hao? A beautiful female student asked with a smile. Yi Futian glanced at her and walked away without replying. The place was in an uproar right there and then. Many whispered and mumbled among themselves, finding him to be just as flippant and arrogant as he was rumored to be. However, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with him. He was the number 1 below Saint Plain in Dali Dynasty after all, so it was only natural that he had the right to be arrogant. That was the 7th Swordsman they knew. Aloof indeed. The woman who was ignored smiled and did not take his response to heart, thinking that he was extremely handsome and that his eyes seemed to be able to enchant people. He was indeed one of a kind among geniuses. Yi Futian went directly to some of the upper floors in the library, browsing through a good number of books on swordsmanship and then some other methods of training as well. The very reason why he chose to come to the library first was so that he was able to train in more powers, which he would then incorporate within his way of the sword, developing sword arts that were uniquely his. Furthermore, even if he were to use some other powers in future battles, nobody would have found anything off with him. Other than that, he was indeed genuinely interested in furthering his training to improve his powers and to comprehend the great path better. He was already capable of moving towards sainthood at present, after all. Godslayer's Sword. Sword Sutra of the Void. Yi Futian found several books on swordsmanship and flipped through them. All of them were sword arts that allowed the user to attack spiritual will directly. Among the techniques found within the Godslayer sword was the Godslayer sword matrix. Yi Futian thought that might have been something that he had experienced quite a while ago. The 9 mighty ones that Li Yao sent to participate in the Sacred War all those years ago used that sword techniques, which allowed them to kill gods. He flipped through several other books on footwork, which he found useful for disguising the footwork of Shen Yuan. Some of the methods found in the upper floors of the library were hardly any weaker than those found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in Emperor Xiao's palace. Due to having the highest level of clearance, he was able to browse the most powerful methods of training available in the library. Yi Futian spent days training in the library. When he came to develop some realization, he went on to sit in a corner and develop them further. While it was impossible for him to unleash any powers in the library itself, he was nonetheless able to simulate them in his life palace. Yi Futian walked out of the library after training for many days. Many of the students were astonished to find that the 7th Swordsman was indeed a maniac of the sword, who was after nothing but furthering his path and his art in swordsmanship further. However, to Yi Futian, since he was already peerless below the saints at his current state, and he was also a student of the imperial advisor, there was indeed little that he sought after. Yi Futian looked for information on Nan Zhai's training ground as soon as he left the library and came to the second brother. Yan Yuan once said that if he needed answers on furthering his path, he would look for Nan Zhai. Nan Zhai was painting and looking carefree and peaceful when Yi Futian came where he was. I heard that you are of supreme state of mind. You indeed look carefree and unbridled. Yi Futian mumbled to himself deep down, getting ready to evaluate Nan Zhai's artwork. However, when he did come look at the painting that Nan Zhai was working on, he felt as if he went to the wrong person. The strokes were unruly and in a total mess, without any rules or traditions that one was able to find in most artwork. He was unable to tell what Nan Zhai was painting. "What do you think of my work, little brother?" Nan Zhai asked. "Good," Yi Futian said. "How so?" Nan Zhai smiled and looked at Yi Futian. "Good in the sense that I'm unable to see anything from it," Yi Futian replied earnestly. Nan Zhai was dumbfounded, but then smiled and nodded. "You speak truthfully." He then put his brush down and looked at Yi Futian, asking, "I've heard that you've been spending days training in the library. What brings you here today?" "Brother, I've come to comprehend multiple wills of the great path in my training, enabling me to merge them to become my own and turn them into my attacks, but I'm still unable to get to St. Plain. I even think that St. Plain seems to be very far away from me, and I'm unable to find the way in." Yi Futian continued, "I'm here to ask for your guidance. Sainthood is flawless. What does flawless mean in this case?" "My brother!" Nan Zhai then looked at Yi Futian and said with a solemn tone, "You have comprehended many wills of the great path, and you are peerless below the saints. Why do you need to be in a hurry to reach sainthood? Seeking the path is tiring, and there are countless in the Dali Academy that talk about you. I'm sure that there are many very, very beautiful girls among the students who have taken a liking to you. If you're willing to talk to them about life, it would be wondrous. Don't you think?" Yi Futian felt that he came to the wrong person. Was this really that Nan Zhai, that second student of the Imperial Advisor, who was said to have a transcendental state of mind? "Guess I'll just head to the library then." Yi Futian turned around and was about to leave. "Gosh, what a waste of those good looks." Nan Zhai shook his head, sighing, then asked, "So what do you think flawless means?" "One who has no regrets in their mind and who is devoted to seeking the path." Yi Futian asked. "Saints notwithstanding, not even the Renhuang could claim that they have no regrets." Nan Zhai said, "What flawless illustrates is a state of mind. It doesn't speak of being devoid of regrets, but rising above them. Please enlighten me, brother." Yi Futian came to seek guidance earnestly. "There's no such thing as a truly perfect state of mind, be it a doctrine, true self, or unblemished states. None could truly achieve absolute perfection." Nan Zhai then elaborated, "I don't agree to how such states of mind are said to be flawless. I think that the state of mind of saints should be illustrated as transcendental instead." "What do you mean?" Yi Futian asked. "Have you heard of the expression of the mind of a person is measured in square inches?" Nan Zhai asked. "I have." Yi Futian nodded. "That is the size of a person. There is only so much a place measured in square inches can hold. Although you have comprehended many wills of the great path and use your development for attacks in battle, you're still trapped within that piece of space measured in square inches, and that is why you cannot become a saint." Nan Zhai then continued, "That applies to everyone. The saint plane is a plane that requires all-around elevation. As for transcendence, there are two types to it, one being of deep-rooted persistence, breaking through that space measured in square inches through sheer brute force and meld with the great path. Even if these people could achieve transcendence and become saints, every step they would have taken in the future would be hampered by their states of mind, making it difficult for them to get far on their path of sainthood. An overwhelming majority of such saints would have hit a dead end. Their very limit, when they reach the state of true self, never able to move further forever. But then again, if some saints are indeed able to step even further, they would become terrifying beings indeed. Nanjai's words caused Yi Futian to twitch. For some reason, that reminded him of one person, the glass saint. Her deep-rooted hatred and obsession allowed her to break through that space measured in square inches. Even if they were to get to the unblemished stage, such states would still actually be flawed. As such, I believe much more in the other kind of transcendence. Nanjai continued, "It is a kind of transcendence that I find difficult to place with words. For instance, you seek the way of the sword. If there shall be a day when you find that you could do with the way of the sword, you would still be practicing the way of the sword, even if you were never to use a sword again, and that would be transcendence. Or for instance, there is someone who keeps pursuing one thing, but one day they just found that they became able to put that one thing down, let go, and move on to encompass all. That too is transcendence." Or, yet another example, someone who spent their life seeking the way, was then met with a life and death situation, but found that they became able to let go of everything and see their situation in a tranquil manner. Their state of mind transcended the state of life and death. That yet again would be transcendence. This is my take on the matter of transcendence. Everyone has their unique experience with it, but you are in a transcendental state of mind. You will then be able to break through that space measured in square inches, melding your mind with the great path, and achieved the towering heavenly state of mind. The heavenly path shall then take notice and rain the catastrophe of the great path upon you, Nanjai elaborated slowly. Yi Futian felt insightful and enlightened. He was able to recall several people from Nanjai's elaborations. The number one below saints in Lihan Heaven, the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, Wang Chuan. He lost to Yi Futian at the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven on that day. He struggled against his loss and pain, but then chose to let go. He then transcended and merged with the great path. He transcended his ego at that moment. His teacher, Dozhan, fought a life-and-death battle in the Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states all those years ago. Huang, she borrowed the will of Ren Huang in the imperial mausoleum to fight. Both of them put their lives aside and transcended everything, enabling them to achieve sainthood. As Nanjai put it, such transcendence was the true state of mind of saints. A space measured in square inches would not have been able to meld with the world. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Yi Futian bowed. That conversation made him realize that the second student of the imperial advisor, Nanjai, was the real deal. Well, we're a family, so no need to be polite about it. As such, don't fuss yourself over too much with seeking the way. Put it aside for a change and to talk to a girl about life. You might be able to achieve that required open state of mind and be on your way to sainthood. Nanjai narrowed his eyes to a slit, smiling, and said. Yi Futian became utterly speechless, then said, "I'll look for the third brother next then." He left as soon as he finished. The third student of the imperial advisor, Mu Chunying, had a totally different personality with Nanjai. His shoulder-length hair had a clean, clear-cut image. The third student of the imperial advisor, Mu Chunying, had a totally different personality with Nanjai. His shoulder-length hair had a clean, clear-cut image. He was training with his eyes closed when Yi Futian came. Yi Futian stood at the side and waited quietly instead of bothering him. Mu Chunying was an unblemished saint at the 3rd level of Saint Plain. With extremely rare handful of holiness of nirvana, they were at the pinnacle of the top-notch figures to be found in the dynasty. Even Nanjai was of an inferior state than him. Mu Chunying opened his eyes a short while later and said to Yi Futian, "Little brother." "Third brother, I've just came from second brother's place, and I've asked him something about sainthood." I'm here to experience the will of the great path, Yi Futian said. It was something Yan Yuan told him before. The eldest brother definitely had his reasons to put it that way. He was naturally able to tell that the eldest student of the imperial advisor, Yan Yuan, was of extremely high prestige, right below their teacher. Yeah. Mu Chunyang nodded. Your second brother is indeed more carefree, but actually he proves more than adequate to teach you and to have you experience the great path. Is second brother really just a saint of true self? Yi Futian asked. Nanzhai felt to be carefree and unbridled, so his state of mind must have been in excellent condition. One state of mind was of utmost importance when training in St. Plain. Nanzhai should have had very high upper limit instead. Is he really just trapped by his lacking talents, preventing his plane from reaching higher heights? He really is indeed a saint of true self. While teacher said that second brother is rather slow in training and somewhat lacking in talents, but he had the best temperament among us all. If there were to actually be one who became enlightened in just a day, that would have been second brother. Perhaps he might end up being faster in making breakthroughs than any of us. Even I have to ask him for guidance many times after all, Mu Chunyang said. Despite being of higher plane than Nanzhai, but he was apparently very respectful of the second brother nonetheless. Is that so? Yi Futian felt rather puzzled. At the very least, his current vista did not allow him to see that far. He was there at Dali Imperial City for two reasons: revenge and training on pilgrimage. The trip would have benefited him a lot, even if he did not end up being able to kill Liao. However, that short amount of time Yi Futian spent with the imperial advisor had surprisingly diminished his enmity against the older man. The imperial advisor that he knew back in Emperor Xiao's realm and the one he came to know at present were different. That was not to say that the imperial advisor had changed, but that he was able to look from a different perspective due to being of different identity. If you want to experience the will of the great path, I'd like to know if you're ready now. Mu Chunyang asked. Yi Futian's expression had gotten somewhat more serious, and then nodded. I'm ready. Mu Chunyang's expression changed entirely, looking extremely sharp. At the very next moment, Yi Futian felt as if everything around him changed and the world was no longer the same. The will of the blade shrouded their surroundings, and he felt as if he became surrounded by curved blades. His robe billowed and felt he was about to suffocate. The will of the blade rained down on him directly. The next thing he felt was as if extremely sharp blades around him were coming down him, streaking down on the heavens and landed right before him. His breathing stopped and was unable to breathe. The will of the blade had gotten increasingly strong, and his entire world seemed to have been turned into the world of the blade. Formless blades bloomed before him and lashed out on him in a frenzy. Heavenly might rain down through the vast region of blades. Yi Futian felt himself to be insignificant, as if he was but a chestnut floating at sea. However, Mu Chunyang never budged throughout the entire time. He simply sat where he was. At that moment, he lifted his hand forward. Yi Futian was able to sense clearly in that split second that the region of blades was held by him in that very moment. He took control of that supreme power in that space simply by extending his hand. When one becomes a saint, their mind merges with that of the cosmos. The path is the nature, and the person becomes the path, reigning over the heavens and the earth. Mu Chunyang's voice was heard. He flicked lightly with his finger, sending boundless will of the blade sweeping by Yi Futian like devastating storms. However, all of that dissipated within mere moments, as if nothing had been there in the first place. Yi Futian exhaled for quite some time, feeling refreshed. He had been in hell for one moment and in heaven the next. The Saint Plane was one of transcendence. The mind, which had been one measured merely in square inches, became towering, encompassing the entire world, mastering the way of the cosmos. Thank you, brother, Yi Futian said. Mu Chunyang's blade will felt exceptionally strong to him, and the impact was very direct. Yeah. Mu Chunyang nodded. But then again, sages becoming saints are something that would naturally happen. It isn't something that happens overnight, and not something that comes just because one is extra hardworking at it. It'd be best that you place higher emphasis in how you develop your comprehension. You're now half a saint, and pure training is of little help by now. Yi Futian nodded. That was how cultivation was. One might have experienced it, one might have seen it, one might have even been able to wrap their head around it, but one still might not have been able to achieve it. That was how mystical planes were. There would not have been countless who were stuck below saint levels, not being able to pass into the next phase otherwise. Yi Futian was able to comprehend multiple wills of the Great Path, which was a testament of his uncanny talents at cultivation. It was worth noting that he had never ran into much obstacles at such stages, but countless in the 9 states were shut out altogether by those stages. I should take my leave, brother. I would come here to comprehend further in the future, Yi Futian said. You're welcomed here any time. Mu Chunyang nodded, and Yi Futian left. Since he had become a student of the imperial advisor of Dali, he would have gone with the flow and trained in silence, making his way to achieve sainthood. As for killing Li Yao, timing was of the utmost importance, as the prince was not someone he could have killed just because he wanted to. If he were to continue training under the imperial advisor, the chance would have presented itself sooner or later. At that moment, Li Yao showed up at Dali Academy. Yi Futian ran into Li Yao when he was returning to the library of the Dali Academy. 7th Swordsman, Li Yao called. What business do you have with me, Your Highness? Yi Futian walked up to him and asked. His tone was unusually calm despite his enemy being right in front of him, without any signs of emotional fluctuations showing. Right. Li Yao smiled and nodded. You remember the sword of Kasayapa? Naturally, Yi Futian said. Both the 7 sins and Di Hao used the sword of Kasayapa, and it was indeed formidable. King Tiandao's people sent the sword techniques to the palace, and I specifically had it copied, ready to be stored at the highest level of the library. Well, you're versed in the arts of space, and you could train in the sword of Kasayapa's techniques. That should do a lot in strengthening and completing your way of the sword. Li Yao smiled and said, Emperor Li ruled over everything in Dali dynasty. King Tiandao was an elder brother of Emperor Li himself. King Tiandao had acquired the supposedly lost art of the sword of Kasayapa, and both Di Hao and the 7 sins had used them in public. As such, it was natural that King Tiandao sent a copy to the Emperor Li's palace. However, Li Yao brought it to the Dali Academy shortly after. One could have only imagined how would King Tiandao have felt about it. But then again, King Tiandao's reactions were rather predictable. The people of Dali Mountain were irritated specifically because Dali Academy had too much access to cultivation resources of Dali dynasty. As for Li Yao, he was originally a student of the imperial advisor in name. Yuan Jin died in battle for his sake in the Battle of Empty Realm as well. Under such circumstances, he naturally would have chosen to get closer with the imperial advisor's people. He had maintained a very amicable relationship with Yuan Jin. With Yi Futian being the newest student and of the same generation as he was, he saw fit to get on Yi Futian's good side and become friends with the newcomer. Thank you for your effort, Your Highness, Yi Futian said. Well, let's head first to the arena instead of the library. We'll have you take a look at the sword of Kasayapa first. Li Yao took Yi Futian's arm and led him forward, as if they were really close friends, and he did not seem to care that he was a prince in the first place. Yi Futian took one look at the arm and went along with Li Yao. If it had not been for what Li Yao did and that Yi Futian was the 7th swordsman, the 7th swordsman might have actually become friends with the prince. However, some things were predestined. He and Li Yao were irreconcilable enemies, and only one of them would have came out alive if they were to clash. Li Yao's intention to kill him was not any less intense than his towards Li Yao. Yi Futian sat on the ground cross-legged at the area, circled by sword wills all around him. The sword of Cassiopeia was particular about controlling sword will with one's will, materializing said will into tangible forms and fusing will of great path into it, enabling one's will to be able to wield the manifested blade perfectly. Yi Futian possessed the perfect requirements for training in the sword of Cassiopeia, and he was a swordsman himself. It did not take him long after comprehending the sword techniques that the sword will around him coalesced in a frenzy, turning into dazzling, leaf-shaped sword, which rang as it pulsed with formidable will of great path of space. Go. Yi Futian extended his hand and swiped. His will activated, and the sword of Cassiopeia streaked through the air. The will of his entire being flew with the blade, maintaining tight control on the blade's movements. This is something, Li Yao exclaimed, feeling impressed. That sword of Cassiopeia that streaked through the air circled around him, ringing at deafening high pitches. At that moment, a beam of cold light flashed by, and the space seemed to have been torn apart, and a sword burst through the air. Li Yao felt his entire being shivering in coldness right there, and then, boom! The sword appeared right before Li Yao, mere inches away from his throat. It would have taken Yi Futian only one intention to have the sword pierce right through the prince's throat. Li Yao's expression turned serious. His heart raced at that brief moment. He only let out a bitter smile and shook his head when he saw the blade flew upwards and circled around the space right above him. He was rather baffled by how shaken he was. It was impossible for the seventh swordsman to kill him right there, and then after all. Your Highness, I was just thinking of showcasing how precise my control of the sword of Cassiopeia was to you. I beg your forgiveness, Yi Futian said, but his tone hardly sounded apologetic, behaving just as boisterous and unruly as the seventh swordsman had been known to be. In that brief moment back then, he had actually really wanted to stuck the blade into Li Yao's throat and taking his revenge. However, he bit down on the urge nonetheless. He had molded the wild, unruly image of the seventh swordsman specifically for Li Yao, but he had never expected Li Yao to deliberately get close to him and buy him over. It was different from how he planned it, but that hardly mattered. If he were to make a move right there and then and kill Li Yao, he would have succeeded easily, but he would have also died a horrible death for it. That was apparently not how he wanted things to be. No matter. Li Yao smiled dismissively and said, that attack is indeed fast, as expected of the sword of Cassiopeia indeed. If it was to be used in battle, one attack would have been enough to cut someone's throat off. Furthermore, that all comes from the first sword materialized. Your Highness, the sword of Cassiopeia requires extremely powerful control to wield. That was just one blade. If there were to be more, control wouldn't have been so easy, and I doubt control could have been at such precision, Yi Futian replied. Well, I believe you would be able to pull it off somehow with your talents. Li Yao gave his approval. Yi Futian spent some more time training after that. When he came to have solid control with the sword of Cassiopeia, he left together with Li Yao. One could have only imagined how Li Yao would have felt about things if he were to found out that he was helping Yi Futian train. When Yi Futian was still training in Dali Dynasty, the countless beings went about their lives as usual in the vast, seemingly boundless Emperor Xiao's realm. When Yi Futian was still training in Dali Dynasty, the countless beings went about their lives as usual in the vast, seemingly boundless Emperor Xiao's realm. There was a seemingly endless desert at the western end of Emperor Xiao's realm, with one city after another built from dirt in it, and there were countless people training in the cities. That region was known for being chaotic. There were no top-notch forces ruling over the place, and as such, many barbaric forces continued to grow by practicing and living in their barbaric ways. There was a dirt city at the center of the seemingly endless desert region, which produced 3 extremely powerful figures little more than a year ago, who gathered people and ruled over the dirt city. Many claimed that all three of them were saints. However, the three were unusually low-profiled and never appeared in public, making them all the more mysterious. Still, there continued to be people who wanted to meet and train with those three mighty ones. Many brought precious gifts when they went to meet them. On that day, there was a figure who wore a conical hat who came to meet the three in the cave where they trained in. A group of people walked under the hot sun in silence. The cultivator with the hat and two other muscled cultivators who bared their upper bodies continued on their way. "Do you really have sacred spirit stones to offer with you?" The muscled man asked the young man with the hat. "How many lives do you think I have for daring to lie to the revered ones?" "I'm going on this trip to get myself a teacher," the young man with the hat replied. The other two nodded without asking anything further. They initially intended to offer the stones personally, but the young man with the hat refused, being on guard against them and insisting to offer the stones himself. As such, they had no choice but to bring him along. They came before a cave of cultivation, which looked like a mountain in dirt yellow colors on the outside. However, the place was actually totally different on the inside, looking extravagant, and was decorated such that the place looked like majestic palaces. They walked all the way to the depths of the palace, and a regal figure was seen, sitting on top of the steps above. There were precious beverages laid before him, and he was attended to by voluptuous, alluring women. There were two other figures who sat by his side, and they, too, enjoyed themselves as well. "We heard that you have sacred spirit stones with you, no?" The man at the forefront asked the ones who came. The young man took his hat off and nodded before extending his hand and showing a piece of dazzling sacred spirit stone. It was a surprisingly huge piece and of very high quality. The regal figure on the chair locked his gaze at the stone, then stared the smiling young man below and said, "Who are you?" The aura on the young man shifted and the expressions of those men changed, looking extremely serious. The aura of that young man continued to change, becoming increasingly powerful. "It's been quite an effort to find you saints. It's rather surprising to find that you still know how to enjoy yourself after coming to the upper worlds," the young man said with a smile. The aura that he emanated was that of the saints. The figure at the forefront was shaken to the core. The other two at his side stood up, their aura bursting intensely. "Out, all of you." The mighty one who was addressed as a saint by the young man ordered. All the others left the scene while he glared at that young man, asking, "Who the hell are you?" "I come in peace, seeking cooperation from you, Saint. This piece of sacred spirit stone is a token of my sincerity." The young man offered the stone again and said, "You're rather poor at disguises. So this is how you show that you're sincere? By disguising who you really are?" It was apparent that he knew that the young man was not showing his real face. "I could say the same about you. The human face mask that you're wearing is just as poorly made," the young man jabbed sarcastically. Terrifyingly powerful aura shrouded the entire cave, and the others stepped forward. The young man glanced at the three, and the strength of his aura continued to rise. He then said coldly, "Saint Chihua, you'd better think things through, given how I actually dared to show up here in front of you. If you want to do it the hard way, I'd suggest that you think of the consequences." The figure at the forefront was none other than the Saint Lord of Chihua, Sacred Mountain, Saint Chihua. There was no need to say much about the identities of the other two. After leaving the 9 states back then, all 3 of them came to train in the upper worlds. Yi Futian's name became known all over the place later, becoming like the sun at high noon. They did not care to linger at the core regions of Emperor Xiao's realm, and so they came to the western edges to train in seclusion, to advance their plane of training further. "What are you after?" Saint Chihua no longer asked about the young man's identity, and had instead inquired his intentions. "I'm sure you have never expected Yi Futian to rise to fame that quickly. He is now held in high regard by the princess, and even His Majesty took a liking to him. Well, it's not all that too difficult to comprehend why you're forced to hide your face from the world. The young man continued his sarcastic jab. But then again, do you think all you do here is of any use, Saint? You're only being kept around by His Majesty because he did not bother to lift a finger against you people. But as Yi Futian's status continued to rise, how long do you think you could continue living like this? Saint Shihua's face was ashen. He had, of course, remembered the time when Emperor Xia gathered and talked with him. He had long suspected that he was possibly being watched. You should believe what I said, given how I'm able to locate you after all. The young man continued. As for my intentions coming here, it's pretty simple. Both the Sword Saint of the Void and the Glass Saint are now training in the upper worlds. The 9 states are left rather powerless. Why don't you ally with those of the Hall of Holy Light and kill the saints of the Holy Ji Palace? The sacred war is not over with them around. Even His Majesty would have to admit to that. Saint Jiang is a barren state now, and there are still other saints around. Saint Ji was placed under house arrest by Emperor Xia, so there was no way he would have dared step outside, even without the Sword Saint of the Void and the Glass Saint around. Do you think you could actually the barren state as they are now? Saint Shihua retorted coldly. Didn't you see that I've brought a piece of sacred spirit stone with me? That should be enough to allow you to recruit saints to help you people out. There are bound to be those who would get moving when the price is right. Furthermore, all of this are still within the boundaries set by His Majesty's rules, so long as you do not go on a killing spree against those below Saint Plain. The young man continued, even if you were to fail, all of you would still be able to escape right away. The stone would still be yours, and you're free to use it to further your training. Of course, you are free to refuse if you want to, Saint, but Yi Futian would then know of your whereabouts sooner than he should have, the young man said. Saint Shihua looked extremely glum at that point. Whether he liked it or not, he had to agree to it. What are you getting from doing all of this? Saint Shihua asked coldly. He wanted to know of the young man's identity and his reasons for doing all of that. Judging from his powers, is he having a grudge against the people of the barren state? All of that seems to be utterly pointless. I'm not getting much of anything out of this. It's all just a game to me. Just pretend that you have never met me. I'd need to see results within a month, or get ready to see Futian showing up at your door with his men otherwise. By the way, don't mention anything about me if anything were to go south. It seems that you've sired an offspring after coming to the upper worlds, so you've seemingly planned things out indeed. If anything were to happen to you, I'd look after your kid in your stead. The young man smiled before putting on his hat and left. It was truly but a game to him. Saint Shihua's face was all pale as he saw the aura of that young man continued to dissipate. Several shrieks of terror were heard from outside. Saint Shihua knew that there were people who were being silenced. Even if he had never even seen the true face of that man, the mysterious young man chose to simply just silence other unrelated ones around regardless, as well as threatening him to never mention anything about seeing him. It was an unnerving level of caution being practiced right there, leaving no tracks behind at all. If he were to act against the barren state, then it would have all been him acting for his own sake. He had a score to settle with the Holy Ji Palace to begin with, after all. That was probably what that young man had his eyes on. Saint Shihua felt himself shivering all over at that moment. If there were to be someone who dared to pull something like that under the reign of Emperor Xia, then the man who dared to do so would have been a very terrifying background. Xia Qingyuan received news half a month later that Saint Shihua had returned to the 9 states of the lower worlds. She caught wind in her residence that there was someone who leaked that information, and that her father had sent people to notify him. There were things that Emperor Xia found inconvenient to interfere after all. Relay my orders. Summon the ones at the cottage villa to the royal palace. We shall head to the lower worlds from the royal palace. Xia Qingyuan said. She then rose right away and made for the teleportation Grand Matrix. The battle was already raging when Xia Qingyuan and the others arrived at the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The battles between saints took place right above the Holy Ji Palace, other than Saint Qihua. There was another saint at second level of Saint Plain taking on Saint Jiang. The 3 saints of Qihua, Sacred Mountain, and 2 other saints of the Hall of Holy Light were taking on Dozhan and the others. Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light was placed under house arrest, and the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light never dared to step outside ever since. They came to deem that it would have been more advantageous to strike first instead of simply continue to wait around. As such, the saints agreed to Saint Qihua's proposal. Saint Qihua and his men naturally took notice of Xia Qingyuan's presence. They all felt cold deep down. It was apparent that the princess had picked her side. "Princess, are we going to help them out?" Some mighty ones at Xia Qingyuan's side asked telepathically. "They are able to take care of themselves at the moment," Xia Qingyuan replied. When Divine Cloud Valley crafted divine implements for the mighty ones of the 9 states, several really potent ones were sent to the lower worlds. The black wind condor showed up at Xia Qingyuan's side at the moment. As such, Yi Futian naturally caught wind of the news. The black wind condor then turned its eyes at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Could you order your men to act?" Xia Qingyuan looked at the bird and knew right away that it was Yi Futian who was talking to him. She had long subjugated the bird, robbing it of the gall to be insolent around her. The rules of the sacred war of the 9 states were laid down by Father. Xia Qingyuan looked at the bird, and the huge eyes of the bird continued to stare at her. Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes away and said to him telepathically with a cold expression, "If there were to be anyone who was caught in a life and death situation, I shall make an exception. Right now, they could still take care of things themselves." "Thank you, Princess." The black wind condor answered telepathically. Those huge eyes of the bird turned around to glare at Saint Qihua and the others. So this Saint Qihua had actually managed to get another saint down to the lower worlds and helped to assault the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State then. Seems like Saint Qihua and the Hall of Holy Light would always be disasters waiting to happen if they were to be left unattended to then. "When would you be ending your training in Dali?" Xia Qingyuan asked again. "No idea." The bird replied and dived forward, intending to join in the fray. Xia Qingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as she saw the black wind condor fly away. That BA **** ard. She heard last that the imperial advisor of Dali was being very nice to Yi Futian and had not doubted him in the slightest. At the moment, he was getting ready to break into Saint Plain in Dali Imperial City. Xia Qingyuan was rather irked deep down hearing all of that. Several saints were fighting intensely above the Holy Ji Palace. The black wind condor descended to the battlefield where Dozhan was. Despite having yet to become a saint, the bird was only but a step away into Saint Plain, so it was still able to help out nonetheless. Several saints were fighting intensely above the Holy Ji Palace. The black wind condor descended to the battlefield where Dozhan was. Despite having yet to become a saint, the bird was only but a step away into Saint Plain, so it was still able to help out nonetheless. Seeing how the attacks were not getting effective and how Xia Qingyuan appeared right before them, Saint Qihua came to realize something. Xia Qingyuan would have probably not given him any chance. He came to resent the state of affairs at the moment. Xia Qingyuan was the daughter of Emperor Xia, and if even her had already picked a girl, there was no way he would have been able to go against Yi Futian. The balance of the sacred war had become skewed. When he chose to bail when he lost the battle back then, they were destined to stay as losers of the war. He had initially intended to just continue to train while staying hidden, but given how there were others who insisted on forcing him to act, he saw no choice but to comply. If the princess is already here, then Yaya and the glass saint wouldn't be far behind. Saint Chihua mumbled to himself and then said, "Retreat." He flashed and retreated right away. All the others retreated from the battlefield one after another, distancing themselves from the ones they were attacking. Saint Jiang and the others from the Holy Ji Palace did not pursue to assailants, as their current lineup was not really all that powerful. "Let's go." Saint Chihua and the others left right away. The black winged condor's eyes were cold and pointed, flashing with a hint of puzzlement as it saw the figures leaving. They're going to leave just like that. Is it because of Xia Qingyuan? It seemed that Saint Chihua was not hell-bent on getting his revenge and appeared rather cowardly. In actual fact, Saint Chihua never wanted revenge, but there was someone who forced him to act. Although he had no idea what the other party was trying to do, but he did what he promised to do. With Xia Qingyuan showing up personally, he simply bailed right away, as he deemed it enough to fulfill his promise. The black-winged condor's cold eyes swept around the battlefield. There were quite a number of people injured. However, to Saints, injuries would have been inconsequential so long as they were not grievous. The bird flapped and came to Xia Qingyuan's side, saying to her telepathically, "Princess, do you mind doing me a favor?" "You want to know the whereabouts of Saint Chihua and the others?" Xia Qingyuan replied telepathically. She naturally knew what Yi Futian was up to. The bird nodded. "Father was sending men to look into it. What you're doing now is asking me to violate the rules of the sacred war." Xia Qingyuan then added, "Furthermore, Saint Chihua and the others still serve my father after all." Yi Futian naturally did not buy any of Xia Qingyuan's bullsh ***. Saint Chihua probably harbored only resentment for Emperor Xia at that moment. If there was a choice to be had, he would have left Emperor Xia's realm instead. As for Xia Qingyuan, he found it baffling that the woman was talking to him about rules. "I need only news. His Majesty and you, Princess, wouldn't need to lift a finger, so you would not be violating His Majesty's decree," the black-winged condor said telepathically. "You'll talk when you get back." Xia Qingyuan glanced at the black-winged condor plainly. The bird glared at Xia Qingyuan, feeling an urge to do something right there, and then, "Boss, no." The black-winged condor sensed Yi Futian's intentions and became scared. The blue phoenix, sacred beast, was right beside Xia Qingyuan after all. If Yi Futian were to actually do something right there and then, it would have been the bird to suffer the consequences instead. As for the matter of getting back at the blue phoenix, that would be something saved for a later date. "I'd like to request that you notify the Moon Saint and have him be on guard. I'd leave the matters on this side in your hands, Princess," the black-winged condor said. Since he was still far away in Dali, the matters right there and then naturally fell into Xia Qingyuan's hands. They needed to be on guard since Saint Chihua had actually made a move. As for him, it was naturally impossible for him to just return right away. All of his previous efforts would have been wasted otherwise. "All right." Xia Qingyuan nodded. "So this guy finally learned some manners, huh?" Yi Futian, who was training in Dali Imperial City, opened his eyes, which flashed with a hint of coldness. He never expected Saint Chihua to actually appear out of nowhere after all that time. It was fortunate that the Holy Ji Palace had become extremely powerful at the moment, and they were not all that easily shaken. Even if Saint Chihua was able to actually hire a saint of true self from the upper worlds to aid him, it did not actually work as planned. Nonetheless, it would have been better if he were to be on guard from then on out. As such, he was ready to invite saints from the Yu clan to train in the Holy Ji Palace. By doing so, it would have allowed them to aid each other before eventually taking out Saint Chihua altogether. Yaya, the glass saint, and the others ventured down to the lower worlds, staying behind to guard the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Chihua and his men retreated yet again. The scuffle seemed to have been a minor one, as the Holy Ji Palace remained unharmed at all. The Moon Saint actually came to train at the Holy Ji Palace after that, while Yaya, the glass saint, and the others returned to the upper worlds. All of it looked as if things had reached their conclusion right there and then. It all seemed to be an attempt of Saint Xihua at revenge, and nobody bothered to find out about the story behind his actions. Saint Xihua had a massive score to settle with the Holy Ji Palace to begin with after all. The scuffle was quickly forgotten by everyone else. It was something hardly even worth mentioning in the upper worlds. Xiao Sheng continued to train as he did in the Xiao clan's manner, leaving the place only in rare occasions. In truth, most of his clansmen hardly bothered about him anyway. After that incident, he came to understand his fate from then on out, that he had become someone irrelevant and dispensable, so much so that even the ones from the divine Cloud Valley came all the way to the Xiao clan to null the marriage arrangement. It was all a grave insult to him. Xiao Sheng sent men to head to the divine Cloud Valley that day, inviting Gongsun and I to a restaurant. Gongsun and I came to a prestigious corner of the restaurant regardless, as both of them almost ended up together after all. She was still willing to give him that much face, since he was the one extending the invitation. I have heard that you've spent your time training in isolation as of late to break into Saint Plain. How is your training going? Gongsun and I asked. Her sister, Gongsun Xian, was right beside her, and a saint was standing not far away. Not bad, but I seem to be in a bad state of mind, so it's only natural that I have difficulties breaking through. Xiao Sheng said, How about you, Mississippi Gongsun? We haven't met for quite a while. How are you doing as of late? Hardly any different from how I used to spend my days. Gongsun and I answered, You have excellent talents, Mr. Xiao. I'm sure that you'd be able to make it out of your current predicament, making a breakthrough and becoming a saint. I sure hope so. Xiao Sheng smiled and said, looking serene. A man was drinking alone, not far away from their seats, which was hardly more than a table away from them. Xiao Sheng. A voice was heard in Xiao Sheng's ears when he lowered his head. Xiao Sheng remained calm and unmoved when he heard that voice, continuing to chat with Gongsun and I. Your speculations are on point. He didn't show up. If he were to be training in the royal palace, he would have ventured down to the lower worlds with Xia Qingyuan. Yet, only the princess appeared down there. Even when the ones from the 9 states showed up later, he was still nowhere to be found. The other party continued to elaborate telepathically. Any useful news you were able to acquire? Like where he went to? Xiao Sheng asked telepathically. It was the day where they were set to meet. They set the time and date of the next meeting, after every meeting they had. But then again, while Xiao Sheng would have been there every single time, the other party who showed up would have almost never been the same. If he were to have left from the royal palace directly, then it was probably done through the teleportation Grand Matrix. You should know of the places that the Grand Matrix was connected with. It's always been those several places. The other party continued. Xiao Sheng, where do you think he would have ended up? Is there anyone in the 9 states dead this time? Xiao Sheng asked. No one died, the other party replied. Are all the saints of the barren state present? Xiao Sheng asked again. They're all accounted for, the other party answered. Then test things out again. Xiao Sheng said, at least make the ones at the 9 states pay somehow. If he were to still not appear, then we could be sure that he is no longer in Emperor Xiao's realm. I guess he's most likely in Emperor Li's realm if that turns out to be the case. How so? The other party asked. He left alone without the princess at his side. It was not that the saints were not allowed to be around due to him having gone to some secret, powerful places in Emperor Xiao's realm, but due to him being wary of exposing his identity. If that was the case, then the chances of him being in Emperor Li's realm would have been extremely high. There was no reason not to take the saints from the 9 states with him otherwise. He's bold enough to venture into Emperor Li's realm to train. The voice of the other party sounded rather funny. If you bothered to know about him, you'd realize that he might be even bolder than that. Furthermore, the reason the princess left his steed in her place was so to know of his whereabouts at all times. You all could ponder on the implications of such an action. Shaoxing said, "At the very least, I've yet to find out what is it that he is trying to accomplish in Emperor Li's realm. What is it that would have caused the princess so much concern that she needed to know of his whereabouts at all times?" The other party was silent for a while before replying, "I've recorded every word you've said." The other party put down the cup on his hand after that reply and left the restaurant. Xiao Sheng continued to chat with Gong Sun and I, looking polite and amicable. One was unable to sense any hint of sadness and anger from him. All of that surprised Gong Sun and I somewhat, and she felt rather guilty for it. Xiao Sheng left the restaurant a while later. He and Gong Sun and I went their separate ways and returned to their own residences. It had been a month since Saint Chihua attacked the Holy Ji Palace. Long Linger and Phoenix were poisoned by someone in a restaurant at the upper worlds of Emperor Xiao's realm. Furthermore, the poison used was extremely potent, hitting the internal organs and almost killed them. It was worth noting that Phoenix was versed in the art of healing, and yet even she ended up poisoned. It was a testament of the poison's potency and how well hidden it was. One could have even said that it was a poison at saint level. However, since everyone in the Holy Ji Palace was in high alert due to the incident with Saint Chihua, the village chief was tagging along when Long Linger and Phoenix ventured outside. The village chief did not return to the cottage when the two were poisoned, and had instead sent them into Emperor Xiao's palace as fast as he had been able to. The news was hardly of any importance to Emperor Xiao's realm as a whole, yet it was no doubt an extremely heavy blow on Yi Futian. What the hell is happening as of late? Is it Saint Chihua again? However, according to Xia Qingyuan, Saint Chihua was not even around when they were poisoned. Yi Futian it all to be an attempt at revenge when Saint Chihua attacked back then. But when Linger and Phoenix ended up being poisoned, he came to feel that someone was trying to do them no good, and that someone was trying to kill those from the 9 states. Yi Futian still remained himself shivering all over despite being at Dali Dynasty, as if he was shrouded by someone's schemes. The most important thing to be done in Emperor Xiao's palace at that moment was naturally to keep Phoenix and Linger alive. Xia Qingyuan even brought the two of them to the bedchambers of Emperor Xia to ask directly for help from the emperor himself. Both of them were at the brink of death when the village chief brought them in, especially Linger, who was quite literally having one foot in the coffin and her life hanging by a thread, giving how the poison was all over her systems. Xia Qingyuan, too, felt someone was trying to harm those from the 9 states. The princess residence in Emperor Xiao's palace was all gloomy. Xia Qingyuan's mind was cold as ice at the moment. The princess residence in Emperor Xiao's palace was all gloomy. Xia Qingyuan's mind was cold as ice at the moment. Everyone in Emperor Xia should have known that Yi Futian was Emperor Xiao's servant. His name was almost literally glittering from the results he brought from the Battle of Empty Realm, and for a time he was the talk of the town. There was simply no one who did not know of Yi Futian by then. If Saint Chihua were to be said to make a move against the Baron State, he was doing it out of desperation. At present, however, someone actually made a move against Phoenix and Long Linger. One could have only imagined what was going on in her mind at that moment. However, there was something that she was unable to comprehend. Were the two incidents simply a coincidence, or there were people who manipulated events from behind? There were many things that she was unable to understand at that point just yet. The Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others also came to Emperor Xiao's palace, waiting for news at the princess residence. At present, the conditions of Long Linger and Phoenix remained unknown. All of them were hoping that Emperor Xia was able to bring about a miracle. Both of them would have been in extremely dire states otherwise. At that moment, someone came to Xia Qingyuan's side and delivered her some news. The eyes of the black-winged condor were extremely cold. The bird went over and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Those eyes radiated bone-chilling cold. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian through the bird's eyes and said, "There was a saint-level clan in Emperor Xia's city, the Mu clan, and a member of their younger generation was infatuated with Long Linger, following her around everywhere. Long Linger was rather naughty and constantly made a servant out of him. This incident stemmed from that young man confessing to Long Linger and was spurned. He then decided to poison both himself and her, hoping to be able to die together. What happened to him?" The bird asked. "Dead from the poisoning," Xia Qingyuan said. The black-winged condor turned around to address the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Mingyue then added, "Mu Yan was indeed infatuated with Linger and she teased her all the time. Furthermore, Mu Yan was timid yet cheerful. So he followed Linger around all the time like the princess put it. He had even been to the villa, and we've all seen him. As such, we didn't put up a guard against him. But then again, Mu Yan's personality was one that shouldn't have been able to pull off such a feat. We have interrogated the people of the restaurant and the Mu clan. Those from the Mu clan didn't believe that Mu Yan would have been capable of such a thing. But there were many in the restaurant who witnessed personally what happened, so that was probably the truth. It would have been possible if one of them had lied, but there was no way so many would have dared to lie. Furthermore, we've checked everyone who were present, and all of them were clear of any doubt. Then this incident would be a coincidence then, one that was caused by Linger not being careful with who she made friends with." The black-winged condor spoke with a cold, gloomy voice. He knew what Linger was like very well. She was naughty and stubborn, but pure of heart. If she was willing to get along with Mu Yan, then Mu Yan would have never been those evil, ferocious, or brutal types. His second sister and all the others have seen him as well. But then again, the truth was right before their eyes. All of that seemed to truly be of pure coincidence and little else. Furthermore, it seemed that none of that incident had anything to do with Saint Shihua acting against the barren state. Yi Futian did not think much of the attack back then, but with something like that happening to Linger this time, he was forced to reconsider. "I know that you are suspecting something is off. I too am suspecting as well. But from the looks of things at the moment, there are hardly any leads or openings, with one possible exception. Mu Yan was controlled by some powerful figures using some special means." Xia Qingyuan then added, "None of the people of the Mu clan knew of anything about Mu Yan being acquainted with powerful people. We didn't have anyone to keep an eye on Mu Yan as well. Furthermore, Mu Yan suffered the worst of the poisonings, dying right on the spot. Even if such speculations are possible, there are no leads for us to look into." "Sister, did anyone or Linger herself made any enemies, or got on anyone's bad side during this period of time?" The black-winged condor asked. "No, everyone was being diligent in their training. Even if there were to be scuffles when they went outside, none of them were severe enough to warrant the risk of doing something like that," Zhuge Mingyue elaborated. The black-winged condor nodded. With his current status at Emperor Xiao's realm, all saints would have known that acting against them all would have came with great risks. No one would have possibly gone that far over mere scuffles, unless said scuffles concerned life and death situations. "Well, then, it's probably some enemies we made way back then," the black-winged condor said. Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light of the Lower Worlds was placed under house arrest. Saint Shihua and his men were hardly able to cover their hide. Both parties did not seem to have anything to do with the incident. The first enemy they made in the upper worlds was those from Lihan Heaven. But then again, the sword master of Lihan had lent one of them his sword and saved their lives. Wang Chuan came to possess a supreme state of mind and became a saint. All of that should have been known to all in the Lihan Heaven, and the score between both sides should have long been settled. Furthermore, with them still owing the sword master of Lihin for having borrowed a sword from him, there was hardly any possibility that the people of Lihin Heaven would have moved against Yi Futian's people. As for Gongsun Zhong of the Divine Cloud Valley, there might have been scuffles between both parties, but during the Battle of Empty Realm, Gongsun Zhong had been rather straightforward in his dealings. Due to Xia Qingyuan having expressed her disappointment in him, he channeled all his frustration in the battlefield. Compared to Gongsun Zhong, it was more probable that Xiao Sheng, who had actually set Yi Futian up in the Battle of Empty Realm, would have acted against him instead. What Xiao Sheng did back then was totally within reason and little to complain about. He had only recalled those that the princess put at Yi Futian's side due to the princess being in trouble. Yet his actions almost caused all of them to die in battle. However, Xiao Sheng was sold out by Liao later, with someone leaking the news of the enemy having bought him over, causing the cover for the motives of his actions blown. Xiao Qianha of the Xiao clan brought Xiao Sheng into the royal palace and begged Queen Xiao for mercy. Queen Xiao had summoned Yi Futian personally and rewarded him, bestowing 10 great training methods to the people of the 9 states as well as awarding them with divine implements. She had even permitted Yi Futian to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, forcing him to put that score with Xiao Sheng aside for the moment. If what happened to Linger turned out to be one of the events manipulated by Xiao Sheng, then there was no doubt that he had turned even more adept than when he was during the Battle of Empty Realm. Could you investigate Xiao Sheng? Yi Futian asked. I've considered what you are now thinking. Xia Qingyuan continued. Someone returned to me with news. Ever since what happened back then, Xiao Sheng had been spending time training in his clan's estate. Even when he ventured outside, he stayed close to the Xiao clan territory. Furthermore, Xiao Sheng's status in the Xiao clan was no longer what it used to be. His status became limited, so even when he intended to get something done, he hardly had the resources to pull them off. Before and after something happened to Linger, he had only ventured outside once, and it had been to meet Gongsun and I. Given Xiao Sheng's status in the Xiao clan back then, they should be someone that he is still able to make use of, no? The Black Wind Condor asked. There are definitely some, but probably not many. Given how my grandfather had rescinded a lot of the perks and power Xiao Sheng was given, he would have had lots of problems using any of the saints, Xia Qingyuan said. The one went about poisoning the girls that time was definitely a saint. What if someone in the clan was willing to actually work with him? The bird asked again. It was apparent that Yi Futian was doubting the Xiao clan. When my uncle brought Xiao Sheng into the royal palace, he had made promises to my mother, which was why she was willing to agree to stepping in and solving the matter, which in turn led to you being into the royal palace. You should remember that while it is possible for Xiao Sheng to still resent you, but my uncle is nonetheless still the successor to the Xiao clan and my mother's brother. What good would it do him by doing such things? If he was only doing it to settle the score on behalf of his son, then even my mother would not have forgiven him if it was discovered. Judging by my uncle's personality, there was basically no way he would have done such a thing. Xia Qingyuan analyzed the idea, and Yi Futian had to admit that Xia Qingyuan was making sense. Xiao Qianha was no doubt someone who would have clung to power, judging by his intentions to put Xiao Sheng into the royal palace. There was simply no need for someone like him to take such a great risk. Xiao Qianha was still Queen Zhao's elder brother and Emperor Xia's brother-in-law. That status alone would have been of extremely high prestige. So you're saying that this has nothing to do with Xiao Sheng then, princess? The Black Wind Condor asked in a low voice. No leads or openings, really. There's another thing. Be it Xiao Sheng or anyone else, if they really intended to act against you, why would they be beating around the bush like that? Phoenix and Linger might have been people from the Barren State, but they were still not core figures. Xia Qingyuan frowned and said, As for the matter if any of that had anything to do with Xiao Sheng, I could only say that there is nothing on him at the moment. I'd keep having people to look into it until we've got something. Yeah. The Black Wind Condor nodded. Although he suspected that Shaoxing was involved, but it was impossible for them to crash into the Shao clan's estate to arrest him when there were still lacking evidence. While Yi Futian was on very good terms with Xia Qingyuan, but Shaosheng was still the son of Xia Qingyuan's uncle after all. All of the important people of Shao clan was gathered in a great hall of the clan's estate. Old man Shao was present to host the meeting. There was a lone figure standing below, and it was none other than Shaosheng. There were people from the royal palace who came to investigate Shaosheng's whereabouts not long ago. They all knew that someone tried to assassinate people at Yi Futian's side using poisons. Kneel, old man Shao said coldly. Shaosheng went on his knees on the ground, looking up at his grandfather and the familiar faces that looked like that of strangers to him. However, his eyes were unusually calm, and he simply felt the whole situation to be rather ironic. He had been raised as the successor to the clan back then, after all. Grandfather, I don't understand, Shaoxing said. Did you actually do anything? Old man Shao glared at Shaosheng and asked. What Shaosheng last pulled had actually damaged the relations between the royal palace and the Shao clan. If Shaosheng were to pull anything absurd, it would have ended up jeopardizing the Shao clan's status. I don't understand, Shaoxing said as he sensed formless pressure bearing onto him. Someone attempted to kill the people of the Barren State using poison. Do you have anything to do with it? Old man Shao glared at Shaoxing as he asked, raining down incredible pressure on his grandson. Someone tried to assassinate those from the Barren State? Shaoxing looked up and said sarcastically, Well, it seems to me that they've offended some other people then. I never expected Qingyuan to be here for this. Girls do have tendencies to lean towards outsiders then. She didn't bother giving you an uncle face just for a man. You little sh***. Old man Shao said coldly, Say that outside, and I'd have you punished according to the clan's rules. Shaoxing chuckled sarcastically and continued, Grandfather, you'd find out what I've been up to these days if you'd just look into it. If you think that I was the one who did all that, then by all means just hand me over to Yi Futian. Old man Shao glared at Shaoxing and said coldly, I know you have your resentments, but it's your mistakes and you're to bear the consequences. From this day forth, you're not allowed to step outside the estate. Shao Qianhe pull all men at his side away. He is not to be allowed to have any contact with the outside world without my orders. Acknowledged. Shao Qianhe nodded. He stared at his son and came to have bad feelings about some people. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shaoxing stood up, turned around, and left. His clansmen all watched with cold expressions as he left. That is one hell of an goal. Shaoxing looked up at the sky after he walked out of the hall. A cold smirk was seen on his face. Investigate me. Investigate all you like. I've done nothing. As for the house arrest, he did not mind it at all. If his speculations were to be proven correct, someone else would have picked up where he left off and taken care of the rest. There were often mighty ones getting in and out of Emperor Xiao's palace, especially the princess residence. There were often mighty ones getting in and out of Emperor Xiao's palace, especially the princess residence. The princess residence, which was usually extremely quiet, became apparently very lively for the past several days with people coming and going. All of those from the barren state of the lower worlds were allowed to come and go as they pleased, and it was something everyone in the royal palace knew. Princess Xia Qingyuan was being very kind to those from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, and it all had to do with Yi Futian. The incident with just 2 cultivators from the lower worlds getting attacked would not have caused that much commotion otherwise. They were even able to get help from Emperor Xia himself, and it was an enormous favor rarely seen. Most of the people from the Holy Ji Palace waited for news in the princess' residence. Several people flashed on that day, appearing before the group. Phoenix Linga. The group noticed two within those who just showed up and walked up to them. The black-winged condor went up as well, feeling relieved as the crisis was finally averted. How are they doing? Zhuge Mingyue asked. They're fine now. Consider them actually came back from the gates of hell itself. A figure wearing a cloak behind them said. His voice sounded rather croaked and his skin extremely pale. Thank you, Senior. The people from the Holy Ji Palace expressed their gratitude. The black-winged condor's eyes turned to one of the cultivators behind Long Linger and called, Senior Long. That man's eyes turned to look at the bird and said, You are. I'm Yi Futian. The beast could relay my thoughts directly, the black-winged condor explained. The middle-aged man caught on and said with a smile, So we've met. Yes, and it's been many years indeed. Thank you for your help, the black-winged condor said. The man was none other than Long Etienne, Long Linger's uncle. What happened to you? This is something that happened in the battle of proving holiness all those years ago. I was surrounded when I was on my journey back then. My physical body perished, and my soul rested within the dragon's soul, merging with it. I then hid within a piece of saint-level spirit jade that I came to possess by chance, enabling me to stay alive. His Majesty Emperor Xia was gracious enough to forge a new physical body for me, Long Etienne said. Brother, if it hadn't been for Uncle, I'd have been dead by now. Long Linger's eyes were somewhat reddened. It was a blessing in disguise. If it had not been for Linger being in a critical condition, Xia Qingyuan would not have came to bother Emperor Xia. You'll be fine, the black-winged condor said. But Mu Yan is dead. Brother, Mu Yan isn't someone of that sort. I felt that he was being controlled by someone else back then, Long Linger said. I feel the same way about things. There's so many things that feel wrong with this. Phoenix and Long Linger shared the same thoughts. She had a unique constitution, and she had a phoenix as her life spirit, which was capable of the nirvana arts. All of that enabled her to keep her life hanging by a thread and eventually allowed her to survive. Linger, on the other hand, was protected by Long Etienne. However, Long Etienne had almost completely dissipated from the ordeal nonetheless. Both of them were considered miraculously lucky to have survived the assassination attempt. Mu Yan had apparently not been as lucky. He died from the poisoning on the spot, a testament of the poison's powers. Yeah, the black-winged condor nodded. He did not believe all of that to be just a coincidence. I have looked into Xiao Sheng's actions after what happened. There was nothing suspicious about it. The Xiao clan had placed him in house arrest and forbade him from contacting anyone on the outside. I'd send men to keep a close eye on him as well. Xia Qingyuan said, Of course, the possibility of someone helping Xiao Sheng out cannot be ruled out. As such, I would look into anyone whom Xiao Sheng was able to mobilize after what happened all the way back then. More people would have been involved, and the investigation would have taken quite some time. There did not seem to be any leads anyone could have exploited regarding the incident. Mu Yan might have been the only one who had been in contact with the person who poisoned him, but Mu Yan was already dead. There was no way to look into the people that he came into contact with before. That lead was totally cut off, and they were only able to look into Xiao Sheng, who appeared to be the most suspicious at the moment. However, from the current looks of things, there did not seem to be any openings to be had with Xiao Sheng. If that happened to truly be something that he pulled, he naturally would not have been able to do anything with the princess, keeping a close eye on him. As the princess put it, someone might have been helping him. Although the possibility of the Xiao clan being involved being rather low, I'd like you to keep an eye on them as well, the black-winged condor said. I would. I shall keep a close eye on things with Saint Chihua as well. While we can't be sure if those two incidents were actually connected, but I'd look into it as well to see if they had been coming into contact with someone suspicious. Xia Qingyuan said, I would look after the people of the Holy Ji Palace in your stead. Thank you, Princess. The black-winged condor said, Please send my regards to His Majesty as well. You really have no intentions of returning then? All of these may have been directed at you? Xia Qingyuan said, I'm not Yi Futian over there. Furthermore, you do have someone at Dali Imperial City, right? Yi Futian asked. I do. I'd tell you how to contact them. Xia Qingyuan added, If anything else were to happen, return immediately. Yi Futian opened his eyes at a training ground in Dali Academy. The sword while circling around him gradually dissipated. His eyes looked cold. Queen Xiao had gotten personally involved to mediate what happened back then, and he was unable to do anything about it. It's not like I can go against Queen Xiao after all. However, if he were to find out that it was Xiaosheng who did all of that, there should not have been anyone to protect Xiaosheng again. It was hardly surprising why he kept suspecting that Xiaosheng was the one involved. No one in Emperor Xia's realm had so much beef with him than Xiaosheng after all. Seventh Swordsman. A voice was heard. Yi Futian looked up and saw someone coming in his direction. It was none other than Li Yao. He had been in contact with Li Yao a lot as of late, making them familiar with each other. Technically speaking, Li Yao was a student of the imperial advisor in name, which made the prince his senior. What brings you here, your highness? Yi Futian called while remaining seated instead of getting up. He looked nonchalant, and that nonchalance was what would have appeared normal. The end of the year is near, and Dali Academy holds a forum at the end of the year of every year. The royal members of Dali Imperial City would hold a grand hunting event, the Royal Hunt, among the royal members instead. I'd like to invite you to join the event if you're willing, Li Yao said. Royal Hunt? Yi Futian asked in puzzlement. Indeed, a hunting event. There are tens of thousands of beasts at the west mountains of Dali Dynasty, which serve as the hunting ground of the royal members of Dali Dynasty. It is a training that is quite hard to come by, Li Yao said. Any sacred beasts there? Yi Futian asked. Of course. Li Yao nodded. Yi Futian was unable to help but feel impressed. The royalty of Dali Imperial City was actually wealthy enough to keep tens of thousands of beasts just for training by hunting, and they even had sacred beasts. If this is meant for royalty, wouldn't having me join and be breaking the rules? Yi Futian asked. Not at all. Royal members have the right to bring others to hunt. Li Yao smiled. There would be quite a number of attendants and servants by then. Seventh Swordsman. You're now invincible under Saint Plain. No one else below Saint Plain in all of Dali Dynasty would be able to fight you, and you wouldn't be able to further your sword training. Even the saints found in Dali Imperial City wouldn't have actually fought you in earnest. Hunting then becomes a great training opportunity to have you feel the true power of saints among demonic beasts. You daring enough to try it out? Yi Futian's expression became pointed and said, How could I refuse an invitation from you, your highness? I shall stay by your side during the hunt. Very well. You indeed are number below Saint Plain in all of Dali. Li Yao smiled and nodded. Well then, I'd keep you posted when the time comes. All right. Yi Futian nodded, and Li Yao left with his people. Yi Futian watched Li Yao leave and thought that the prince was as nice as a prince could have been to him. He was peerless below the saints, and they both studied under the same teacher. As such, it was not difficult to come to the conclusion that Li Yao was buying Yi Futian over to be of help to him in the future. It was quite a pity that the feud between them both meant that one of them must die. So His Highness has invited you to join the royal hunt, eh? A voice was heard, and several people were seen walking towards him. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw Nanjai, Mu Chunyang, and Lu Chuan. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and said, What brings you here today, brothers? We're heading to the Imperial Advisor's residence. There's a lunch event held today, Lu Chuan answered. Yi Futian was puzzled. Lunch event at the Imperial Advisor's residence. Sure. Yi Futian got up and said, So, have you found yourself a girl whom you can talk about life with? Nanjai narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Yi Futian was rather speechless. He then said, Find yourself one then, second brother. Nanjai stared at his face and said, If your brother here is as young and handsome as your boy. Yi Futian was exasperated. If it had not been for the conversation they last had, he would have thought Nanjai to be a good-for-nothing, lecherous old man instead. Brother, the seventh swordsman here is a swordsman and has a pure mind of the sword. Don't go about tainting him, will you? Mu Chunyang interjected, finding the second brother's antics intolerable. He needs to relax precisely because he's so damn tense. Let that stick, will you? Nanjai said with a condescending tone. You're the older brother. Have it your way. Mu Chunyang did not continue to argue with Nanjai, and Lu Chuan at the side then smiled at Yi Futian, saying, That's our second brother for you. You could learn about divine path from him. As for other matters, you'll be the judge yourself. Yi Futian nodded. The Imperial Advisor had few students, but the atmosphere among them was an amicable one. It truly made him feel like he was back in the cottage from all those years ago. One could have told something about a teacher by looking at the student. It seemed that the Imperial Advisor was indeed someone worthy of respect. But then again, their stance seemed to have been decided right from the start. However, what Yi Futian saw at the moment was not probably all there was to it. Yan Yuan and Wang Zhong were already waiting for them. All of them gathered before going to the Imperial Advisor's residence. Lunch was prepared when they came to a quiet compound within the Imperial Advisor's residence. Yi Futian found that other than the Imperial Advisor, there was also a woman present. Yi Futian was rather surprised and turned to look at her. The woman looked very pretty, sporting a pure, natural look that was pleasant to the eye, as if she was favored by the heavens. She turned to look at Yi Futian as well, and asked, Father, is this the seventh swordsman? Indeed. The Imperial Advisor nodded with a smile, and looked at Yi Futian, saying, Seventh swordsman, this is Fei Xue. Yi Futian was surprised to find that the Imperial Advisor actually had a daughter. He had never met her before. A beaming smile was seen on Fei Xue's lips, yet her eyes looked to be devoid of life. One could not have seen a smile in them, which startled Yi Futian. Sister, Yi Futian called. Sister, I'm not father's student. Just call me by name. Fei Xue smiled warmly and continued, As for my eyes, don't mind them. I can't see after all. She's blind? Yi Futian was somewhat shaken. For some reasons, he felt a tinge of sorrow hearing that she was unable to see. While Fei Xue did not have looks that would have had men killing each other for, but he found her appearance to be really pleasant on the eye. It was some mystical feeling that he was unable to quite place. Not even your proficiency with the arts is able to do anything about it, teacher? Yi Futian asked the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor shook his head in reply. Yi Futian looked at the Imperial Advisor and sighed secretly. Due to Fei Xue's status, even if the Imperial Advisor were to ask for Emperor Li's help personally, the Emperor would have no doubt agreed to help. Yi Futian looked at the Imperial Advisor and sighed secretly. Due to Fei Xue's status, even if the Imperial Advisor were to ask for Emperor Li's help personally, the Emperor would have no doubt agreed to help. If Fei Xue remained incapable of seeing still, then there would not have even been a need to ask in the first place. There is no need to grieve for my sake, seventh swordsman. I'm fine as I am, Fei Xue said with a smile, as if she was able to read what was going on in his mind. I'm not grieving, Yi Futian denied and continued. I'm just thinking that someone as good-looking as you would have felt brilliant if you were to be able to see. Fei Xue smiled faintly. Although her eyes continued to look dead, her Her smile felt pleasant nonetheless. "Take a seat," the imperial advisor smiled and said. All of them took their respective seats by his side soon, with Yen Yuan seated at the first seat at the left, followed by Nanjai, Mu Chunying, and Wang Zhong. Fei Xue, Lu Chuan, and Yi Futian were seated at the right. "Where is the mistress?" Yi Futian asked Lu Chuan telepathically instead of asking out in the open. The case with Fei Xue told him that the imperial advisor might have had his own stories. If the mistress did not show up, there would have also been a story behind. Lu Chuan did not look at Yi Futian, but replied telepathically nonetheless, "I've never seen the mistress. She passed a long time ago. Don't bring the mistress up in front of teacher." "Will do." Yi Futian nodded in secret. "Seventh Swordsman, there is no need to be so formal in a family event like this," the imperial advisor smiled and said. "Sure, teacher." Yi Futian said and nodded. The group began eating away. They all looked relaxed, as there were hardly any rules to be observed there. "How are your training been going?" The imperial advisor asked all who were present. "I don't think I'd ever get to your plane, teacher." Yen Yuan smiled and said, "Yen Yuan, your strength lies with your sense of perception of worldly affairs, but it's at the same time your shortcoming. But then again, it'd only be a matter of time before your achievements eclipse that of mine," the imperial advisor said. "Teacher, I don't have much of any specific goal, and I'm only following my heart in training," Nanjai said. "Yeah." The imperial advisor nodded. "I'm not all that concerned with the few of you. Wang Zhong, your obsession runs too deep. It's probably pointless for me to tell you to let go. But you need to understand that while the obsession might drive you to greater achievements, it might also get in the way of you achieving greater things." "I would definitely surpass you," Wang Zhong said. "And I'd be waiting," the imperial advisor nodded and said. Yi Futian looked at Wang Zhong with surprised eyes. He had always thought Wang Zhong to be rather different from the O'Hares. From the looks of things at the moment, he was actually more than just different, as it seemed that he and the imperial advisor did not even seem to be on good terms. If that is the case, why would the imperial advisor take him in the first place? "Seventh Swordsman, I've asked you that day, why did you become a cultivator, and your answer made me decide to take you in as my student." The imperial advisor then said, "The great path knows no boundaries. Not even I had been capable of such spirit as you." "I was just mouthing away, actually," Yi Futian added. "There are no doubt boundaries in the world. Any who is brazen enough to say that the great path knows no boundaries would be a show of open-mindedness. Me, for example, has never had such spirit with me. If you happen to have that something that I lack, it is naturally something I'm happy to see." Yi Futian looked at the imperial advisor and asked, "I have something that I find puzzling. Would you mind giving me some guidance, teacher?" "All right, speak." The imperial advisor nodded. "If you had agreed with the notion of the great path knows no boundaries, why would you have aided His Majesty in strengthening Dali and went about taking other realms? Wouldn't that be going against what you agreed on?" Yi Futian asked. He had always been curious what kind of a person the imperial advisor actually was. Since the opportunity to ask was right in front of him, he saw fit to take it right away. "When I asked you about why you sought the path, you said that you hoped that even if there would be a day when you stopped cultivating altogether, you would still have the freedom to choose nonetheless. That applies to you as well as Dali as a whole. Wars never ceased since the ancient times. Even the mess the world went through over 300 years ago, we have still not been able to shake off its effects. Wars between realms easily had casualties racking up to millions. If we were to not strengthen Dali, destruction would have been the only thing lying ahead of us, and there is no freedom of choice for us there." The imperial advisor turned his eyes at Yi Futian and continued, "I have done a lot of wrong in my efforts to advise His Majesty, but I've also done a lot of good for the cultivators of Dali nonetheless. One has to pay something in order to get something. Like I've said earlier, I lacked your spirit, and I have never considered the notion of the great path, knowing no boundaries before. However, I'm nonetheless only able to do what I can to help change what I can. I understand, teacher. Yi Futian nodded lightly and sighed deep down again. He had no problem telling that the imperial advisor was telling the truth. If one were to take his stance into consideration, one would have realized that if Dali was not strong enough, the Emperor Xiao's realm, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, or some other realms would have taken Emperor Li's realm by force. If you want to see change as well, then you'd have to first stand at the highest point at the place you wish to see changes being made. It's been said that Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing dreamt of changing the world as well, and that was what drove them to stand at the top of the world. A tinge of respect was seen in his eyes as he continued. There would always be some great beings around in the world which would inspire respect and awe. My abilities and character are limited, and I do not have what it takes to become someone like that. But I do hope that you all would be someone of such caliber. Teacher, you're great enough as far as Dali is concerned, Yan Yuan added. It isn't something you could determine on your own. Ask Wang Zhong what he think about that, the imperial advisor said in a self-depreciating tone, and took a look at Wang Zhong. Yan Yuan did not ask, as it was obvious that he would not have been able to get any answers anyway. Yi Futian seemed to have learned more about the imperial advisor and came to respect him a little bit more deep down. It was possibly Emperor Xiao's realm that had known too little about the imperial advisor of Dali instead. The imperial advisor had not been wrong with what he said. He was not Dong Huang the Great or Emperor Yi Qing. His abilities were limited, and he was only able to affect Emperor Li's realm. Teacher, I'd like to ask a rather bold question. Why have you decided to seek the path? Yi Futian asked. The imperial advisor was rather startled as he looked at Yi Futian. That was the first time someone asked him why he sought the path. He had always been the one asking the question instead. If I were to tell you that I have never considered the question, would you believe me? The imperial advisor looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian was dumbfounded and rather surprised. However, the imperial advisor simply smiled. Any one of you here has more spirit than I did. I once have been training because I felt like doing so, and I have never thought why I sought the path. When calamities strike one day, you'd quickly find that you don't have the right to choose. As such, when you said that you want to see the right to choose, even if one were to choose not to be a cultivator, I said that you have set your standards too high. Even if you were to be cultivator, there are lots of times when you are still robbed of that right, being utterly hopeless in the face of it all. At present, my wishes are two simple ones: to allow Fei Xue to live a simple life, teach a few students of my own, establish a Dali Academy that could provide a good environment for cultivation for the later generations, so to enable Dali dynasty to live long and prosper. As for anything greater than all that, I dare not ask. Yi Futian looked at the imperial advisor, feeling rather frightened. That could not have been further from the impression he had about the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor, he knew, was one would have dedicated his entire being into service to Dali dynasty, a great figure who would have poured his heart and soul into taking other realms. Yet the imperial advisor who was right before his eyes was someone who could not have been more peaceful and tranquil. Doesn't match what you know, I take it? People are used to talking down to others from a pedestal. In truth, however, regardless of the height one stands at, one would have still been just a person. The imperial advisor of Dali said. Haven't you thought of bringing change to more realms? Yi Futian asked. If you've experienced realm wars firsthand, you wouldn't be having such thoughts. Unless I become able to have control over other realms without going through realm wars, it is something that I would never, ever think about. The imperial advisor looked at Yi Futian and said, the realm wars that the imperial advisor spoke about were naturally large-scale ones. Yi Futian once heard that there were 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and some realms were devoid of life altogether, with the realm wars being brutal enough that they brought about total annihilations of realms. It was truly something harrowing. The Battle of the Empty Realm was actually one that was fought at a small scale. On the other hand, the Imperial Advisor claimed that he had experienced true realm wars. As for wanting to affect other realms without going through the path of realm wars, one would have been able to train to the highest plane there was. For instance, if he alone were to be able to take down Emperorly, that would not have needed for any realm wars. From the looks of things, the Imperial Advisor was actually someone who opposed realm wars. The group chatted without a care in the event, and Yi Futian came to learn more about the Imperial Advisor and his other students. After they were done, the Imperial Advisor said to Lu Chuan, send Fei Xue to her sleep. Sleep? Yi Futian looked puzzled. Fei Xue needed to be in her sleep, often due to her cultivation. She is actually far older than you are, and the reason why she looks so young is because she spends most of her time sleeping, the Imperial Advisor explained. Yi Futian was somewhat shaken. You're talking about suspended animation then. He finally knew what the family gathering earlier was for. Fei Xue rose from her sleep. He turned his eyes at Fei Xue, at the clean, beautiful face of hers. Fate had not been kind to her, and yet that calm and warm smile looked as tranquil as it could have been. The Imperial Advisor said that he hoped that Fei Xue would be able to live a simple life. He said so because even that alone proved to be a luxury. Sure. Lu Chuan nodded slightly and rose. Fei Xue, who was by his side, rose as well and was getting ready to leave. I'll go as well, Yi Futian said. He rose and walked with Lu Chuan and Fei Xue, leaving where they had the gathering. All three of them walked, and Yi Futian asked, Brother, what happened to Fei Xue? I don't know myself. It has always been so ever since I came to study under the Imperial Advisor. Lu Chuan shook his head and sighed. It's all right, seventh swordsman. I've gotten used to it. Fei Xue faced where Yi Futian was and said, I'd be able to stay young always. Isn't that wonderful? How long would you need to sleep? Yi Futian asked. There is no certain pattern to it. I spend most of my time sleeping. Fei Xue then added with a smile, No need to be sad for me. I'm not. Yi Futian denied. So you don't want to admit it again, eh? Fei Xue said with a faint smile, My father said that your mind of the sword was pure. Somehow, I find that your emotions are always in turmoil, always easily moved to sadness. Shouldn't your training in the way of the sword make your state of mind as strong as bedrock? Yi Futian wanted to explain, but Lu Chuan took a good look at him and said, Fei Xue is capable of sensing emotions of others. Yi Futian was astonished as he looked at Fei Xue. If that turned out to be the case, if he had been harboring resentment and vengeance, Fei Xue would have been able to sense them as well. I've been able to sense all of your emotions throughout the event. Fei Xue smiled brilliantly. She placed her hand on her chest, and mystical light emanated from her. Yi Futian felt a mystical feeling that he was unable to quite place. It seemed that some peculiar powers shrouded his body. The quiet world tree within his life palace rustled all of a sudden and unleashed mystical light. It seemed as if the tree was affected by the power within Fei Xue and reacted. What the hell is happening? Yi Futian looked startled. It was the first time something like this had happened to him. What the hell is happening? Yi Futian looked startled. It was the first time something like this had happened to him. Fei Xue was able to sense the emotions of others, so it was only natural that she was able to detect the puzzlement and curiosity that Yi Futian was feeling at the moment. However, she thought all of that stemmed from him being curious about her. She then explained gently, I have monstrous beings inside me, one that had once taken many lives, and it would have been able to take mine as well. The being could only be suppressed through sleep. If it had not been for Father, I'd have liked to resign myself to fate instead. Yi Futian looked at Fei Xue. She lowered her head. While her tone remained gentle, it was unable to mask her sorrow. So that's the reason, huh? Yi Futian thought. One such gentle girl, and yet not only did she possess eyes that were unable to see, but she was even robbed of her right to live, keeping herself alive only through sleep. What is the point of spending your life asleep? Yi Futian wondered. Isn't sleep just like death throughout the process? Probably just a way to lie to oneself. Then, the imperial advisor is reluctant to let go of her. Yi Futian extended his hand, seemingly want to touch her hair, but then he hesitated. Fei Xue raised her head somewhat. While she was unable to see, she nonetheless seemed to have been able to sense Yi Futian's movements, just like how she would have if she were to be able to see him. Yi Futian rested his hand on her shoulder and smiled warmly, saying, "Well, who is to say that that thing inside you is a monster? While I have no idea what it is, I feel that it's something extremely precious, maybe a gift from the heavens, something that you could only obtain after going through some bit of suffering." Fei Xue twitched somewhat, sensing his kindness. She smiled as well and said, "Thank you for comforting me, Seventh Swordsman. I'm not saying that to comfort you. That's the truth. You need to believe the intuition of a swordsman who has a pure mind of the sword," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Yeah, I believe you." Fei Xue smiled. A swordsman who has a pure mind of the sword. Somehow she felt that it was anything but pure. She had no idea how he managed to deceive her father, but none of that mattered. She did not sense any ill intent from him. He had experienced confusion, calmness, and a faint sense of respect, and then letting go from the start of the gathering until the end. When he was talking to her, she was able to sense sympathy, sadness, and a bit of kindness from him. Yi Futian looked at Fei Xue's expression and knew that he was unable to fool her. Someone being able to read other people's emotions is indeed terrifying, he thought. Good thing I don't hold any hostility towards the imperial advisor. But then again, Lu Chuan and Fei Xue chose to tell him honestly instead of merely resorting to observing him in silence. That enabled Yi Futian to feel the beauty of trust. It was evident that the people of the imperial advisor's residence had taken him as one of their own, and they had no intention of observing him. They would have chosen to keep that a secret from him and kept watching him otherwise. Yi Futian did not lie to Fei Xue as well. Something that was able to cause his life spirit to react would not have been some monstrosity like she claimed. He believed what was inside Fei Xue's body to be something incredibly precious instead. Fei Xue had probably chosen to refer to it as a monstrosity due to it invoking the greedy nature of people. The mistress was not around, and the imperial advisor had been taking care of Fei Xue and Dali all this time. After learning something about them, Yi Futian naturally came to speculate that the imperial advisor had some complicated past. However, Yi Futian did not keep asking. None of that mattered anyway. He witnessed Lu Chuan put Fei Xue back to sleep. She peacefully went back to sleep in a dazzling ceiling matrix. Xia Qingyuan was still looking into the people that Xiao Xing came into contact with for a long time in Emperor Xiao's realm. However, all signs indicated that Xiao Xing had not done anything. It seemed as if he had nothing to do with the incident. If it had not been for the fact that Xiao Shang remained the most suspicious person, Xia Qingyuan might not even have bothered looking into it any further. As for things in Emperor Li's realm, Liao extended an official invitation to Yi Futian to join the royal hunt. Yi Futian had agreed to it before, and so he attended the event as planned. Many mighty ones gathered that day at the most extravagant, towering drill ground in all of the royal palace's vicinity in Dali Imperial City. Many members of the younger generation in the royal family arrived. There were also many senior members around who would be the ones taking the lead. The royalty of Dali dynasty was an extremely prestigious family and had many descendants. They were the most renowned clan in all of Dali. The extended family was massive, and it was more than just the bloodline of the current Emperor Li that had many members. There were also many great branches other than that of the emperor. Branch families aside, Emperor Li himself had 12 offspring, 9 being princes and 3 being princesses. Li Yao was the youngest among the 9 princes. At that moment, other than the many members of the younger generations of the royal family, there were also their guards present at the drill ground. As such, the entire drill ground looked grand, and golden robes were billowing everywhere, looking magnificent. The hunt that was held every year at the western mountains of Dali Dynasty was a test for the younger royal members. It was a tradition that was carried out throughout the ages as a way of nurturing their temperament as well as their abilities at doing battle. All demonic beasts sealed in the West Mountain were at least of the sage level. There were even demonic saints who were capable of taking human form, and their intellect was on par with that of humans. They knew of their fate, that they were but tools meant to be killed by the royal members for training. As such, all of them were extremely ferocious. They would bring out their all to attack any who went to the West Mountain to train as soon as they seized the opportunity. The higher the kill count, the better. Many did end up dead during the test at the West Mountain every year, and many more injured. Of course, the princes and the corps members were comparatively safe, as they were high on the priority list of protected people. Even so, however, there were still princes who ended up grievously injured nonetheless. It was such ferocity that encouraged the royal members of Dali Dynasty to continue to hone their minds at furthering martial art training. Yi Futian came to the drill ground together with Li Yao. He took a look at the massive crowd before him. The royalty of Emperor Li's realm indeed appeared to be far more powerful than the ones in Emperor Xiao's realm. Emperor Xia was considered the founder of his extended family. It was different in the case of Emperor Li, as the extended family had been around for many, many years, and they were extravagant people. There would not have been the title of prince, regent otherwise. 7th Swordsman. A voice was heard from someone at the front of the drill ground. It was Li Sun, whom he met at the Dali Academy before. Li Sun was the 5th child among the 9 princes. He and Li Yao were born of the same mother, making them full-blooded brothers. "Greetings, Your Highness." Yi Futian cupped his hands slightly as he went up to the prince. "Li Yao said a while ago that he invited you to train here. The West Mountain indeed suits you," Li Sun said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and said nothing. "Brother, so this is 7th Swordsman?" Someone walked past, and Yi Futian turned around to find a handsome, dashing young man of the royal family looking at him. It was apparent that he was another prince. "Yeah," Li Sun nodded and said to Yi Futian, "the 8th among us brothers." "Greetings, Your Highness," Yi Futian said. "No need for formalities. You, 7th Swordsman, have been the most renowned figure of the younger generations for the past year, invincible below St. Plain and taken in by the imperial advisor as his student. You do indeed live up to the hype," the 8th prince smiled and said. Yi Futian sensed cold stares from behind the 8th prince. Li Xian was seen there, and there were also many of the royal family present. "You're too kind, Your Highness," Yi Futian cupped his hands and said. He had read through the profiles of the princes. The 8th prince was very socially adept and had amicable relations with many of the royal members of Dali. He and the incredibly renowned 3rd prince of Dali Dynasty shared the same mother. Invincible below St. Plain, huh? I wonder, did anyone bother asking about my opinion? A crisp voice was heard, and someone walked towards them. It was a woman who emanated an overwhelming sense of extravagance and looked incredibly pompous. As a female member of the royal family, there was little need to say much about her appearance, which was, without a doubt, on par with that of Liu. Her eyes stopped at Yi Futian. She said, 7th Swordsman, show me what you've got." Li Xiao, I don't think that bit of power of yours would be much compared to that of the seventh swordsman. Li Xin smiled and said. The woman was almost the youngest among the three princesses. She was at the pinnacle of sage plane in terms of powers, and was of the same age as Li Yao, and her powers were comparable to his. The seventh swordsman was a widely acknowledged number one below Saint Plain in Dali Imperial City by then. Li Xiao might have been a princess, but she still would not have been much if she intended to take on the seventh swordsman. I'm sorry, princess. My sword is not something for show, Yi Futian said to Li Xiao. What do you mean? Li Xiao's expression was cold. What she meant by show me naturally referred to sparring with her. The seventh swordsman answered in a manner that suggested that he had no interest in fighting her. It would be bad if I ended up hurting you, princess, Yi Futian said plainly. The seventh swordsman had a brazen, unruly personality, and he was a student of the imperial city. He did not see the need to behave subserviently to a princess of Dali Imperial City. Many turned towards the drill ground. So the seventh swordsman is just as arrogant as he is rumored to be then, daring to treat a princess like this, many thought. How insolent! Seventh swordsman, are you insulting the princess? Li Xian berated him coldly right there and then, intending to slap labels on him. Yi Futian glanced coldly at Li Xian. Draw your sword. Li Xiao stood tall in the sky. Powerful aura emanated from her body, pressing onto Yi Futian. If you insist that I draw my sword, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it, princess, Yi Futian replied without care. You. Li Xiao's eyes were cold. It was the first time someone dared to behave so insolently in front of her. Li Yang and Li Yu were in the midst of the crowd. Li Yu pouted for a bit. This guy hasn't changed, they thought. Li Xiao was the youngest among the children of Emperor Li. As such, she was spoiled by the people around her. Coupled that with her status, there was no one who dared to get on her bad side. The seventh swordsman was the only one who did not bother to give her any face. I'm ordering you to draw your sword as the princess, Li Xiao said coldly. The princes around them were speechless, but they did nothing to stop her. Li Xin then said telepathically to the seventh swordsman, Just give her a lesson that she'll never forget. Yi Futian nodded slightly and stepped out. Sword will circled her and rang. An extremely dazzling sword coalesced before him, which was as thin as the wing of cicadas. It was none other than the sword of Cassiopeia. Li Xiao burst with brimming aura as she stepped forward. Her hair billowed as she went. Boom! A bolt of lightning zipped past at speeds difficult for the naked eye to follow. The aura on Li Xiao was frightening. There were only high-pitched noises heard before her attack and defense were punched through right there and then. The dazzling light about her seemed to be torn to the sides. She was unable to even gather strength before sensing sword while zipping past, and the sword of Cassiopeia appeared right before her eyes. You asked to see my sword, and I'd like to know if you're ready to take what you asked for, Yi Futian said, without bothering to give her any face at all. Li Xiao's long hair billowed, and terrifying sword aura tore through the air. The currents slapped on her face, making her feel suffocating pressure. Li Xiao's long hair billowed, and terrifying sword aura tore through the air. The currents slapped on her face, making her feel suffocating pressure. Her face looked rather pale before seeing Yi Futian swiped and rescinded his sword. The sword will then dissipated. The royal members on the drill ground looked at Yi Futian, astonished by the power demonstrated by the number one below Saint Plain of Dali dynasty. He was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Li Xiao was a princess of the royal family, and her powers were not as appalling as they appeared. However, she was unable to even lift a finger against the seventh swordsman's sword. That was a testament to his absolute power. The sword of Cassiopeia. Many royal members came to have thoughts when they saw that sword at work. His Majesty was indeed generous towards Dali Academy. The sword of Casepa that King Tiandao had sent from the royal palace was something many of the royal kin had not been even able to lay eyes on, and yet there the seventh swordsman was, having already trained in the use of said skill. Li Xiao's chest heaved, and the sword aura had cut several strands of hair at her forehead. Her eyes were seen glaring at Yi Futian. That B** Sard, sure, didn't bother giving her any face. All right, Li Xiao. The seventh swordsman long proved his powers. You're practically asking for a beating to have him draw his sword, Li Sun smiled and said. He then turned to the crowd and said, well, the crowd is almost ready. Where is third brother, by the way? The royal hunt this time was in charge by the third prince. He was the one to lead the way. The third prince is here. Many turned their eyes in one direction at that moment. A group of people was seen walking up to the crowd. The few at the very forefront exuded supreme bearing. The young man who took the lead resembled the eighth prince somewhat. They were full-blooded brothers from the same mother. The people around the third prince were royalty as well. Yi Futian looked puzzled as he turned to look at their direction. That was because there was a familiar face behind one of the royal members, who was at the third prince's side. How of Daily Mountain? Well then, those are people of King Tiandao, Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian was not wrong. The person at the side of the third prince was the biological son of King Tiandao, Lizhe. Yi Futian came to have some thoughts, seeing all that. It seemed that the factions among the royalty were more apparent than he imagined them to be. Being the Renhuang, Emperor Li did not concern himself with the fighting between those below him. Regardless of the power struggles between them, they would not be able to threaten his position, nor would they have dared to do so. Those people were mostly fighting over ideological differences. Competition on a fair scale would have been beneficial. As such, the factions held themselves out in the open. The third prince walked with the people of King Tiandao, while Li Sun and Li Yao chose to get near the imperial advisor of Dali. Li Sun and the others were the ones present in the battles at Dali Academy back then. Furthermore, Li Xian was at the prince regent's side. He and the eighth prince were of the same team, and both princes were of the same line. Things became apparent when they were to be looked at that way. The third prince and the eighth prince was close to the royal kin, and they distanced themselves from the ones taking the side of the imperial advisor. Most royal kin were actually neutral or had no intentions of participating in the fight, and then some were deemed unqualified to be part of the power struggle. King Tiandao and the prince regent, as well as the imperial advisor of Dali, were the three who stood at the pinnacle right below Emperor Li. But then again, Yi Futian knew that the imperial advisor would not have bothered with any of that. Brother, Li Sun and the others called. Your Highness. The others cupped their hands. The third prince had a high status among the 9 princes of Dali Imperial City. His talents had even eclipsed that of the eldest prince and the second prince. Many expected the third prince to be able to achieve great things in the future. Brother! Someone pointed a sword at me. Li Xiao went up to him and began making accusations. Well, who would be bold enough to do that to you? The third prince smiled and asked. It was apparent that he knew well of the temperament of his little sister. Due to her being the youngest among the sibling and a woman, the princes tended to spoil her, and it had always been her who went about bullying others. Him. Li Xiao pointed at Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned and felt faint disgust at the flippant temperament of Li Xiao. Xia Qingyuan was also a princess, and both of them had great pride. However, Xia Qingyuan's pride was born out of solid prowess, while Li Xiao's pride was something resulting from her spoiled upbringing instead. The third prince looked at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, I have always wanted to see the new student of the imperial advisor up close and personal. I saw what Diha was capable of. It was quite a pity that I wasn't able to witness that fight being pinnacle figures below St. Plain that day. But here at West Mountain, we will be able to compete. Your Highness, Futian called as he cupped his hands. The third prince was a saint, and it was a given he would not have behaved like Li Shao. Brother, Li Shao called. You were the one who told the seventh swordsman to draw his sword, no? The third prince took a look at Li Shao, who was pouting. All right, we're all here now. Let's go, the third prince said, and howls of dragons were heard throughout the drill ground. One carriage, pulled by holy golden dragons, after another took off. The princes took their places in the carriages, while the rest stepped onto the backs of the dragons. They all took flight, while the dragons howled as they shot into the clouds. The West Mountain was not one mountain, but a region of mountains that seemed endless. A gigantic matrix enveloped the mountains. Any demonic beasts that were exiled there would have only been able to survive in the mountains. Only members of the royal family of Dali were allowed access to the winding mountains, which served as a massive hunting ground. And only royalty would have had the spirit to maintain a hunting ground with sacred beasts in it to be used to train the students of the royal family. The West Mountain was a place where demonic beasts gathered. The dragon carriages descended from above onto a tall mountain in the West Mountain region. Massive groups of mighty ones of the royal family descended and set their eyes forward. The place was filled with demonic aura and looked rather desolate. The West Mountain was a place where demonic beasts gathered a long, long time ago. There were many races of demonic beasts found here, and the royal family had been here hunting for a very long time. As the number of hunts grew, some powerful sacred beasts began to leave the West Mountain. As such, the royal family created a huge matrix to place the region in a lockdown, and the West Mountain became a hunting ground specifically for the royal family, Liao said to Futian as he walked out of the carriage. Furthermore, the royal members never attacked and killed any demonic beasts that were of lower training than they were in every hunt. Those beasts were allowed to grow, and the royal members only acted against demonic beasts of similar or higher levels to their own. Futian nodded and asked, so there shouldn't be demonic beasts that were too powerful in the West Mountain then? Most are below the level of demon saints. Even if there were demon saints, they would be at the first level. Most of the great monsters left back then. There were also demonic beasts that proved useful to the royal members, and they were placed under control. Those who refused to submit were exiled to the West Mountain. Demonic beasts at the second level of Saint Plain had indeed almost gone extinct. But then again, there were times where demonic beasts evolved and changed. As such, it is imperative never to allow oneself to drift away from the group. Demonic beasts of higher training have intelligence on par with humans, and they, too, would hunt us. There have been casualties in every hunt in the past, and most resulted from some being too sure of themselves in the hunt, thinking that they would be okay going solo. Of course, there have been cases where demonic beasts ganged up and killed the royal members as well. As such, despite being here to hunt, we need to be on guard. Seventh Swordsman, if you find rare, powerful demonic beasts, feel free to tame them and make them your steed. Sure. Futian nodded, but that thought never actually crossed his mind. It was acceptable for him to temper his powers by fighting the demonic beasts of the West Mountain. The third prince took to the air, and many powerful saints followed. They came to the air and said, "It's up to you people from here on out. Let's go. Let's go." One figure after another went forward and made for the inner parts of the mountains. The hunt in the West Mountain was mostly meant as a training for the younger generations of the royal family, tempering combat capacity of mighty ones at Sage Plain. Some saints made a move occasionally, taking on sacred beasts. The mighty ones among the royal members moved with brimming spirits. They were all of the younger generations. Powerful saints were in charge of things from above. There is a basilisk about 100 miles southwest, some powerful saint in the air said. The royal members then hastened their steps as they headed southwest. They saw a 100-meter-long basilisk slithering between the mountains, trying to escape soon enough. The basilisk had a blue head and a black body. It emanated extremely dangerous aura all over. Some mighty, one among the royal members, held a bow and an arrow. Golden flashes glimmered as dazzling light pulsed. The arrow was shot through the air with a terrifying force. That basilisk opened its mouth and blew a breath of great stench. A devouring vortex appeared on that mouth, swallowing the arrow, and the snake continued to run after closing its mouth. It was a basilisk at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and had talents of devouring powers. It was capable of devouring an elephant in one go. Some royal youths at the pinnacle of Sage Plane sped up and moved forward, quickly catching up to the snake, intending to make their first kill. The basilisk knew that it had no hope of escape and turned around to spit venom. The fluid flew at the crowd. It opened its huge mouth and began sucking in a direction, intending to devour someone. That person retreated backward in a hurry. Another dazzling light was seen and charged into the devouring power, heading straight into the snake's stomach. A loud rumble was heard as the basilisk was blown up from the inside. A mighty one of the royal family emerged, basking in dazzling light. Uninterested, Li Yao asked Yi Futian, who never budged at his side throughout the whole time. Yi Futian nodded. He was indeed uninterested, as he wanted to test his hands against demonic beasts at saint levels. "Your Highness, I'd like to train on my own," Yi Futian said. Li Yao was dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "You should have heard what I said earlier. There are demonic beasts who will hunt us in the West Mountain. Going solo is dangerous. You've also said that there are few great monsters of saint level around. Even if I come across any, I'm confident that I'll be able to protect myself. Fear of the unknown has no place in the training in swordsmanship. If something turns out to be more than what I can handle, I will send signals to inform you, Your Highness," Yi Futian said. It was rather inconvenient for him to be going along with a huge group. "How insolent," Li Xiao said coldly from not far away. "Do you care to join me, princess?" Yi Futian looked at Li Xiao and said. Li Xiao glared at him. There was no way she would have gone off on her own. "All right then." Li Yao nodded in agreement, seeing how insistent Yi Futian was. "Your Highness, I'll be off then." Yi Futian flashed and left, riding his sword. Many watched him leave and thought, that guy is indeed the seventh swordsman, unruly and bold. "I'm going solo as well," Dihao said and stepped forward. If Yi Futian dared to do so, he did not see any reason not to do so himself. The seventh swordsman and Dihao are not royal members, and yet they are daring enough to go solo. While we by no means are doing the same, there is indeed no need for so many of us to be grouped together. "Let's split up," the third prince said. "All right." Everyone agreed. Past hunts had always been separated into smaller groups. While doing so was a lot more dangerous, training by doing so would prove more fruitful. "Be careful," the third prince said. The groups split up and headed into the depths of the West Mountain in different directions. Yi Futian headed out solo into the ranges within the West Mountain. He passed by desolate mountains as he kept moving forward within the clouds. There were also many demonic beasts to be found within, but he did not bother paying them any attention. Yi Futian headed out solo into the ranges within the West Mountain. He passed by desolate mountains as he kept moving forward within the clouds. There were also many demonic beasts to be found within, but he did not bother paying them any attention. There were many valleys, jungles, and marshes within the region. Yi Futian was wondering what kind of level that grand matrix covering the entire region needed to be. The West Mountain had long been a place where demonic beasts gathered. It was practically a nation of the demonic beasts. The place was so vast that it was comparable to a large city. One could have only imagined how large the area that was covered by that matrix would have been. Yi Futian looked somewhere below the mountains, discovering that there was a river. There was a group of black, ferocious beasts near the river which resembled bulls. They had single horns and emanating wild, unruly aura. Their hide looked like armor. Fiends, see it would seem. Ferocious eyes scanned the air above and found that Yi Futian was all alone. Those demonic beasts took to the air while their eyes spoke only of hostility. "Get lost," Yi Futian berated coldly. None of those demonic beasts were sacred, and the strongest among them were only beasts at the pinnacle of Sage Plane. Boom! The demonic beasts began running about as soon as he finished talking. Towering might enveloped the region, and the space around them was shaken. Yi Futian felt that his internal organs were all rattling and his blood boiling. The world around him seemed to be shaking as the beasts ran. Yi Futian lifted his right arm and swiped at the air. Sword will circled around him within an instant, like some terrifying storm. Go. He pointed his finger forward, and the sword of raging storm streaked through the air as it headed forward. A straight line was drawn with a terrifying sword while bringing impossibly powerful tearing might. PFFTTT. Noises were heard as several demonic beasts were bloodied, retreating to the sides soon enough. However, there were others at the pinnacle of Sage Plane, charged at Yi Futian. The sword of raging storms, imbued with formidable might, had managed to do little more than grazing them. Black shimmer was seen as the demonic beasts continued to charge at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was rather startled. It was said in the legends that sea possessed frightening defensive capacities, and their hides and bodies were commonly made into armor-type implements, imbuing the finished products with the function of repelling blades of all kinds. It was a testament to their formidable defensive prowess. The hide of a sea at saint levels could probably be used to craft saint-level armor, and cultivators of similar levels would have a hard time breaking through their defenses. Many powerful demonic kinds possessed special talents from birth, and said talents continued to grow throughout their lives. The body that stood tall in the air continued to shake. Yi Futian glanced at the ferocious beasts that were charging at him, then took a step forward and charged, imbuing powers of the Great Path into his attack. Boom! A stifled rumble was heard in the air. Terrifying will of the Great Path swept through the place with Yi Futian as the center. A huge sword coalesced and was brought down onto the sea that was charging at him. The sea had noticed the looming crisis and let out restless roars. Boom! Yi Futian continued to go forward and brought his huge sword down onto the fiends. A sea clashed with the blade in an instant. That sea felt as if its internal organs had been rattled to the point of breaking. It was sent flying, spitting up blood. All the other demonic beasts retreated right away, eyeing Yi Futian cautiously. Yi Futian glanced at them and stepped forward before passing right through them and leaving. He came to see many other great monsters, and he continued his way forward. There were rare snakes that had wings, and then the great monster, Jimang, which had a humanoid body and a dragon head in the rivers. There were many monsters hardly seen elsewhere that lived in the West Mountain. The mountainous region of the West Mountain was an extremely bustling country of the demonic beasts once upon a time. He came to wonder what the demon Peacock Emperor's realm was like. The demonic beasts over there would have been of even greater numbers. Yi Futian came to an ancient mountain that was entirely white from the very top to the bottom. There was a figure sitting quietly at the top of that mountain. It was an elder with silver hair whose body was bent. The hair dropped to its waist. It sat quietly there and looked up when it saw Yi Futian came, commenting in a low voice at him. "You saw me here and you dared to come alone." Yi Futian naturally realized that the figure was not a human, but a demonic beast taking a human form. Sacred beasts were capable of taking human forms, and there were also demonic beasts that descended from demonic beasts that became sacred beasts after absorbing the essence of the world. Those beasts were capable of taking human forms. Yi Futian had seen a Joeying, which was a sacred beast, a long time ago. As such, he did not feel the encounter to be peculiar. "What kind of a demonic beast are you, Senior?" Yi Futian asked. He was without a doubt able to sense the strong demonic aura emanating from the other party, which was why the being said what it had said earlier. That elder stood up, and its body grew in a frenzy, turning into 100-meter-tall giant. Its head changed and turned to look extremely ferocious and terrifying, like that of a devil. Teeth grew out of its mouth, and they looked incredibly sharp, glistening with terrifying sheen. A long dagger axe appeared in its right hand, emanating terrifying sharpness. One demonic beast after another walked out of the cliffs, which looked like that beast, as they were of the same race. "Chiseltooth," Yi Futian quipped. "Seems like you know your stuff," the Chiseltooth sacred beast said. Its devil-like head looked extremely ferocious, and its eyes gleamed with frightening, killing intent. The silver-haired elder was none other than the extraordinarily ferocious and brutal Chiseltooth, demonic beast told in legends, who enjoyed killing very much. The sword will around Yi Futian's body was towering and howled. His might of the great path seeped out as his expression turned serious. It was the first time he was truly facing a saint-level demonic beast. His spirit and mettle had reached the pinnacle due to his training during the time in Dali Dynasty. He had developed comprehension of many wills of the great path, and he wanted to see if he could fight a saint-level great monster. Boom! That tall and ferocious Chiseltooth stepped forward. The mountains shook and cracks were seen everywhere. It lashed out with the dagger axe in its hand straight at Yi Futian. The space that Yi Futian was in seemed to freeze, and he was shrouded by stifling power. The dagger axe shot out in a straight line at him, seeming about to tear the sky apart. Yi Futian extended his hand, and a heavy sword that was just as huge as his opponent's dagger axe appeared before him. Towering sword, well imbued with the power of the great path, was gathered like a sacred sword. Nan Zhai once said that the divine path was one manifested through the union of humans and the world around them. Every move they made melded with the great path. Before he was able to make a breakthrough, his mind was within that space measured in square inches. His will of the great path was hardly formidable. Yet within that space his power was quite formidable still. His way of the sword itself carried the powers he used to wield. For example, the power of his physical body had neared that of saint levels. Yi Futian stepped out, and his steps were imbued with the will of the great path, emanating terrifying might within. The heavy sword shot at the dagger axe coming down from above. Both weapons clashed. Boom! A stifling, terrifying rumble was heard, and devastating light swept throughout their surroundings. The ancient mountain beneath them crumbled in a frenzy. All the other Chiseltooths retreated, looking at the air with startled eyes. The heavy sword continued to crumble, and yet it was able to stop the attack from the dagger axe. That Chiseltooth's arm was rattled, and its ferocious eyes glanced at Yi Futian. It was startled that a human cultivator who had yet to become a saint had been able to withstand its attack. The ferocious killing intent within its eyes grew even stronger. He took one step out and moved like a brutal demon god. Its arms were brought down alongside its entire body. That dagger axe swooped down with even greater force. Will of the great path of space emanated from Yi Futian. He streaked through the air while tearing through the stifling might before him. However, the devastating power of the great path restrained the surroundings around them, suppressing him and preventing him from moving much from where he stood. But then again he was still circled with a terrifying sword will. He stepped into the air and tore through that pressure. The dagger axe came straight at him. His body evaded it by mere inches. He then burst through the air, heading straight for the head of that Chiseltooth. He had used the limitless pressure of the heavy pressure at the end of the showdown between him and D, how to bring his opponent down. He was still using close-quarters combat that he was adept in while dealing with the demonic saint right before him. The power that he was so well versed in did not give him an edge. His opponent was of great size and had peerless offensive capacity. He had to resort to other measures to fight. Swords of Cassiopeia coalesced from the sword while howling about him. He waved his hands and sent the swords streaking through the air. The Chiseltooth glanced at the swords coming for it and took one step forward. The spiritual powers which Futian was using to control the swords of Cassiopeia seemed to have been blocked by some formless power. That resistance was something that had not been there when he was facing off against sages. The way of training with the sword of Cassiopeia was rather special. The swords were controlled by infusing one's spiritual powers into the sword will directly, achieving absolute control before terrifying power was brought forth. At that moment, the spiritual willpower in Futian's mind was cranked to the maximum, enabling the swords of Cassiopeia to tear through that resistance and continue to streak forward, heading straight for the head of the Chiseltooth. A shield appeared on the left arm of that Chiseltooth when it saw the incoming swords. The shield had a ring of extremely sharp fong-like contraptions, which spun about like gears. It held the shield up before its head while continuing to step forward. The world around them shook, and the mountains below them exploded and crumbled, while the dagger axe continued to swing at Futian. The swords of Cassiopeia hit the shield, and high-pitched noises were heard. They were unable to break through the shield. The swords then moved around the shield and manifested countless shadows of the sword, appearing and disappearing time and again, as if they were able to turn ethereal altogether. That was a move resulting from fusing the sword sutra of the void with that of the sword of Cassiopeia. Futian retreated in a hurry, but that raging, ferocious demonic beast moved alongside him. It streaked through the space, and the dagger axe caused countless huge specters of the dagger axe to appear in the air, tearing through their surroundings, intending to pin Futian where he was. Futian's speed was unnervingly fast. He continued to tear through space using the sword will of space, but his opponent continued to charge forward and lock onto his body. Mountains crumbled wherever they passed, and many smaller, lesser demonic beasts scatter in fright in their presence. Futian continued to maintain tight control of the swords of Cassiopeia, circling above the Chiseltooth. Those swords seemed to have turned into sword matrices as they continued to circle their target. The Chiseltooth felt dazed somewhat when the swords howled, feeling that it was being attacked. Thousands of shadows of the sword shot down at it, aimed at every direction where its head was. Roar! That Chiseltooth roared and their surroundings shook. The shield in its hand continued to grow in a frenzy, shrouding the sky above and put the place on lockdown, while the dagger axe in its hand continued to lash out at Futian. Killing pressure shrouded the area where Futian was. Countless dagger axes were swung his way, giving him nowhere to retreat. Killing pressure shrouded the area where Futian was. Countless dagger axes were swung his way, giving him nowhere to retreat. His sword spirit appeared, and the world tree within his life palace swayed. Multiple types of will of the great path emanated from his body as he melded with the great path. An extremely dazzling screen of the sword isolated the space and enveloped his body within. His sword spirit grew in a frenzy, turning into a colossal sword measuring over 100 meters. It shot forward. The screen of the sword covered an entire space, with his sword spirit as the center. Boom! Yet another thundering sound was heard. Stifling rumbles were felt everywhere. An extremely tall mountain right behind Futian crumbled in a blink of an eye, turning into dust. The devastating light continued to spread around in a frenzy with the bodies of them both at the center, its pressure extending over 100 miles. The dagger axe clashed with the sword spirit, and Futian's body was thrown back. Countless dagger axes killed their way through, yet that absolute screen of light burst with terrifyingly devastating force, tearing the shadows of the dagger axes to shreds. Terrifying clashing rumble continued to be heard above the chisel-tooth. The shield repelled the sword, causing the swords of Cassiopeia to turn around and fly straight towards the chisel-tooth's enormous body. However, extremely powerful might of the great path manifested around the chisel-tooth's body. The swords of Cassiopeia burst through that might and shot for his body, but were unable to deal more than flesh wounds. The chisel-tooth's hide was visibly torn, yet the blades were unable to pierce into its body. Demonic beasts like the chisel-tooth were poor in magical arts, yet their prowess in close-quarter combat and defense were frighteningly formidable. They were like human cultivators who attained sainthood and melded with the great path through their formidable physical bodies. Saints were undoubtedly saints, and there was a clear line drawn. Futian might have been peerless below the saint plane and possessed unparalleled talents. Yet it was simply too difficult to make that one last step, and it seemed as if only a handful were capable of making it. There had been renowned figures throughout history who were all unable to kill saints when they were still sages. When one shook off one's mortal limitations and became a saint, they would meld with the great path and shed their mortal self. Despite sustaining only flesh wounds, the chisel-tooth roared in a fury. It was unable to believe that a human sage had injured it. Furthermore, the fight had been going on for so long, and it still had yet to kill the human. It deemed this unacceptable. It continued to step forward, and the sky shook furiously. The dagger axe continued to attack the sword spirit, intending to crush it. Futian's body was dragged behind against his will. Boom! Futian stepped in the air when he retreated, causing him to take steps backward. Even so, his steps still shook furiously. The might of his body did not weaken, and had become increasingly strong instead. However, Futian continued to look very puny and insignificant. Boom! He took yet another step onto a mountain right behind him, causing a terrifying tear to run through the entire mountain. However, he and the humongous body of that chisel-tooth rammed into the mountain, shattering it. As he continued to take his steps, both of them tore through over a dozen mountains, and the chisel-tooth's speed slowed after that. Futian's might had been cranked to its peak by that, becoming able to withstand the chisel-tooth's attacks. Furthermore, the swords of Cassiopeia continued to circle, finding openings to shoot into the chisel-tooth's head. The chisel-tooth reeled its arm back and lifted the dagger axe. Its body spun, and the shield on its left hand bashed onto the swords of Cassiopeia. The dagger axe in its right hand shot down like godly weapons, destroying the landscape below it. Boom! Futian took one step forward, and the might accumulated by the footwork of Xianyuan had risen to its peak. His body streaked through the air while his sword spirit pulsed with dazzling brilliance. It was as if layers of shadows of the sword had appeared and clashed with the dagger axe again. In a split second, the world around them seemed to be near total annihilation. Futian's body was thrown far off, yet the chisel-tooth was thrown several steps back at that time. The swords of Cassiopeia found an opening to exploit. The flash of the sword came and went in a split second when the shield in its hand was unable to withstand the attack. A bloodied gash was seen on its neck, yet the blades were unable to punch into its body. It was simply too difficult to kill a demon saint who had an extremely formidable constitution. The chisel-tooth pulled back its dagger axe and clapped onto the swords of Cassiopeia, crushing them between its fingers. Futian took the chance to charge forward through the space, holding the sword of raging storms capable of tearing space apart in his hand. More swords of Cassiopeia coalesced and streaked through the air as they came. The chisel-tooth resorted to biting on the swords, and it managed to catch one. Futian's charging form appeared right before it, and the sword was brought down. It bashed the shield on its hand at the swords of Cassiopeia while chomping down on Futian with its sharp fangs. The sword flew out of his hand, and his body streaked through the air to avoid the fangs. The The flash of the sword left a bloodied gash at the corner of its mouth. It was broken after wounding the beast. The chiseled tooth looked extraordinarily ferocious and glared at Yi Futian with unforgiving eyes. Boom! Yi Futian flashed and streaked past its head while it was thinking of ways to kill Yi Futian. He headed straight for its rear at an unimaginable speed as he streaked through the air. The swords of Cassiopeia continued to head for the beast, as if trying to prevent it from going anywhere. The chiseled tooth seemed to have realized something, and ran following the path it came. However, the swords of Cassiopeia were everywhere, affecting its speed. Yi Futian streaked past the air at an unbelievable speed. He returned to the place where the battle took place, glancing at the pack of chiseltooths below. He glanced at the chiseltooths below with demonic eyes, before diving into the pack like a bolt of lightning. He came right before all of the chiseltooth demonic beasts before long. 2 bodies of the demonic beasts were left on the ground before he continued to head forward and leave the place. The demon saint ran and came back to where the fight started. It roared in rage after finding the 2 bodies on the ground, but it did not pursue him. It had been unable to kill the human, after all. The demonic beasts roared in sorrow, and there were demonic beasts that said, "My king, those humans are killing our people in cold blood. Can't we hunt them down instead?" That's right. Better to ally with the other demonic races than to let the humans hunt us all down. The chiseltooth's eyes were cold before it shrunk its body and said, "We'll leave this place first." The humans never acted alone when they came every time. What the 2 of them did over there would probably attract a lot of attention, making it unwise for them to stay around for long. A group of people arrived not long after they left. The leading figure was none other than Princess Li Xiao. She stared at the bodies below and said in a low voice, "Did that guy really fight a demon saint?" "I'm afraid so, Princess." One of the people who were there to protect her sensed the lingering aura of combat and said. Li Xiao's expression looked rather peculiar. She thought that demonic beasts would have killed that proud fellow, and yet she found him being able to survive fighting a demon saint instead. Furthermore, he killed 2 demonic beasts while he was at it. Yi Futian continued to travel forward. That battle allowed him to learn something about his powers. Furthermore, he did not expose any of his powers other than those of the sword. That place was the West Mountain, and it belonged to Dali royalty after all. Who was to say if there were any eyes around in that place? He may have looked unbridled and proud in Dali, but he was very cautious. Yi Futian fought many other demonic beast types along the way, and there were naturally demon saints among them, with one of them being a 9-headed snake, which proved very difficult and almost held him back. There was also an extremely violent Zhu Yan, which had formidable combat prowess and a lot more terrifying than the chiseltooth who managed to injure him. Yi Futian had been able to venture deep into the West Mountain after experiencing many battles for the few days he was there. He had accumulated several injuries, but he was unhindered due to his formidable restorative powers. However, with every battle, he came to learn more about powers at the Saint Plane. While demon saints were somewhat different from their human counterparts, the difference was not that far off. By then, he had become able to retreat in one piece, fighting against saints at the first level of Saint Plane. He was even able to find opportunities to leave some marks on those saints, but it continued to prove near impossible to kill the saints. If he let his guard down, the retaliation would have been dire. Li Yao and the others were doing battle with demonic beasts in another corner of the West Mountain. Many dead bodies of demonic beasts were found on the ground a while later. Li Yao's face looked unusually gloomy. Several saints surrounded him. Royal members had perished in the hunt in the West Mountain, but never had there been a prince killed. The safety of the princes was of utmost importance. Wretched beasts. Li Yao glanced coldly at the dead bodies on the ground. He had suffered being surrounded by demonic beasts for the past several days. It seemed to him that those beasts had gotten tired of living. Let's go and find the others. These demonic beasts are beginning to retaliate, and they are now hunting us. I'm afraid some of us are in danger, and I wonder how the seventh swordsman is doing right now," Liao said. The seventh swordsman seemed to be making great strides after going solo. He had gone deep into the West Mountain, and no one else saw any signs of him. At that moment, Futian was sitting before a river and was training. There was a dense jungle in the mountains. His eyes were closed and his aura calm. He opened his eyes and looked at that river before him with a deadpan look. He saw the demonic beasts that Liao had encountered. It did not seem all that hopeful to manipulate the demonic beasts into killing that prince of Dali dynasty. But then again, he never had much hope for that to become a reality in the first place. He was trying things out. Liao was somewhat cautious, and his powers had yet to get to the level of being invincible below St. Plain, so there was no way he would have gone solo like Futian. At that moment, Futian sensed formidable spiritual powers descending, which prompted him to look far away. A group of people was heading his way, and one of them asked, "What are you doing here, brother, seventh swordsman?" Futian glanced at the one who spoke and found him to be the grandson of the Prince Regent, Li Xian. The ones around him were the people of the Prince Regent. Seeing Li Xian smile, Futian rose and flashed, leaving right away. He and Li Xian were hardly acquainted, and one could have even said that they were enemies. "Brother, seventh swordsman, better keep my distance from this guy," Futian thought. "This place is already in the depths of the West Mountain, and great monsters are everywhere. It's simply too dangerous for you to go forth on your own. Brother, seventh swordsman, how about we travel together instead?" Li Xian and his people caught up to Futian and tried to convince him. Futian frowned. At that moment, rustling was heard from the jungle, and many weak, demonic beasts were flapping their wings as they left the place. There was also an increasing number of signs of demonic beasts running. Powerful demonic aura swept through the place, shrouding the entire area. Futian glanced at Li Xian. Extreme coldness was seen in his eyes.